Hello one and hello all. Welcome to the LPL English Twitch or YouTube channel, the unofficial English coverage of the LPL as we continue forward on the road, the Knights Road to be very specific. It is still the LPL Split 1 playoffs play-in tournament here. And folks, I can comfortably say I did not expect to be here on this spot. I'm sure my co-caster, the lovely Quackscast, who will be taking us through this best of 5, did not expect this matchup when we saw the schedule come out for our casting duo. But Quacks, IG versus OMG in a best of 5. A winner goes to Group Ascend in Split 2 and Split 1 playoffs. The loser has a lot more time off and Group Nirvana in Split 2 to stare down. We just you gotta love when a miracle run like this comes together, and very excited that we get to be together to bring that conclusion, at least the miracle run for OMG's side. IG, well, it's something else. %100%.
Relatively easily, but then the NIP, what was essentially, it felt like a 4-0, if I'm being completely honest with you, Slayer, happened, and IG got knocked down. Now, OMG, a team that a lot of people were saying EDG should comfortably beat, ended up getting that series win as well. So two unlikely teams in this position. Now only one of them going to be able to make it into Ascend. And like you said, Slayer, super excited to kick this one off with you.
Yeah, and here's a look at that whole play-in bracket as we have soaked it in. And to be honest, folks, it has been a roller coaster from the exact jump start. With Top Esports WE going 5 games, it has been one of the play-in tournaments to remember. Obviously, Quacks, we're focusing in on the fact we're at IG, OMG, but across the board, outside of LNG, TT, nothing has been what we expected.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this is going to be a night full of bangers, Slayer, all things considered. I think WE LNG is going to be equally as exciting. But IG OMG, I think one of the big things that we definitely have to focus on is looking at OMG and just how far they've come over the past year. This was a team that just 365 days ago, people were talking about their relegation, and now they're potentially going on to Ascend. That is a huge story for the players, most of whom were a part of the organization when that relegation happened, and now they've come all the way around to potentially being able to play against the top of the crop. They just got to win this last best of 5.
One best of 5 to really shake things up for sure. But let's, of course, start with our Group Ascend challengers. The one on the flip side of the storytelling happiness that is the miracle run of OMG. It is Invictus Gaming looking and staring down a potential first ever showing in Group Nirvana if they lose this series. And the roster is how it has been all Split 1 long. Sobro in the top side, Wei in the jungle, Rookie in the mid lane, Photic and Jway to round out this IG team. Who's on the precipice of something the organization has never seen before.
Yeah, on the cusp of a cliff leading down all the way to Nirvana. And, you know, going into the split, Slayer, I think a lot of people expected this team to not initially find their footing, right? When you have 3 players that are coming into the organization, especially one as tenured and as fan-heavy, I should say, as Invictus Gaming, you need some time to really flesh out what your style is, what you feel comfortable doing, and your identity overall as a team. But that excuse, I feel, has precipitated as we have gone through the weeks, and especially now that we're in the best of 5s, it really is time to find out what you as a team excel at, what your style is, and finding that identity that I feel like other teams of a similar magnitude, of a similar caliber of rebuild have already started to discover, and frankly, have already started to maybe even perfect.
Yeah, and Quacks, I kind of want to give you the floor for this one, but yeah, so we've been trying to you talked about trying to figure out their identity and stuff. We've been trying to diagnose this IG team for a while. It seems like you've made some headway on that front.
So if you are suffering from invisible gaming, some symptoms, also known as IG, by the way, some symptoms,
yes,
maybe confusion, not knowing what your draft identity is going to be. Are you poke? Are you pick? Do you pick a random LB game when you have absolutely no right being able to do that? Then you might be suffering from IG. Hallucinations may also be a factor. You can see Jway is in the middle of South Africa while the rest of his team are in North Pole, Russia, and Antarctica, respectfully. He ends up dying, and right after this, they actually have to end up giving over the Mountain Soul to NIP in that series. So he doesn't actually die. He just gives over one of the most important objectives of the game. And then lastly, death is, of course, a very common symptom of IG, as multiple deaths occurred, especially in their most recent series against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, this I made a TikTok about it, talking a bit about this series. What a microcosm of LPL this series was, because you know, as a casual viewer, I think I didn't watch the full series. It ends up going pretty late in the night for us. I did catch the first couple of games. I think actually, Quacks, I think I only ended up watching game 1 before I went to bed, and obviously this game 1 alone is chaos incarnate first, because it's NIP going up like 12, like a ludicrous amount of gold, 12k gold, and then they go throw it all the way back down. IG get the game 1 win. I'm sitting there thinking like, oh, there's NIP's like gut punch, right? Like now they're just gonna get steamrolled. Nope. Nope.
Not even
didn't drop
close.
a game after that.
Nope, they came back and they were mad. You could see it in their gameplay. They were picking crazy things like the Draven for awesome. Like that was super duper fun. Tear goes for the Diana. So it was a really fun series. It was really exciting. And Leo, frankly, I can't blame you for only being able to watch game number 1. That series went really long. After I was done with that one, it took me like an hour to fully wind down my brain. From all of the crazy stuff that happened to get back to bed. And that was after being up for 24 hours straight. I was literally up for an entire day, and I only got like 5 hours of sleep. So hopefully I'll be able to stay alive for this one.
Yeah, I think you're a lot better set for that one. Yeah, hey, folks, this series also, there was a 5-game TESWE series that happened right before this. So... so like that's the chaos that happened on that day. IG, all right, we'll see if their diagnosis, if your diagnosis, Quacks, of course, got through to their side. But I also took a crack at trying to figure out why IG. You know, maybe I'm taking a step off of what you diagnosed, right? You talked about the confusion. Here's how we fix that one problem for IG in my mind. Some keys to comp success here. I've become the staple of talking about, you know, keys to success, keys to turnaround. This is how I want IG to try and play out this series, and it's really just keeping things simple, Quacks. And you can see with some of these picks, right? Like for Wei, it's just playing an engager. For Jue, I think he's just always best when he's playing these high-power CC champions, like your Nikos, your Alsters, Rels, Nahlis, and then yeah, keeping it simple. Hyper carry, 80 carry, control mages for a mid laner, like. We do not need to get too flashy here for IG. That I still believe that the star power on this roster should be enough to overcome this series. We'll just see if they don't troll the drafts like you were pointing out earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they get lost in the sauce a little too often, especially Rookie sometimes, going for things like the LeBlanc. I feel it's really hard to make a champion like that work. Obviously, we are mentioning some pick tools, and LeBlanc does have the chains, but why go LeBlanc, in my opinion, when you can just go for the Syndra, which I feel like Rookie has obviously done multiple times. He has 6 total things he has 6 total games of that Syndra, and just generally keeping it basic. I agree with you. I feel like they get a little too fancy, and it convolutes what their goal actually is, and leads to multiple different, I feel, approaches and conflicts with what each player wants to do. I feel like they're constantly butting heads, and if they want to be able to win this series, they have to be on the same page, and they have to stick to that same page, because if they are going crazy with you know, let's go poke here, let's go pick here, let's go front to back here, then I feel like it's just going to be a mess for identity, and they're not going to be able to stick to what, frankly, I think has been working. I do think that there have been a few things that really resonate with this team compositionally, and they just need to be able to stick with that in a best of 5.
We'll see if they can do that. But let's, of course, shift our focus on over to the light side of our matchup, the Magical Stardust team, which has been OMG on their run to try and get back to Group Ascend here. And with a new look jungler that's been kind of the focal point of a lot of the talking is still Harry in the top side. Rio, the jungler, helping things run a lot better. Hai Chao in maybe his best form we've seen in quite a while. Starry, one of those marksmen that a lot of people have started talking about, of course, his trusted partner in Moham to round out this OMG team that is looking to once again shock people in a much different way than an IG loss today would do.
And I touched on it a little bit earlier, but it's so insane to see this organization contend for Ascend after what turbulent, 365 days have been for the organization. I mean, they were a team that got relegated to the LDL. We could see it right here, that they have been on the struggle, but then they grinded it out, and now they're shining. They have not lost a series since they had Rio subbed in for Juhan. So I think it's really cool to see this team turn it around and potentially get into a group where they'll be facing a lot stiffer competition. But Slayer, I think one thing that really needs to be apparent here is not only do we need to see these guys win the series, obviously, in order to make it to Ascent, but they need to do it convincingly, because I think a lot of people, even with a series win against Invictus Gaming, won't be convinced that these guys are actually capable of knocking down some of the top teams or even middle of the pack teams in Ascent. So we need to see them evolve over time. We need to see that shine really start to blind some people that get too close. And I do think that this is a series where they can convert some people who are still skeptical on their gameplay.
Yeah, but, you know, looking back at that tape from that EDG series, there are definitely mistakes from Edward Gaming in a lot of these plays, but I do think it's a very interesting conversation to have. I'll get to the real point with you in a bit here, Quacks, because I know you aren't as high maybe on his impact, at least in this series, compared to a lot of other people. But what I do want to say for what Rio's ability has done is I do think it's, at least you can't argue, it's heightened the play of a lot of these other players. I think Haichao feels a lot more unleashed next to this guy. I think Starry has had a lot more success with Moham teaming up with how Rio can make plays like this, fighting these nice picks onto Angels. So while I do think, you know, some of your criticisms of his gameplay are going to be valid, what really stands out for me with Rio is his brashness, boldness to not really care what happens. If he can get a good look, he's going to take it. And maybe that's all a team needs, especially out of a jungler.
I feel like it is a little bit of a double-edged sword, though. I know some people aren't necessarily convinced on Rio's ability to really win this team some bigger games against some tougher opponents. And frankly, I'm one of those people at the current moment, Slayer. While I do think that his impact has been felt very heavily in the mid to late game, I can't say the same about his early games. I think that in a lot of the games they had up against EDG, Rio would go for invades. He would look for these early plays, and he would get punished for it. And this was against Xiao Hao, who I do think is not necessarily on the same caliber as a player like Wei. So if Wei is able to capitalize off of some of these rookie mispositions from Rio, I think he could be a lot more punishing about the consequences of such aggression. And so I want to see Rio, you know, look for those aggressive plays, do these things that, like you said, his team can really accelerate themselves by joining up with, but minimize the consequences of such youthfulness and rookie mistakes.
Well, we'll have to see. It's definitely two very starkly different storylines coming blow to blow as the fist bumps, maybe not as big of blows, nice little taps coming through for our two teams as they make their way on to their setups. And you know what? I have to scold the teams again. I'm seeing people out of order. I don't know if a team has gotten this down just yet. I was like, all right, that's Haichao fist bumping Photic. That is not in order. But hey, listen, who really cares, right? It all comes down to what we end up seeing on the Rift here. Again, a matchup that nobody, at least I could find, ever predicted we would have in this Knights Road tournament. And we are finally getting set to see if OMG can send IG to a place they've never been in with Group Nirvana, and OMG get back up to the top version of the LPL, something that was such a fiction-based novel storytelling if you talked about it last year into 2025. Quacks, as we get set for this draft, I'm going to ask you the always important question we have with these game ones with first selection. IG had first selection because they were coming from, they're the higher seeded team, Group Ascent team, right? So they chose first pick. We talked a lot about their drafts and trying to keep it simple and all that. So knowing what we know now, what do you want to see IG do with this first selection, given how we expect bans to go?
I do think that IG have put a lot of emphasis on trying to secure not only good matchups for Rookie, but just trying to give Wei a playmaker immediately. He has really been enjoying the Pantheon, the Xin Zhao, and the Wukong. So these champions that can go and start fights and, you know, sometimes occasionally be aggressive early. I would be really interested to see if Wei maybe gives Rio a taste of his own medicine instead of Rio invading Wei, like we're predicting he might do in this series. Maybe Wei does the opposite. And decides to do that. How would the Rookie respond to that would be my question. Getting invaded when you're so used to being the invader, that's just crazy, bro. But I think that it really has been a story of this mid-jungle. Rookie and Wei were obviously the mainstays of this organization. Past 2025, they were the two that stayed, and the two that were really looked at to lead this team, to give them a direction, and I think that they have struggled in that department. Wei has been good at trying to look for these early plays, but I feel like the impact of his early aggression has been inconsistent at best, and being able to actually give resources over to his carries haven't converted maybe as nice as he would like them to.
Well, it definitely doesn't help when it feels like all three of his lanes are losing. At least that's what the NIP series felt
It's the worst
like,
feeling
right?
as a jungler.
Yeah, I was
going
to say
I felt it less.
I was going to say I'm surprised I was the one that was saying that Cope statement, but it's kind of a fact of truth. We'll have to see if IG can improve in those lanes as we've spent through our first phase of bans here. Orianna taken away, Rumble, Yunara, a lot of heavy hitters coming off the board, but I still see Ryze floating around, Xin Zhao still floating around up here. There's still a lot of premier picks that IG can go with if they want to on this R1 pick, the first pick of the draft.
Malphite as well could be a possibility, though Sylas unbanned does mean that counter is available, so IG just slamming that immediately, I think probably not the wisest choice in the world. More than likely, you'll probably see something like that Xin Zhao, like that Pantheon, maybe that Wukong. Yeah, Varus as well could be something to give over to Photic. I think that he has been a player who has really struggled in this split simply because without resources, without like a double kill falling into his lap, I think that his impact off of champions that are more than just click R characters like Misfortune has been really invisible so far. He's been a victim of the invisible gaming, if you will. So we'll have to see what they give him, but for now, it's just going to be the Nico lock-in here for Wei, who...
I like it.
Interested to see how he does on this. I think that he has been full commit on a lot of these supports that he's played, very engage heavy, and while Nico can engage, she's very squishy. So if Jway mistimes these engages, it could be very deadly for Invictus.
It does fit the, keys to success we kind of talked about for drafts. Getting Jway, this Nico is very integral. And Photic, while I do think he's deserved a lot of criticism for how he's played on a lot of these champions, I do think some of his best games we've seen this year have come onto this Corki. Also fits perfectly into this Nico combination. So a lot of huge bursts is going to come out from this IG bottom lane. Also kind of negates some of the power of the Crescent Guard, right? Corki, once he gets in there with the Valkyrie, he will likely be inside the range of the invulnerability to make sure that no damage can really be blocked over. And wow, okay. So Wei throws down the Vi here. Yeah, we are going full on pick fight comp here for IG. They're looking to scrap early and often with this draft so far.
And it looks right now with this comp that they're really trying to bully out Starry, who I think has been a really big star player of OMG, not even just throughout the series that we saw them play last night, but also just throughout the split. I think a lot of people have been impressed by what Starry is able to do when he gets resources, and I think OMG understanding how dive heavy and engage heavy and punishing this Invictus comp are, where you've got the Corki and being able to bully him in lane, but then also the Vi cease and desist and the Nico damage that'll more than likely push in this Varus. You need a little bit of disengage. So on top of having that Crescent Guard for the Xin Zhao, you also have the Headbutt from the Alistar. Just a lot of tools to create that space and give Varus the ability to free hit in a lot of these fights. But I think one thing OMG are really lacking is that innate magic damage dealer and also just a go button. They have a good amount of disengage, but I think except for the Alistar, you don't have a premier fight pick tool, and you certainly don't want Starry walking up to be the Chains of Corruption guy that starts a fight because he's going to be the main target.
That's a good point, but with how we've seen Rio play, I don't really know if I don't know if there's a champion this guy doesn't want to look at as an engaged champion. And, if you want to feel pretty audacious on the Xin Zhao, we'll have to see what Rio does on this very powerful jungler. We'll focus in on these bans, though, coming through so far. Looks like Haichao is going to be the target of IG's ban phase to get rid of his Akali. I like them getting rid of, bursty mid laners that can kind of play into this pretty heavy mid-game spiking OMG composition. We'll see what sort of mid laners will fit that innate magic damage dealer that you'd like to see Haichao get his hands on, because we already, Orianna, Ryze, Akali, those are three pretty heavy hitters for most mid laners, especially Haichao, to get taken away from him.
Even the Sylas, I think, has been really good from Haichao so far if he wants to get a bit more scrappy in the laning phase. But I agree with you. I think that IG targeting a lot of these bursty mid laners is the right call. OMG on the other side, though, taking away the Renekton and the Jax, just not only a lot of good side lane threat from these champions, but also the flank potential that they can get is something to watch out for. If a good TP comes down, it could be really dire. Yeah, the LeBlanc ban going to be last.
Rookie's team is banning LeBlanc away from Haichao. What world am I living in right now? Is this real? I mean, Haichao did play a mean LeBlanc game, and you mentioned it. Rookie played an inting LeBlanc game, so that's just where we are right in the LPL.
Yeah, and OMG immediately going for that Ambessa, so Harry is going to snag that one up. I do think that Ambessa is a champion that has a good amount of counters to it, so I wouldn't be surprised if Sobro just decides to insta-lock in a tank, especially if IG decide to be the guys throwing down that Sylas, because yeah, enemy has the Alistar, one of the S+ Z tier ultimates to steal, and does give him a lot of agency and longevity in those fights to get multiple spell rotations off. So IG, on top of the engage that they have from things like the Vi, they also have a really strong mid-game solo lane spike with that Gwen. So yeah, OMG, I think the big thing is unlocking that Xin Zhao early and making those plays with Rio.
I really like this, though. You see Sylas, Gwen, you have a Nico. I'm a fan of this. We've seen a lot of teams like you play the Galio game with Avaris, and I did a LNG game with K-Man where they did negative damage. This is a lot better because you have that Ambessa top, like you talked about how much powerful of a duelist this is. So OMG definitely have a cap on how much damage they're going to bring to this game, but I don't know, Quacks, the value of a Galio against basically 2.5 magic damage dealers feels pretty high for Haichao.
Not only is it against 2.5 magic damage dealers, like you're rightfully pointing out, Slayer, but it's also paired up with a Xin Zhao. Rio, like we said, a lot of that youthfulness is invading, looking for aggressive plays, and when you're able to have a Galio ultimate in your back pocket ready to assist you in those endeavors, I think that it gives you an extra bit of safety whenever you decide to look for those kinds of plays. So it just backs up Rio's style that we've seen from him so far, and the style that has allowed OMG to win so many series since they subbed this guy in. He has been OMG talent through and through, scouted basically a year ago, and after only 1 year of being on their academy team, now he is on the main roster, and he's been allowing them to be on that grind, to shine through, and maybe he'll be the guy to get them into Ascend. It would be absolutely massive for, I think, every single member on this team to face up against that higher competition.
Well, we're getting set to go on to the Rift to start out our competition tonight here, Quacks, but as we have a bit of time, this is the usual pan they do before they go into game. All right, here we go. So we'll head to the Rift here. I'll ask you that question once we get online. OMG IG best of 5 for the stakes. They could not be higher. Let's head to the Rift. I was expecting to hear some Jaios.
Yeah, especially it's IG. Come on.
Yeah, maybe they'll come alive as the series goes along here, as we do get the minions already crashing in here, and both of our junglers starting on the same side, gonna path bot to top. So we'll see how much IG's bottom lane can get done with this alone. The fact that you have the Nico into this Alistar should be Photic and Jway finding some comfortability in these first couple of waves.
Yeah, I think we're going to be expecting them, especially with the Nico, to probably be the aggressors in the 2v2, simply because Alistar, especially at level 1, isn't really a character. I mean, the headbutt pulverize really is when you can actually start to have some threat, but until then, you're just a cow. Can't milk those.
A classic line nonetheless, as our mid laners are definitely looking to find some aggressive trades early. Though I do feel like Rookie on this Sylas, Quacks, you talked about a lot how this Sylas has been a big pick for Haichao, and he definitely understands this matchup more than most, maybe not more than Rookie nonetheless, but Rookie into a melee matchup, mid lane on Sylas is always, heaven, even if it is going to be a magic resist sort of base champion that will kind of slow down the impact that Sylas can have. We'll have to see, though. Rookie has got some decent HP trades in early, and he does have his jungler nearby. He goes to get Skog of Duck. Taunt is going to come down here for Haichao, throws his whole combo through, and both mid laners find themselves pretty battered and bruised. But it's the wave stake that Rookie wants to have control of. And this is a good start to see after we saw IG against NIP kind of lose out across the board in a lot of their early games. So far against OMG, they've been able to find positive mid-trades. Photic and Jway have now taken a plate off of this first bot lane tier 1 turret. It's already amassed them a couple hundred gold lead early. It should keep them on the right track.
Yeah, good start coming out here in the bot lane, and I do think that it is just mainly trying to get Photic ahead. We talk about the effects of this guy when he is actually able to get some gold. So IG, like you said, off to a hot start.
See, usually it's the bot scuttle that we see all the fighting over early, but Rio is gonna wrestle for control for the top scuttle. Both mid laners sort of roaming on over, but it's Haichao that has first step and will make sure that Rio can secure this bot scuttle. It's going to slow down Ways Clear a bit more here, but he will be able to secure one crab each between our two junglers. Does give the ever fly-high Rio a bit of a quicker reset to get back out on the map here. And we'll see where he decides to go. I see him sprinting towards his bot camps, which he'll have up first, but both bottom lanes are looking to take the resets with the wave in a pretty decent spot here for Photic. So shouldn't be much really manifesting early here, but don't think that'll last too long based on the fact that we have a Xin Zhao and a Vi. I mean, these are two junglers that will look to scrap pre-level 6 if they find the right angles.
Way more than likely, though, probably just going to try and power farm as much as possible. That's really when you get the threat and can start looking for these picks onto Starry. That'll even further push forward if Zhui can get that early. Oh, yeah, Haichao with the schmooves a little bit on the Zhui roam. But I do think that this is a game where the longer it goes and the less action that there is to be had in the inaugural minutes, the better it is for IG, because I'm looking at the Gwen, I'm looking at the Sylas, and I'm thinking, all right, once you guys get some items, you can absolutely deal some damage. So it's really going to be on OMG to start up some of these fights. And so far, Rio hasn't really had those opportunities.
Nope, has not really gotten any way in so far, but you called it out on the pre-show. We saw it all the last time we got OMG. He does not care about where he is fighting. He looks for the fight. But luckily, Wei there to cover. Rio does not have that chance for that first invade of the game. Quacks that you talk about is just Rio's style. And maybe, it seemed like Wei might actually go for that exact thing you're pointing out, invade the invader. But no, nothing will really manifest on that side, as we do see Moham look for a bit of a errand engage. He comes out a bit worse for wear, but still just trades across the board. There's really no kill threat anywhere on this map just yet. And it still has IG up about 1,000 gold.
Really good trade there, particularly from Haichao in the counter matchup with the Sylas. This is what we're kind of expecting to happen, and I do wonder how the priority is going to be dictated around this game. I feel like it's only going to get worse for Rookie. He's more than likely just going to be pushed under his tower the more and more that time goes on, especially if Haichao has things like the Dark Seal to give him that little bump in magic damage. Just means that pushing those waves with the passive plus the Q is going to be that much easier, and trading against the Galio as a Sylas is going to be that much harder. Thus, meaning that Rookie might not have as much agency as he would hope on a scrap-heavy champion like Sylas.
Looks like picture-in-picture we're showing that Harry went for public execution, but Gwen is immune. So does not end up landing anything. Is Rio will show on this bot side. Wei, though, got access to that bot scuttle first. So, yeah, I'm glad to see Rio backing out here, recognizing that Wei has that very critical ultimate advantage and will not look for any aggressive fight. And with his bottom lane holding the wave in a decent spot, will not cost OMG too much, Quacks, but I guess kind of to bring up the panic meter early, if you're OMG, you know, losing 1,000 gold with no kills off the board, how worrying is it? I guess, do you want to give this team more time for those ultimates to come online before we worry about how slow this game is? I guess they're back up to even. Gold leads are fake this early.
Play gold OP, but I really feel like OMG, the big timer that I'm looking at is once these grubs spawn. Dragon wasn't started up by either of these teams, but I do think that when you're this econ heavy, OMG are really going to start prioritizing that top side objective, just because if Harry is able to get push against Sobro like he has been, and if we're predicting that Haichao is going to keep push against Rookie like he has been, then I think getting that extra little bit of bump in economy is going to mean a lot. So if they can posture around this objective, I think it's a good thing for them to maybe get something started on the map, because it has been a very quiet first 7.5 minutes or so, as we already see that Rio really wants to start looking for something. God, it's really tripping me up
so
that
hungry.
It's really tripping me up that Rio, his first initial is lowercase, and there's no space between the team acronym and the player name makes it look like his name is Grio.
OM Grio.
Yeah.
You know what? I didn't notice that until you pointed out. But hey, now that you pointed out, it's actually, I mean.
Oh God, did I ruin this for you? Oh,
well,
no.
I mean, like, there's a lot of, you know, there's like Hai Chao's H is lowercase as well. So like, I don't know. Point for another moment, though, is Wei has found a very unique flank angle to look for Starry. There's Pulling Execution. The Pop Blossom onto 2 also comes out, but Wei went far too deep under turret. He had to flash away, eats the Chains of Corruption, and Starry gets a really positive trade there onto Wei. So they get rid of Starry's flash, but boy, did it come at a cost here for IG.
Yeah, I think that was a really good flash there from Starry. He extends the ultimate from Wei, and as well as that, Moham also kind of bodyguards Photic and Jwei from being able to join up with the Vi, so it really is just a 1v1. Wei, after he, blows his entire combo, isn't really able to deliver much of the damage. The Vi really just looked at to be CC for Photic and Jwei to finish off the last remaining bit of health that Starry had, but they're not going to be able to do so because the Alistar...
Moham has caught Photic, and now he has to flash over the fat wall, but that is not the right side of the map. Maybe some pretty smart play here from Photic. He does separate Starry and Moham enough to find the trade back, but that's now flash off of Jwei, Photic, and Wei, with the first dragon just now getting traded out.
It's a good trade here from IG, a little bit late, and I feel like had Moham and Starry protected their conditions a little bit, they actually could have maybe fought for that, because Rookie already stole Hai Chao's ultimate earlier and used it, so I think that's still on cooldown. Not having that hero's entrance as the Silas does make it really difficult for you to join into these fights without taking mass amounts of damage and getting locked down. But conditions were good there for IG. They took the dragon, and yeah, it's like you said, objectives traded, and so far, no harm, no foul. Still no kills to be had on the board, which, again, I'm still going to say favors IG. That might change here.
All right, yeah, Rio's going to flash a meal on Sobero, force a flash out of him and the needlework, which will get him enough space there. We're finally starting to see this game pick up a bit of pace. It does give us time, Quacks, to take stock of that early objective trade like you talked about. It's IG playing the long con game with the dragon stacking, but I'm curious how much impact you feel the grubs for OMG is here, because innately I don't know how much it really has for them, but I do really enjoy denying it from a Gwen for future problems if you're OMG.
Oh yeah, it's a really effective denial, especially against some of these scaling champions that IG have, but I do think it'll be good for Harry to get those 3 items. I've always said that I think the biggest difference between an early game and late game Ambessa isn't the damage that she's capable of pumping out, it's how tanky she can be and how durable she is in a lot of those fights. How many times, Slayer, have you seen how many times have you seen the story of Ambessa goes in 1v4 and comes out somehow with more HP than she left because she's got, the Sundered Sky, the Death's Dance, and all of these items that just make her so difficult to kill. So if Harry can get gold off of those grubs, he can turn into a raid boss and really be that main engage that we're looking at.
It's funny, you described Ambessa as a 1v, comes into a 1v4, comes out with more HP. I'd say Gwen could be the same way there.
Yeah.
Advantage here for OMG, by the way, is Rio and Wei are both sitting in the same sort of mirrored brushes, but Rio knows the Wei's there. IG don't know the Rios here. So you can see Harry stepping up really aggressively. Wei, though, I like this. He realizes, wait, why is this Ambessa walking right up to me with no cover? Rio has to be here, and Wei does not take the bait into a 2v2.
Yup, he sniffs something out, he's going to leave, and yeah, frankly, if it's a 2v2 right there, OMG win no contest. It's a Caulfield's Warhammer diff for Rio, who now also completes his item off of that back, so it means the Xin will be extra strong. And Ambessa is just a better duelist than Gwen in the early game, so very smart of Wei not to take the bait and ends up exfiltrating that fight. But now you can see Rio off respawn, immediately pinging to make a play on the map.
Moham is going to get caught a bit far forward. Wei looks for the engage. There's Rio to cover once again. Gets the 3-town strike knock up. Rookie's going to steal away the Unbreakable Will. He definitely wants to scrap this far forward. And Sway's going to come in with a double Pop Blossom to pick up first blood before the Hero Israels can come down. Starry does find a good piercing arrow through, but look how tanky Rookie is with that stolen Alistar ultimate. He does have to flash the piercing arrow as OMG find a way to trade. Both junglers drop, but IG are the ones to claim first blood. And Photic may be looking for more here. Wei is looking like Wei's really low health bar, but that'll fizzle everything out, and we start with as even of a trade as we can get in the kill count.
And even though it's Moham, of all people, managing to pick up that return kill for OMG, they're the ones that walk away with the gold lead. You can see now something is finally materializing for them in that deficit. So they have created something for themselves, and they also burned a good amount of summoners in that fight, particularly Rookie needing to burn that flash means that he will be a melee champion against this comp with no F. He'll be a very easy target for OMG to potentially focus down if there is in fact going to be a scrap around this Drake and some contestment by both teams.
Well, here we go. Rio looking for those invade angles. Should be able to take away the blue buff here. He has Moham covering, but he's going to have to definitely smite this one. He doesn't have smite up just yet. His wave's going to come on over, and Rio is going to have to back off this blue buff. No, he gets the Wind Becomes Lightning into the smite and will steal away that coveted buff. So it wasn't as action-packed or mistake-prone as a lot of these Rio engages look, but we got him stealing away at camp, and that's what we were expecting.
Yeah, that is the big thing to look out for. Like we said, Wei is definitely the stiffest of competition that I think Rio has had to face so far since he was subbed in for this team. It means that if Rio makes these mistakes that we've been seeing from him, particularly in the early game of going for over-aggressive picks and plays, he could be punished heavily by Wei, as now speaking of being punished.
Wei, a lot of CC lock. It's the hijacked heroic entrance there from Rookie. So they do get that ultimate off the board here. Rio looks for a re-engage on the Rookie himself. The Tangle Barbs are going to slow him down, but he backs both IG members away from this bottom river. And that's kind of a big win for OMG there, Quacks, because this hijack won't be back around as the second Drake hits the rift.
And now Jue on the recall does mean that OMG, at least in the bot lane 1v2, are going to look for a dive, actually.
Oh, there we go. Flash fall from Moham. The cleanse comes out. Photic doing a really good job dipping and dodging away from a lot of this.
God.
And despite the unbreakable will, OMG's dive falls flat. Starry has to flash away for Dre's Pop Blossom. Photic kills off Moham thanks to the minions. What an outplay there from Photic to turn a 2v1 dive into a kill of his own.
And now they've completely compromised their ability to look for this objective. Their conditions are bad. Rookie is actually going to spot the invade. OMG don't have a numbers advantage going into this fight. This is super risky for them to take, Slayer.
Yeah, this is big because IG can really establish themselves as a continuous dragon stacking threat. Now they should be able to pick up this Infernal Drake on their own, but Rio is never one to give up things with ease. As him and Haichao will work their way back into the pit here. And Wei actually, without positioning, gives up on this dragon. They've got all the vision towards this side of the map, but Wei is sprinting towards the top side. He's looking to trade the Herald to go even on a Drake apiece.
I think that IG just weren't snappy enough to start up the objective, because the moment Moham respawns, that numbers advantage fizzles out. Not to mention, like we said earlier, Rookie doesn't have that flash, and also because he used that hijacked hero's entrance, that's also still on cooldown. So it's really hard for the Silas to be able to join up in the fight. Jue also doesn't have Pop Blossom, so they blew their conditions. They aren't able to contest that objective. OMG are going to tie the Drake score up. IG get a trade with the Herald, and they might be able to transition it into something of a dive on this top side.
We've got Jue up here alongside Wei. Moham has made the roam up as well. So we're starting to get the lane, starting to swap a bit as we dropped all of our quests off. So both AD carries move into the mid lane and our mid laners move down bot side to try and set up better for these future objectives. But that's going to be for a while. We're going to enter a bit of a lull period. 4.5 minutes till next Dragon. Baron, even when it does spawn in about 340, won't really be contested by both. So now the side lane pressure is really going to take center stage. As on time, Rookie spots out Rio, looking for a bot lane escapade, which will force his recall out.
And I do have to point it out, Rookie going for the Mercury Crushers. Brother, what magic damage?
I guess CC, right? I guess try to get out of the top, the Chains of Corruption, the stuns earlier. But yeah, that's definitely an intriguing thing.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I feel like, especially because you have access to the Alistar ultimate, it kind of circumvents the need to go for those Mercury Crushers. But hey, who am I to judge? So it's Mercury Crushers. We have to deal with it. Big thing, though, is that Rookie obviously has had that Roa for a while. Is going to start stacking that, so it means Silas will be stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Most of the champions on IG, particularly these early game threads, have hit their first item breakpoints. But it really is going to be about those 3 items, particularly for Sobro, who has had a very quiet game, which I think is good for Gwen. You can see he has that Rift Maker and is very close to getting that Dusk and Dawn, so that'll be a big point for him to maybe start looking for some of these more aggro plays and start looking to actually fight back in a side lane.
speaking even further on those items, I do want to get your take on Haichao's build, because I do think, you know, we talked about how the value of the Galio is blocking out or stacking the MR, but we've seen a lot of Galios go damage, you know, hybrid. Haichao looking to just be the super utility, it feels like, with this build.
There's no true tank on IG, so I actually don't mind it because you're not going to be punished heavily for going a little bit AD heavy. And I do think that generally none of these champions love to immediately go for armor. So I think it's actually fine that Haichao is saying, you know what, I don't need to be a magic damage threat because there's no tank. Nobody's going to be really building against me if I do that. So it won't matter. Instead, just opting to be a frontliner. And I think that's the correct play. It gives Starry a lot more room to be able to fight in these choke points. Speaking of fighting...
We have a collapse here. Public Execution is going to grab Rookie, immediate engage. He hijacks the Crescent Guard, gets OMG off of him, over the wall. Doesn't cost IG too much. That hijack will be back around, but OMG are making it a point to attack this Silas every chance they get.
And now you can also see that Harry is on the top side. That top lane turret is getting very low, and a reset from Sobro means that Ambessa's probably going to get this, so more space will be opened up for OMG. It's not a kill, but they get more of Summoner's Rift to themselves, and I feel like when you've got things like a Galio who can really reinforce that extra space being given over, it is a dangerous thing for IG to be able to walk up knowing that Haichao could just be in a corner ready to enter heroic.
Yeah, that's a great point to make here, Quacks, because we are obviously in a meta where there's a lot of, you know, semi-global ultimates, especially out of the jungle. We put Pantheon, we put Nocturne, so map presence is a big point. And with those grubs in tow, OMG getting the first turret, they have more access to the map compared to IG. Great for you to point out the fact that OMG have a little bit of a lifeline if they ever find themselves mispositioned and down a number. Haichao has the ability to rejoin, where IG can't really force that without some sort of teleport. We'll see how that plays into the rest of this game as things continue to move forward, because right now, it does feel like OMG have a really big focal point in Harry. Not a lot of people can match him 1-for-1 and have any kill threat.
Yeah, this is when Ambessa starts to really turn up the heat as a legitimate threat, especially if you can get into your backline. But talking a little bit more about the space making, as we are 30 seconds away from this next dragon, and IG probably want to reclaim more of their territory, and they're going to do that by going on to Moham, actually.
Big win for Rookie there to secure that Unbreakable Will. His way is going to further chase off Moham. So IG, right now, they not only just take up the space around this Drake pit, but outside of that one ward, Quacks, this is a dark, dark part of the map for OMG.
Oh god, they're going on to Harry. If he survives this, it's huge, by the way.
Ballbreaker lands. Public Execution not being used now. There's a cease and desist. He gets down to about half HP. Harry does have teleport, though, so can rejoin very quickly if he can get this reset off now.
Really late Herald charge coming out here for the Vi. Doesn't really provide a lot of space. You know that OMG, if they want to fight you, they'll look for that. I think the big thing, though, is obviously Harry forced down to half. Now he's going to have to TP in, and he will. They're going for it, but they're really late here, Slayer.
Oh, Rookie gets a full max range Uskand of Duck. Doesn't really want it. Rio's going to re-engage over the Crescent Guard. Wei is going to secure the Dragon on the backside as Moham is a bit too far forward. Haichao going to TP in, so is Soboro. Get all the members in. Dwayne's going to look for a two-man pop blast, but where's the follow-up from IG? The taunt lands, and Dwayne gets blown up. Rookie trades support for support. Here's the real hero's entrance down from Haichao, trying to hold Soboro in place, but Rookie and Soboro are doing the heavy lifting right now for IG, and they've set their sights forward onto Haichao, cutting him down and forcing Starry and Harry away from the fight. It's bloody, but our first battle is Invictus Gaming edging out early.
And finally, we cut the red tape. Finally, we get a fight in this game. 20 minutes of patience, and it pays off for IG as Soboro and Rookie tear OMG asunder in this exchange. And a big thing that I do want to point out was just the engage from Moham. This was looking like a really solid start to the fight for the Alistar. But then the re-engage from Dway. On top of that, Soboro becomes basically untouched. This Gwen is allowed to free hit the entire time. And we talked about it. Soboro was a big threat that you had to try and shut down early, that you had to try and at least put behind a little bit, because you knew that once the mid to late game rolled around, she would be able to take care of your frontline threats, and that's exactly what she did. OMG, they reap what they sow. And Gwen is going to have to sew them a lot of bandages from that fight.
talked so much about how this game felt like there were going to be a lot of action early, a lot of mid-game skirmishing, but as you alluded to, Quacks, the more patient passing of time in this game one has gotten really good value for both of these top laners. And what a fun matchup that'll be to see who can really carry some of these fights. Sobro getting that edge in that last one, but we are still very neck and neck in the gold. And if you've been missing OMG games, they don't really care how much they're down gold. They will always still try and fight back a win, if you saw in that series against EDG.
Yeah, OMG gonna keep looking for these picks and plays, but IG are actually the ones doing that right now. Harry is walking up to this wave, but Wei and Jue are right behind Sobro, and he's actually going in. He doesn't know.
Oh boy, Harry, I don't know how he gets out of this one. Public Excuse is going to whiff and seeks an assist into the Pop Blossom as a double knock-up combo. Jue picks up that kill, and IG starting to really get their gold lead running as they find a side lane pick play.
And Rio has to run. He can't even defend this tower, so it's going to be more gold given over to Sobro. Wei is actually looking for maybe some kind of a play. Doesn't have ultimate, so won't be able to get that CC train rolling onto the Xin Zhao. Just a little bit of a message, per se, sent over to Rio as scrapping in the bot lane between mid laners, but Haichao is really tanky. I don't think anything's actually going to come of this.
Hold on. Bottom lane's finding engages. That's Wei eating a Chain Disruption, full piercing arrow combo from Starry. Photic swinging over, but he's got to be careful, or does he? He's feeling pretty comfortable with the Gatling gun going, so just a bit of training going across once again. No real kill threat. But this is the part of the game where Starry's definitely going to start hitting like a truck, Quacks, with that Moramon already completed. Rio, the advanced blast code, he goes right onto Photic's head, but I don't think the rest of OMG were on the same page.
Yeah, Rio, I love that he's looking for aggressive angles, but it just doesn't seem like the rest of the team has his back most of the time, especially with Haichao being in a side lane. It's really hard to get that immediate response from the rest of your team. So it isn't risky that time. It doesn't actually cost you anything to, you know, bandy around a little bit with Photic, but it could be something if you aren't careful around these team fights, as the team fight will be looming in about a minute or so. We can see that dragon coming up in about 60 seconds. IG, if they get this, it will be on Soul Point. And looking across the board, I think a lot of these flashes for OMG will be up by that time, but a cleanse from Moham definitely won't be up, as he has to use that.
Yep, the spellbook is in a nice spot. But as we get closer to this dragon, Quacks, I do want to ask you, is there any like big break points that you feel like we're at for either one of these sides that could have a huge impact on this fight? Because it does feel like our biggest maybe game-deciding moment will be this fourth Drake.
It very well could be. I mean, look at the top side of IG specifically. I mean, we have a 2-item Gwen, we have a fully stacked Roa, Silas, and Wei as well is starting to get really, really tanky with that Black Cleaver as well. Means that if he can be in these prolonged fights, the frontliners of OMG, not only are they going to have to deal with the armor shred, but also the magic resist shred of that Gwen. So it really means that these tanks are going to be cut down for size. And OMG, I think in a straight 5v5, it's just not going to work for them. Now that the dragon is spawning, they haven't really set up for any kind of a pick. They'll be walking into this with most likely even numbers, and I do think that IG are heavily favored in that regard.
Well, it definitely bumps up your favoritism towards IG that we see Rookie steal away the Unbreakable Will. That's a big mark to get. Now he's in a huge flank position, but it's OMG. They're going to go after Photic. Rio trying to lead the charge. Flashes to get the three-prong knock-up. Rookie gets booted out of the back of the fight as Harry goes flying after Photic. Can he find this kill? It's a fight on two fronts. Photic will not get out as the Whippy Comes Lightning finds that kill. Both AD carries traded out, and now we're really going to start stacking on top of each other like Jenga. It's all melees. Here comes Haichao flying on in. Harry, though, is going to be able to get the coverage. IG have to back out. Now look for the re-engage coming right against Haichao, who gets a three-man taunt. And OMG are running for the hills here. They'll get everybody else out and give IG control around that Drake pit once again as Rookie continues to look to push the tempo. But OMG might look for a return here. Rio's going to engage first. Harry coming on over. Rookie feels real tanky with the Crescent Guard, and he's going to take down Rio. Harry has no way into this fight. Moham isn't going to heck flash over the wall, and IG steal away another kill to build their gold lead.
I think Moham was barely out of range of a headbutt pulverized combo. You could see that Rio was really trying to bait Rookie in to fight him because the Alistar was over the wall, but he had to have been out of range because he isn't able to do anything. He doesn't go in, and it just ends up Rio dead. IG going to be able to get themselves Soul Point. Now Sobro, the main target.
Shades of Corruption down. Needlework's not going to hit. Haichao, big piercing arrow from Starry, and the E on the Varus will find it. Sobro caught on the mid lane wave, but at least he distract OMG long enough for Wei and IG to secure Chemtech Soul Point.
IG, it's going to be absolutely massive to get a Chemtech Soul because there is a lot of upfront damage and punishing abilities here from particularly that topside rookie now.
That was a hilarious interaction. Oh, it might actually lead to a kill here. Moham caught.
You can't
Looking for the
them all,
slow.
bro.
Saw him duck. There we go. And they have Moham locked down, forcing the Unbreakable Will out. He's trying to run away desperately. Wade does not want to use this Vi ultimate to find this kill and won't need it. It's all Rookie doing the heavy lifting, trying to reestablish himself as a mid laner too good to be in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, Rookie definitely understands the stakes of this series. He does not want to go to Nirvana, and he's playing like how we were hoping he would all throughout the season. But hey, I always say it, better late than never. Rookie looking good here in the first game of this best of 5, and OMG really just feel like they're grasping at straws at this point. We're 30 minutes into the game practically here, Slayer. The late game power spikes are starting to come through here for the Gwen, for the Silas, and OMG don't really have a response. Harry hasn't been built up to. Starry is a lethality champion, and I feel like those really spike around the mid game, and we're starting to get past that point here.
Totally.
And overall, it feels like their time in the sun is starting to set. IG, though, are blazing through this game.
But will really push this thing over the edge will, of course, be a dance with Baron. We've still got 3+ minutes until a Chemtech Soul Drake will even spawn on the map. And IG are trying to play the map to the best of their abilities here with how strong, as you mentioned, Sobro feels into anyone he finds in this side lane. He's got a push going on to that tier 2 turret on the bot side with TP coming up soon. So IG are looking to kind of spread the map, catch OMG rotating incorrectly, and pouncing on this big purple ward.
Trying to bait them. You can see that one ward is going to be spotted out by Jouet, so no surprises here for IG on the top side. Rio, once again, looking for a pick, but look at where his teammates are. They're nowhere to be found. You really don't have backup if even these IG members do step up and misposition themselves. So I just feel like it goes to show that OMG, all of their efforts to look to this are in vain, but that's not going to stop them from trying.
They're going after Rookie. He's half HP when he hijacks the Unbreakable Will. Haichao's going to get a good taunt, but look how tanky Rookie is. Now he finally goes into the stasis. He's bought so much time. OMG threw everything but the kitchen sink to kill off Rookie there, and he walks out at the same HP that Rio is.
Wei is also on the side here. The wave is, you know, a little too cleared a little too fast, so IG aren't really going to be able to look for a pick. But yeah, just highlighting the difficulties of actually looking onto Rookie. I mean, this guy is a 700 gold bounty and is 1.1k up over Haichao. It's so difficult to kill him because not only is he going to have that Unbreakable Will and access to the Alistar ultimate, but he's also going to have the Nico, he's going to have the Vi, he's going to have a lot of these peel tools to be able to buy him space and buy him time to get things like the Kingslayer back up off of cooldown, and they're already really low in CD. This is when Silas starts to be able to spam abilities like it's Earth. So the task of being able to pick off Rookie feels impossible for OMG, but they have to find a way to do it if they want to way back into this game, Slayer.
And they're not going to be able to afford to go after him when he hijacks Moham's ultimate any longer. IG, though, with their advantage, mostly through Rookie, are looking to slow this game down because they're trying to force the lose-lose gamble for OMG here. You can see it coming, Quacks. We're now only a minute out from a Chemtech Soul onto a Silas Gwen, or giving over Baron to IG. Tough spot for rookie jungler Rio to make a decision here where OMG can go on the map.
And look at the vision line that IG have established. Yeah, these two wards are going to do such a good job at being able to police where OMG can actually walk. You can see Moham will clear a little bit of it out, but it just feels like IG owned this part of the map. So actually being able to contest around this river, IG, they're going to let you. If you go toward this river, it's because they allowed it. If they really want to stop you, they definitely have the tools, the vision, and the power spikes to do so.
You've got nearly 4 items on Photic, all damage-oriented. The GA is completed here for Wei as well, so he can throw a lot more caution in the wind. And like you mentioned, our observers showed it. It is a dark, dark bot-side river for OMG, and at some point they're going to have to walk into it with somebody. They're trying to send Starry in to do some poke, not going to find anything there. Haichao's worried about walking in from near his tier 2 level turret. IG, whenever they want after this mid wave, expect them to rotate back into that river and force OMG into their waiting arms. Moham looks for headbutt pulverize. Rio's getting engaged there on the way, but he has the GA. He's got a Corki with a ton of damage behind it. Rio down to about 33% HP as Starry having a flash wave from Rookie, who's looking for engage with the Crescent Guard up, trying to hang in the middle of everybody, gets headbutted towards Starry, knocked up by Harry. Rookie goes into the stage low. The hero's entrance comes through for Haichao. Rookie, can he get himself out? No! Starry finds that kill, and now Harry is set wild and reaping the kills that the team has set up here. Foden will find the trade on to Haichao. Sobro forces the GA out of Rio. Wei comes back up as well, but it's OMG with numbers, but their health bars are much more severely depleted. Starry hits another big piercing arrow there onto Wei, and now it's all chaos on the Rift. How does anybody find time to set up for a Chemtech Soul Drake or a Baron?
And look, Rio, he's trying to heal up as much as possible, but Wei got to eat some of the honey fruits empowered by the code!
Oh, but Rio! His caution thrown to the wind, and it's going to punish him. It's Harry that finds the kill onto Foden in the background as well. Starry finds the trade back onto Sobro, and now it's only Wei left up, but he cannot complete any of these kills. OMG find the picks they need to stall this game out if they can get this Chemtech Drake down. But even this take feels risky with some of these death timers up for IG.
Yeah, Rookie's up in a couple of seconds. He has teleport. Not to mention, the Nico is walking. There's an empowered blast.
They're going in.
They're going to go. Hit it! Hit it! Hit it!
Oh, who can get it? Oh, there it is. Starry secures with a piercing arrow over the wall. There's no Chemtech Soul for IG, but they are going to TP in Rookie and find these kills off the back end. Starry will go down. Rookie picks up that kill, and they'll hunt down Moham to end this really long play here. IG find the kills. Now can they turn their attention to the Purple Worm?
Holy crap, Slayer, what a banger fight in the late game here. We thought IG were going to win this game clinically, but Rookie makes a critical mistake. He gets caught out, and OMG are able to get the Dragon barely claimed by Starry, but the Baron is up. All the members of IG have respawned, and they are moving right toward the top side of this map. I think with a 2v5, they should be able to get this objective. No harm, no foul.
Rio's in the area, but Haichao's pushing a mid-wave. Yep, OMG are going to raise the white flag and give over this Baron to IG. So immediate gold influx, immediate pushing power, but again, OMG not giving up this Chemtech Soul might be a bigger win than it seems.
Yeah. And I'm really wondering what they can actually do with this Baron. You've knocked down all of those tier 1s. Only the mid lane remains. So I would imagine that is likely going to be a goner in these next couple of minutes. But looking at this fight, I mean, it looks really bad for OMG initially. Rio gets taken down to half. You don't want to be burning this Guardian Angel without trying to trade something in return, right? But crucially, Moham, the knock-up, he gets Rookie into the whole team, and they all turn their attention to him. The moment the Silas falls, it's a lot easier for them to actually walk forward. The only big issue still remains Sobro, who on this Gwen is continuing to scale up. So it's not just the threat of the Silas anymore, it's the threat of that top laner, it's the threat of Sobro. And OMG, they barely made that fight work with just one threat being dealt with. How are they going to be able to fare when two of them are knocking right toward their backline?
Rookie's still looking for more of these engages. He feels so comfortable. Level 18, holding on to the Unbreakable Will, still just dashing forward. But setting up IG for a big push on this bot side. That is a fat wave coming in through the bot lane after the tier 2 has already been taken down. They've got the 4-1 split set up with Sobro in the mid lane. IG are scaled up. They should feel a lot more comfortable in this game state, but OMG, they feel comfortable playing from behind post 30 minutes, Quacks. That's how they found some of their biggest wins so far this tournament.
And Starry's wave clear. The range, particularly on those piercing arrows, going to come in clutch for dealing with the Baron empowered cannon minions that IG, like you said, sent after that turret on the bot lane. So OMG have the wave clear. IG, though, even with that Alistar Unbreakable Will, don't want to try diving these turrets. I think after that last fight, they understand that OMG can actually fight back. You can't be walking up to them disrespectfully, so they're not going to chance it. They're not going to throw it away. I think what they're going to do is instead, for the next 2 or so minutes, still use this Baron buff, push out all of these waves, set up even better around the Dragon, and try to secure that soul for certain this time.
While it is a 4K gold lead, it is a bit deceitful. You know, having 1.7 advantage in the support really is marginal compared to where else you could have it. It's Sobro that has to do this heavy lifting as Rio's going to look for a pick there on the way. That's the hero's entrance out of High Chow as well. IG do a good job forcing out some of these key ultimates away from OMG as they really want to save this top lane tier 2, but at the end of the day, it will fall like the rest of the tier 2 turrets. More gold over to IG.
And Rookie, not even pushing up the wave himself. He's just standing in its vicinity to give the buff and force OMG to divide themselves, clear out all of these minions, and it does make it easier to maybe try and pick them off on rotation, but they're not going to do that. Instead, they're going to look for a reset. They're going to look to spend that cash from some of these turrets that have fallen over the last couple of minutes, and with these item advantages, will look a lot more poised to take control of this bot side river and this dragon coming up in about 45 seconds. But OMG, you can see that they've taken advantage of those resets. They've walked up a little far in the mid lane, and you know they have to try and fight this. It really is going to be basically an impossible game if you give Chemtech over to a top side like this.
Still feels so tough for me to see OMG winning out here. Looking at the solo lanes just alone, the items they've completed, we've got both these AP threats with death caps completed. This Gwen is going to be able to rip through all of that MR built up front line. It is once again going to be OMG tasked with creative team fighting to find themselves this game 1 win, as our observers once again show how dark that bottom river is. It's back to the same exact spot we were in just a couple minutes ago, Quacks.
Sobero's isolated. He's looking for a flank on this Gwen, but he steps out of the bush. OMG know he's there, and it's going to be Rookie with the teleport just trying to zone them off. He doesn't have the shield either, so it's not like it's going to make him any tankier. OMG, they have to try and fight this.
Decent chunk there from Harry, who is level 20 on this Mbessa, definitely willing to brawl just as much as Sobero is. OMG are going to break down the front door, try and work their way into this river, as Wei has called the dragon out from his slumber. Get another look at how dark this pit is for OMG. Rio wants vision on this dragon. We'll finally get in and sees it's pretty healthy, so don't have to rush.
Rio goes in.
Wants to go after Wei instead. He has his Guardian Angel. Both of these jugglers hold on to their Guardian Angels as Rookie and Harry are going blow for blow, but Moham is going to get caught out on the top side. Photic finds that first kill. Both jugglers going to drop into the GA. Rio surviving long enough. He still hasn't dropped to the GA just yet. Finally will go in as Harry goes after the backline, but the knockups stack up and Photic flashes away from Harry to survive, and Rookie looks for the turn. Flash forward from Wei. Rio goes down. OMG out of the pit. Invictus Gaming put a stranglehold on game 1 with a Chemtech Soul secured.
And OMG just go too far. It's Moham initially getting picked off because he's isolated from the team. And then Harry is trying to back up Rio, but he finds himself in the middle of everybody from Invictus Gaming. They lose 2 members. They can't contest the dragon. Soul comes up for IG, and it feels like this game is starting to etch on impossible for a comeback Slayer.
Yeah, you never really want to be fighting on like 3 layers, and that's exactly what that OMG fight felt like. IG, again, definitely have struggled mightily this season and against NIP, but you always want to back the ability of players like Rookie, like Wei, in such huge spots of a game to know how to play the fight out correctly and bring home a win. And IG on the precipice of just finding their 2nd win of the Knights Road tournament, if they can close things out with this 8K gold lead and now a Baron that they can try and secure.
Yeah, they should be able to just go for this on spawn, frankly. They're so far ahead of the game. They've got the Soul. Sobero, as well, is so scaled up. This Gwen, we haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk about it in the damage dealing department, but it has been a huge factor in being able to stay healthy and allowing IG to go for some of these prolonged fights, now even further pushed by that Chemtech Soul. So IG, you're not going to outlast these guys. Now they pick up the Baron. They've got the keys to the kingdom. Let's see if they can bring it down. OMG, they're going to have to play some mighty base defense here as the 4-1 is once again being initiated by them. They really like this split, but OMG, you can see grouping up, seeing if they can maybe find some kind of a pick onto Sobero.
Just still feels so tough, Quacks. Like, we already talked about how difficult it is to kill off Rookie, how difficult it can be to get rid of Sobero, and now this Chemtech Soul makes those blinking health bar fights even more in IG's favor. But as you mentioned with a Corki, a melee mid, sieging does not work that well at all. So it does feel like IG are going to have to win a fight here if they want to finally break OMG's base open.
Those empowered cannon minions cannot siege forever. The Baron still, though, has 2 minutes, so that's ample time to at least break open this mid and top lane. If they can do that and get a pick, then oh, hang on,
Rio! He's found Photic into the Harry Pull execution. Down goes the IG80 carry. It's Rio again, finding angles to fights out of nowhere. And now Wei goes to
Wei's alone.
Good flash from Starry. Wei's too far forward, and he's gonna die under the turret. Starry picks up another kill. We're back to OMG, defying the odds in the late game once again.
It buys them a little bit of time. They're going to be able to clear out these waves. I don't think that IG are going to be able to return to this position on the map again where they're knocking at some of these objectives in the base of OMG. Just 3 members alive. They don't want to chance it. So Baron buff completely nullified at this point. Huge picks by OMG, and it will allow them to get some gold back. I don't think it puts them in a winning position. They're still almost 7,000 gold down Slayer, but it does give them an opportunity. They're just barreling down mid lane. They are not afraid. They're trying to get as much gold as they possibly can in this short time frame.
This play-in tournament has been marked by unimaginable comebacks already in so many of our series. And Quacks, you know that's got to be in the back of the mind of both of our teams, not just because they've been viewing the tournament. Both these teams have lived on either side of pretty huge comebacks already in this series. Got to make sure to take stock of this as this game goes on, because at this point, we're 2 minutes away from an Elder, and one fight with the Death Timers will win you the game. But let's look back at Rio's awesome pick here on the Photic.
And Rio, it finally comes up heads. I feel like so many times he's looked for these engages, and they have not been able to manifest into an actual fight win for OMG, but it finally does the trick. And again, I'll say it, better late than never. Wei goes in, he falls as well. It's 2 picks for OMG, and like we said, a lot of time, space, and gold given over to OMG. Elder in about a minute and a half. Looking across the board right now, it's a lot of flashes that shouldn't be up for OMG, particularly Starry not going to have that summoner. And that could mean IG walk into this fight with an advantage, not just in the gold, but in being able to find easy access to these picks if the OMG immobile members end up mispositioning.
Quack, such an underrated difference maker in this game for IG has really been the vision game, because it has made OMG so much more hesitant to find these angles and walk into this treacherous bot side of the map. I mean, look at it again. They have no wards outside that one Phalite outside of their base. How can they ever work their way towards the Elder Pit?
That is a great question, and I feel like they're just going to have to send it. Moham is going to have to be leading the charge like he has been a majority of this game. It has been mostly to no avail as he's been dying alone, afraid, and cold. But here, he might try and warm up this first match, as this is only the first match, and it's already going to come down to potentially an Elder fight here, Slayer.
Rio's getting chunked out by Photic. Both of our top laners are mid lane right now. Zway's looking for the Bomb Blossom. Finds it onto 2.
You're alone, my friend!
On the Crescent Guard, but Zway's far too forward. Can Starry find the damage? No, he's trapped, and he's got Sobro right on top of him. Goes to the GS. Hightow hits the heroic entrance. Zway does not die. Rio can't find that kill, and a huge needlework comes through for Sobro to cut OMG from their legs under. Just like that, IG blow up the fight and shut down any worries of a comeback. OMG tried what they did to EDG last series, but it won't crack against Invictus Gaming. They'll hold strong and take a 1-0 series lead.
OMG thought they might have had the angle, but Shui with the flank opens up the game, and IG start this series off with a win.
Quacks. You know what? It's an IG win, but if we've learned anything, this series is going to be a banger.
They won the first game against NIP too. So
that's also true.
It's like we say, consistency is key. Can they keep up this energy across the best of 5 Slayer and take themselves over the finish line? This is an endurance test for the team. We've seen them get 1-game wins off of multiple squads in Ascend, but it has been inconsistent for them to be able to close out those series. They're going to have to do that here against OMG, but overall, I would say pretty good game from them. They did drop the ball a little bit by over-aggressing on that top side and giving OMG a way back into this match, but they quickly shut it out with a beautiful flank from Shui.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we talked about, right? What can get IG back on track. We said, let's first of all, from draft, let's get Jway onto a hard CC playmaker. Nico fits that bill. And, you know, for your spells of confusion, there was nothing confusing about that angle from Jway, and there was nothing confusing about what the rest of IG had to do to close out that final fight that I'm sure we'll get a look at here once those highlights roll.
And frankly, I think for the side of OMG, it was just the lack of proactivity in the early game, right? We were expecting Rio to make these aggressive plays, to look onto the Vi before Vi had cease and desist, that tool that really made her that big playmaker for Invictus Gaming. And then especially once you have Haichao hitting level 6, you should be looking for every angle to be aggressive, looking for every angle to be bloodthirsty. But Rio never really found those opportunities, never got the ball rolling for OMG, allowed Invictus Gaming to scale. And I feel like Sobro was a big benefactor of that, but the biggest person that thrived off of that inactivity from OMG was definitely Rookie. On top of having the Silas and the Alistar, which he was able to steal that ultimate every time it actually mattered, right. He got a lot of kills, got a lot of scaling, was able to get that Roa very early, and took over this game in mid. So big game from him specifically. I think a lot of people have been waiting for him to have these pop-off moments because he is one of the greatest players of all time. I think a lot of people would argue, and he certainly played like one of them in this game. Let's see, though, like IG, if he can keep up that energy.
Yeah, because they're definitely going to need it. Despite the fact IG get this win, we go 46 minutes where IG, you can see the gold graph. I mean, what is that? Outside it, once we got past 22-ish minutes, they had a sizable gold lead. They never surrender it, but those are some big bite marks out of the gold graph because what makes this OMG team so fun, they just do not quit. They could be down 1 million gold, and they would still look to try and find fights because that's just their new style now with Rio running the ship here for OMG.
Yeah, and for the sake of Rio, I feel like the game, like we said, Xin Zhao not really able to accomplish much in the early game, but it's also that Rio's typical style of looking for plays, looking for these small micro advantages where he can actually engage and give a window for his team to join up with him. A lot of those just didn't end up panning out. I feel like every time he went in, IG were prepared, their counterpunch was better, and in some cases, OMG weren't ready for the engage themselves. They weren't able to back up the Xin Zhao, and Rio ended up dying on really crummy timers that just kind of screwed over his team for the future. So I think in game 2, we need to see that be a little bit tighter coordinated if we want to tie up this series, because the attempt was there, and I saw what he was looking for. It just felt like it was mispositioned most of the time. And I think if he can fix that going forward, OMG can really play off of the strengths of their rookie jungler.
Yeah, and, you know, the comp didn't really suit this OMG style of, you know, playing huge in the late game as well, right? They just didn't have that big pop, that big burst with the fact that they have a Galio mid, they have a lethality, Varus. They were relying on Harry to do a lot of the heavy lifting by the time we got to the end of these games. Normally, the big flashy OMG wins we saw, it's like starting on something like a Felios, right? We have Haichao playing, you know, the classic mid laners, maybe a LeBlanc, Ryze, these picks. As cool as some of these plays were for OMG later in the game, it just, you cannot compete with a Gwen, a Silas, and a full build Corki when you've got your champions on the other side.
Yeah, I feel like this definitely was a bit anti what OMG have found so much success on, which, like you said, it's really been leaning into their team fight style and 5v5ing, which I think has been a major advantage for them across all of their series in Group Nirvana. Even when they've looked bad, they still feel like they're cohesive and able to team fight, and this wasn't a comp that really leaned into that strength, like you said. They still made it competitive, which I think is a good mark for their ability to keep going in this series. They just need to draft a little bit better and a little bit more according to those 5v5s. And yeah, I am excited for game number 2, but this last fight, I mean, Jway, this got me really worried because he was completely alone. You could see that he was being focused down by what was essentially 3 to 4 members, but God bless Chemtech Soul. If he did not have that buff, he would have died instantly, and that entire fight might have turned around.
And that fight sets up what we've been waiting for all game long as well. Sobro, level 20 Gwen, like 4.5 item Gwen. Yeah. Just needs to get one fully stacked Q off and burns everybody within that radius. So Sobro, really a player that a lot of people have been very critical of. One of the, you know, percent players under the most scrutiny. shows up in that big fight, and those are the fights that really matter. IG on a 1-0 lead in our series, and player of the game, Quacks. I mean, it's got to go to the man in the mid lane, right?
Rookie, yeah, I agree with you. But more to your Sobro point, I mean, this is a player who I think has suffered the most from invisible gaming. I think the symptoms have really shown over the course of the regular season for him, because there hasn't been a lot to say about Sobro. This is a rookie that came in, and we haven't really been able to touch on him because he's really just been the guy who, you know, put him on Sion, put him on Cassante, and let him be on tank duty. And I feel like that's no fun, especially when you've got an LCKCL rookie coming in. You want to see this guy pop off. And so this was a good game for him to finally pop off. He inoculated himself. He's not a victim of invisible gaming this time, and neither is Rookie, as he is going to be player of the game, 6-1-9 on the Silas. Very well deserved.
Punishing that Alistar pick from Moham and running wild into a melee first comp. Players of rookie caliber, one you called, Quacks, an LPL legend, will not let that one pass and punishes OMG. IG grabbed just their second game win of the Knights Road tournament, thanks to that rookie MVP. But you want to know who the MVPs are of our LPL English broadcast at home, folks? It's our coffee supporters, and they're a big part of what we do here at LPL English. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent like myself and Quacks, and the many content creators we have behind the scenes. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. I am going to give all you at home some time to you know, check out that link in chat for coffee if you'd like, but we do appreciate all the support for each and every one of you that come in, chat, view LPL English, as it has been an awesome time to be watching the LPL here. Our Knights Road tournament is coming to a close, and IG have at least staved off the despair of going to Group Nirvana for one game, but OMG definitely know how to play the full best of 5. We'll see how they bounce back in Game 2 after this short break. One game down, many more to go here as we look to conclude the Knights Road tournament and stamp our 4 teams adding up for the Split 1 playoffs. And right now, it looks like IG may survive the scare of having to play an extra best of 5 here in Knights Road tournament. OMG, though, looking for a bounce-back Quacks, and they are no strangers to long series themselves as we get set for this Game 2 draft. What do you expect OMG to do with first selection here?
I'm interested to see what they give Rio, because I think he started up a lot of these fights, and frankly, that is a style that has worked for OMG and what has given them a lot of these most recent series wins. I don't think they're going to pivot from it immediately after a single loss in a best of 5. I think if they lose this series, they might start hitting the panic button a little bit, but for the most part, I think they're going to stick to their guns, and like we said before we went to break, really try to go back to that team fight style. A big criticism that we had of their Game 1 draft is it felt a little too snowball heavy for a team that really excels in the late game, is able to get some of those scalers up, and if they had played to their usual style, who knows, maybe they get picks that can match the Gwen in scaling, can try and at least stave off Rookie on that Silas, because those really were the big win conditions for IG, and I'm super happy that the solo laners from IG had their moment to shine, because they have been under a microscope in terms of fraud watch for a majority of the split.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Quacks. We get into these first bans coming across here, and some of those later Impact champions are definitely looking like they're going to be on the board here. This has been a spot where we've seen Rise banned away, but Haichao would definitely like to play that later into the game. I still think Starry's Aphelios is one of his premier champions that fits that play style. We'll see what's available here, because the bans have stayed pretty similar to what our first bout showed.
The last ban going to come out here will be the Jarvan Rumble, open and available. It's been a very common first pick, and if they want to try and give some agency over to Sobro yet again, that is just going to be an easy lock-in. Now OMG more than likely going to try and give Harry a tank just to stave that off. I think that he has been really effective on things like the... Honestly, I was going to say the Scion, but I looked over. He has a 0% win rate on it. So maybe we don't give him Scion. Maybe we give him something like the Ornn. It gives you a bit more non-committal engage, but they're instead going to slam the Cassante. I was actually having a discussion with Ulk about this before we went live on matchups for Rumble, and he said that the worst by far was the Cassante. I tend to agree. I think that this is a good way at just making sure Rumble's strongest point in the game, that being early on, really isn't a big thing that he can play off of.
You know, you've got some good points. I will say, Quacks, it feels pretty Exodia for any team to get Rumble Rise solo lanes in a series where Galio is gone. So, I mean, those are two of the, you use Z tier a lot. I feel like those are two of the Z tier champions for the respective lanes right now in the competitive meta.
Yeah, this is going to give a lot more of that, I guess, excitement over back to Rookie and Sobro. A lot of people were happy with the way they performed in game number 1. I was happy with the way they performed in game number 1. So this is a game where they have the ability to be on that similar level of performance and really pop off if the moment allows for it. They're going to give away that Wukong, and so far we haven't seen any huge magic damage threats. That's really the thing that tends to counter Wukong, because Stone Skin doesn't give you magic resist, only gives you armor. So if OMG don't get some form of magic damage in this comp, I think that Wukong is going to have a lot of power and durability in these late game fights. So that's why they kind of go back to their guerrilla tactics here. Every time that Starry has locked in Ashe, it has been joined up by a Seraphine. Both Starry and Moham have 4 games on the champions respectively with a similar win rate. Yeah, that being 75%. So these guys love this pairing in order to get priority, but with Xin Zhao and Jarvan both off the board, there aren't a lot of junglers left that can capitalize off of the prio, in my opinion.
Well, at least for Rio, we did see, you know, him get to flex his creative muscles. I very much so enjoyed watching him on the Zac, even if he did get countered by the Trundle early. Had some pretty big late game plays on that champion. Not saying that we'll likely get it in this one. And it doesn't seem like IG are really going to try and pitch his pool much more. They're instead once again making it clear that Haichao is never going to get to reach towards the top of his bag of champions. He's always got to reach further down here. Yone off the board with already taken away picks like Orianna, Galio, and Silas out as well. Another draft we come to, Quacks, where we're thinking, what does Haichao feel comfortable playing again?
Yeah, Haichao going to be obviously against that Rise. I think all of OMG right now are significantly lacking something that can start up a fight. Honestly, if starting up fights isn't their goal here either, because they have Ashe Seraphine and really want to leverage that range, I feel like they're going to need something that can disengage, because Wukong is going to have easy access
Syndra?
at the current moment. Syndra is definitely something that comes to mind. I guess you could go for like the Orianna. The Shockwave does provide you a little bit of time, and IG are very short range, so there could be some onus on doing that. But Azir as well, he's high range. The shuffle gives you some disengage to be able to just kind of throw you away, but they're gonna pivot immediately and give Rio the Mundo. So some beefy front line to join up with that Cassante and provide space for the Ashe and the Seraphine.
So holding this pick, by the way, doesn't provide any counter, right? Both Rio and Haichao are going to get counter pick regardless into their matchup.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a couple picks they're thinking about. They want to see how the rest of IG's draft rounds out before they lock in something here for Haichao. It's really funny. We see the all right, anti-Jin agenda. Well, not going to be not going to come through on the draft. Photic will lock in one of the most polarizing AD carries, I would say, in competitive play.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Jin because I feel like there are
there's a lot of tough matchups.
I mean, it's not only is it a tough matchup, you're going to get outranged, but it's also just the fact that, like, what are you going to do in team fights? Like, you're not going to be able to pierce through these frontliners for a really long time. I think Ezreal is a lot better at doing that once he gets 2 to 3 items than Jin, who takes a bit longer than even that, and that's already a pretty far or down the line power spike to hit. So my worry is there for Photic's ability to impact the broader scale of this game. But I do think as long as he's able to hold off in the laning phase, that is victory enough because of how oppressive Ashe Seraphine can be in the lane phase. Last pick for Haichao will be that Azir against the Rise. So yeah, OMG with a ton of range and a good amount of disengage with things like the Emperor's Divide and the All Out and just the Cassante combo in general. But IG proved that in game number 1, they were really willing to go for those snap engages, and I think Wei and Shui did a beautiful job at finding those angles, and they're the two champions that will be trying to find those similar angles here in game number 2.
We talked a lot about how OMG's shortcomings, you pointed out in the early phase, was not capitalizing on their map pressure with a mid laner holding a wide ultimate. Galio, it can be a bit tricky with, but Rise, there is no excuse in this early phase. With a Wukong, I want to see Rookie out on the map looking for overloads on the bot and top side to get IG rolling, because they once again do have to be the ones to look for these fights. OMG are going to let IG into their space and see if they can punish them with, like you said, Quacks, and Ashe Seraphine that has found them success in all but one match so far in Split 1.
And for Rookie on this Rise, it's not only the laning phase and that scaling that I'm looking at, but it's also the usage of the Realm Warps. I think that a lot of the best mid laners in LPL have used that as a tool to not only get themselves to one of the side lanes and get a numbers advantage, look for a pick there, but also maybe transfer their jungler over there as well, get them involved on the play. So let's see how Rookie is able to do that.
IG OMG game 2.
Ooh, a loud one.
Can you guys tell that one of these fan bases is really disappointed that they're in this series and the other one is so over the moon happy that they're in this series?
I have been looking.
It might be one guy, but he's really excited for OMG.
I have been looking at comments of IG's most recent performances. One really stuck out to me. It was the highlight, I believe, video of IG versus NIP. Someone called them the KT of the LPL. I don't know how I feel about that assessment, but I do think that the disappointment factor is the main thing to take away, and I can certainly see that being being something that maybe IG fans can certainly relate to.
Surely we don't have a IG and KT fan a part of LPL English broadcast team. Surely we don't.
Surely we don't. Nope. Absolutely not.
Listen, you know, I guess our friend Alk Battery had to pay for the elation he got for that KT World Finals appearance. So now he's got to watch IG try to stave off a Group Nirvana appearance. We are into the early game officially now, And back to the same jungle conversation here. We had a game one with Vi and Xin Zhao Quag, so a lot of skirmish ability early. That does not feel like it is on tap for this game two.
No, I don't think we're going to get a ton of fighting in this game. I'm looking at the mid laners and I'm thinking, wow, there's really not going to be a lot of action between these two. Haichao will try and leverage his range advantage, and Rookie will try and use those low CDs to get shove early here, as we can see he is doing. And also, both junglers pathing on opposite sides, so there won't even be a kind of contestment over the Crab Slayer. So seems like we'll have a fairly cordial first few minutes, and I think the big thing to look out for definitely will be Starry and Moham on this bot lane. How much they're able to deny away from Photic in the gold department by using this very punishing 2v2.
Very rough lane for Joy to play in, for sure, to make things effective. And it does also provide exactly what Rio wants, a very big pushing lane, right? So he's going to get this first bot crab. And Quacks, I would expect Rio to do what we've always preached him to do in his short time starting in the LPL, and that's looking for invades likely through this bot side.
Not really going to have an angle to do so. Does just drop a ward in that tri-bush, so if Wei decides off of reset that he would like to look for a gank in bot lane, that should be spotted out. Just trying to cover the bases for his lane because he knows Starry and Moham want to be putting their foot on the gas essentially all laning phase, and they have to be well protected from any monkey funny business coming through by Invictus Gaming.
We'll have to see what Wei can get done with this Wukong. Even though both junglers are very reliant on getting their ultimates, it's for much different reasons, to still be Wei favored to have that skirmish early game impact on that level 6. But right now, gonna pay a visit towards this bot side here. Maybe just try and get Photic some comfortability on this wave. He does hold it away from the turret aggro, so does buy himself some time to farm a bit more comfortably. And they'll have Wei staying in the area, but it is definitely testing Photic on his ability to farm under that turret. And so far, so good. If he catches a big chunk of this wave, he should keep pretty even with Starry.
Whoa. That was an interesting visual there. Haichao just going to shuffle on away from Rookie and get his first reset of the game. It seems like all of OMG trying to get these first back. Starry and Moham stayed around after that wave, and Wei showing himself on that tri-bush just to shove in that under IG's turret. So, yeah, nothing too crazy happening so far. Rio specifically, I think not only is the Mundo going to be something that can look for aggressive plays off of the priority that he'll get from the bot lane, but generally Rio, we've seen this Mundo do some absolutely illegal things in the jungle, right? We were talking about KT in the grand finals, right? Everyone remembers that performance where he was just walking around, basically ignoring all of T1 and pulling straight up to Guma without a care in the world. That's the thing that a late game Dr. Mundo jungle can do. So I feel like while we talk about the scaling from IG, OMG certainly are not to scoff at for their late game ability as well.
I would agree. I think this game is pretty darn even in that scale factor. And it does seem more and more, as we get more and more into our series, both these teams are seemingly content with, I don't want to say coin flipping, but kind of stacking all their chips into their team fight ability, which, boy, does that make for must-watch TV.
Also makes just generally for a much slower early game. We're seeing that first dragon claimed by OMG. It will be a mountain, so we talk about the tankiness from Mundo. That will be, you know, pushed a little bit further. He'll be slightly more difficult to kill. That will also allow Harry to take up some of this harass and laning phase a bit better, as Sobero, I think, has definitely been laying the heat, both literally and metaphorically, onto him. So just giving some more durability over to these tanky members, but it also does do a good thing in denying Photic and Jue from having that extra tankiness, because they are still going to be on the receiving end of a lot of this poke.
And they're doing a really good job holding on to not just, you know, staying even, but finding a slight lead here. Photic should be able to get his CS in a better spot. Is a nice little hawk shot from Starry is going to spot Wei on this bottom side. Always an underrated part, especially in competitive, of picking on to that Ashe. Is you can find yourselves with a pretty good ability to track the jungler, and that is such an integral part. Is Haichao, all right. Getting a little Shuriman shuffle in there, just throwing Rookie under the turret. That's what we call a mental warfare move from Haichao.
He's bored. It's all right. It happens. But another thing, big advantage for the Ashe, is also that global pressure that you can provide with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that might come in handy in about a minute here. We've got the Grub spawning in a little less than 60 seconds. You can see that Wei is pathing toward that top side and now has the Cyclone, so big power spike coming through here from the Wukong when you have access to that ultimate. Starry, though, gonna use that ult.
Go. Yep, the root comes across. Photo cast to cleanse as the Encore comes down, and he sidesteps out of that one, but right on time for you, Quacks. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out and forces a reset, at least out of Jway. So pressure still mounting from the OMG bottom lane, but it's IG that have come out to nearly 1,000 gold lead in our early minutes, and it's Sobro once again finding himself comfortable into Harry, holding on to over half 1,000 of that gold lead.
15 seconds-ish until these grubs spawn. We can see resets coming out from Starry and Moham. I wonder if Moham is going to roam up toward this topside objective. I think that would signal the interest on the rest of OMG as to whether they actually want to contest this objective or not. You can see he's actually, he's not going to the bot lane. So I think OMG are going to cross through this mid lane and maybe try and scuffle with Wei around this objective. But no, they're staying bot side. Maybe there's Wei.
It'd be pretty hard to lock down a Rakan. Uses the Grand Entrance to provide some space, but this is what Mundos want to do. Just walk him down. Luckily, Wei can jump right over towards Rookie, and spawning out Rio is the real win here for IG, because Wei's like, all right, I am chilling, picking up these 3 grubs. Oh my God, Rio, this is a very deep invade. I like the look, Quacks, but he does not find what he wanted, which was sweet, sweet camps.
He's not going to be able to get anything, but he is going to deny something from Photic, at least for a little bit. Some of the CS that goes under tower. Starry will also be able to pick up a couple of plates, so some more gold given over to the Ashe. And he can do that because he knows Wei is on that topside objective, isn't going to be there to bail them out, and just looking for anything aggressively because OMG didn't contest that objective. They want to look for some form of a cross map, but IG, they're going to cross map the cross map. I got your Raptors. So who's the real winner here?
You, because you get to talk about junglers for minutes on minutes. That's what I think is the real winner. Nonetheless, though, it is IG with those grubs. We'll see how much value they'll provide for these side lanes. As here we go, Rookie looking for one more play. He's going to eat an Astro straight to the face, but he'll take that because he gets Starry to flash away from any further engage. Exactly what we want to see out of Rookie's Rise in the early game, though, Quacks.
Right, we talked about it in the draft. How well is he going to be able to use this Realm Warp to influence the side lanes? And it doesn't result in a kill, but it does allow for the summoners to be burned off of Starry. No flash for that Ashe. Does limit what OMG's bot lane can actually do as far as pushing up in the lane goes. Because now Wei is on a reset. He's going to be heading back toward that bot side. He'll be in the area if any strong pushes do come out from Ashe Seraphine. I don't think it's going to collide, given that they're going to be, going back to the lane by the time I think Wei is on Raptors, but could be an angle of attack here for IG, especially around this dragon spawning in about 15 seconds.
At the rate these early games are going, Quacks, we're going to have to... Oh, wow, Sobro, that's a very respectful flash, my friend, as Harry was definitely going to pull him into the all-out, but I guess he'll just lose his flash. We should definitely start tracking now when First Blood comes in our games this series, because I don't remember the game 1 First Blood, but I'm pretty confident it was post 10 minutes. And we are, once again, going to be post 10 minutes when First Blood comes around. Let's see how high the number can go for our two teams, because right now, in the present, Wei... Okay, I thought he was going to give this dragon. He's going to go for a classic trickster jump in. Yep. Invisible. Can he steal it? Yeah, bat with the staff. Wei takes away that dragon, and Rio... Oh, poor Rio can do nothing but try and throw cleavers at him. Wei waiting for the trickster to come back up. Nope, he's going to have to respect flash at least. Felt like that was a given, though. Wei gets the win to even up our Drake counts.
It is going to limit his ability to look for these flash cyclones, which might help now as Rookie is looking for something crazy.
First divide is going to push Rookie away from Hai Chao. Again, kind of a nothing burger of Azir ultimates. It's IG, just like game 1, taking the gold lead and maybe try not to look back, just like our first match.
Also equalizing the dragon count, big there for stopping the scaling that OMG are hoping to tilt in their favor, because like we've mentioned so many times, the 5v5s really are going to be the apex of these comps. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer to see that. I'm excited, in about 8 minutes, but Wei, at least for the next 4.5 to 4 minutes, won't have that flash. It does limit Wukong's ability to cross that space and look for an engage. As now we are seeing a potential dive. Wei is wrapped around.
Knock up, deadly flourish into the charm, into the knock up. Oh, it's just like a beautiful layered CC cake there for first blood for IG.
Yep, Starry, no flash available, nowhere to go. It's not like Wei needed to cover that space because Wei with the CC had bought him that time to walk up right there and get the first blood. 12 minutes into the game, by the way, and it will give Wei his first item, that Trinity Force going to come through, and this is a big spike for the champion. First item, yeah, you owe me a soda. First item plus level 6. Once he gets that ultimate, I think Wei can easily look for some kind of a play, and it might happen around this dragon. We're still 3 minutes out, so it's a pretty long ways away, but that flash should be coming up around a similar time.
And to reference back to something we spent so much of the pre-show talking about, if you missed it, which was how do we fix IG, get them back to the winning ways that they did show against some, pretty big competition in Group Ascent, right? This is a team that took series off of some of the best teams that we do have in the LPL. One of the things we talked about was, Wei and Jue, that duo that we've yet to name creatively, linking up in the early game. I do feel like that's just one of their biggest power points, if these two can set up a lot of these picks. And while we only have 1 kill, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for IG in this game too.
Yeah, they certainly are not victims of invisible gaming, as Haichao has to run away. Barely manages to time the shuffle to escape that rune prison, and now Rio has provided reinforcements. Moham is here as well. It's just going to be battle for this bot side river and controlling that space. But I think now that we have the 2 dragons and the map has changed here for Ocean, it's going to be a lot more difficult to subjugate and completely own that part of the map. Just with the extra length of the brushes, it makes vision that much more difficult to truly fully control. So being able to be first to that river and control the waves in bot and mid is going to be very telling for who should own the space around this Drake. And so far, that is IG. You can see both lanes are pushed, but that doesn't stop OMG from at least walking toward this river. Though Jue has a very nasty flank angle, and Starry still just now got that flash, actually.
Realm Warp. Oh, Jue finds Starry. The Rip Prism does lock him up, but the Blast Wing gets him enough space. Forces out the Crystal Arrow. But Rook's trying to chase down the Ghost as the Deadly Flourish comes out. Flash out of Moham. Does cancel it. Rio and company are running down Hui. He's got to re-engage into Haichao. Great shuffle. Gets Jue off him. Rookie flashes over. Gets the Root Prism. I don't know if he has enough damage, though. It's Sobro's TP in with the Flame Spitter that does finally shut down Haichao. And there's the equalizer down to cut through the maximum dosage onto Rio. It's Sobro again, saving the fight for IG as he's trying to put together a series of his own.
And you can see Jue laughing in the player cams. They're having a great time. IG win the fight. They get now space of the bot lane river and should be able to set up for the dragon off of these resets. And overall, like you said, great TP from Sobro just to give them that damage advantage. He roasts OMG alive. We're gonna get a replay. Again, great flank from Jue. Really like the look, and it just separates OMG. They're not able to link up. They're not able to look for 5v5s because they're so split.
Yeah, and I just watched Fotek walk in a melee range of Moham because he desperately wanted to crit shot Starry. I wonder if he just takes the crit shot early and tries to reload. It's a different look, but doesn't end up mattering. It's the Sobro double kill, and I know we've had a slow pace to this game, but if you want to talk about people that hit hard on 2 items, are there better champions to start with than a Fed Rumble?
I don't think there are, and it's certainly going to mean Sobro will have a lot of influence in these future fights, so much so that they're not even going to fight around the push he has in bot. Instead, they're going to say, Strong Rumble, I barely know him. We're going to go straight for the Herald instead.
I was more worried for Fotek, though. The scariest thing playing into Ashe is the perma-slow. Once she gets their Q up and she can run you down. But hey, IG, this is a very clean early game, once again, cleaner than game 1. And something that we maybe didn't talk about because we've waited for so many reps from this new OMG roster is what do they look like when Rio is forced to play a champion that doesn't really start fights? Well, you get games like this, but one thing that never changes is Jue in absolute Narnia, looking for flanks here. I mean, he's at least pulled Starry and Moham away from the Herald, but what a journey Jway is going on his own. They get the Herald, by the way, so IG get it. Does Jway get out the ultimate hunt down for the IG support in OMG? I think they're just going to give up on it.
Look at how much space they're giving over. I mean, Haichao's about to get dove. Wei drops the Herald immediately after taking it.
Cyclone, Haichao's a flash, Emperor's Divide, Wei off
Wait,
the
what? No, what?
Oh, wait, Rookie, why?
Well, I think it
Oh
crashed.
my god. Wait, how did Moham get that kill? Wait, what? I thought 15...
Where are we? Who are you?
Oh, help.
What?
I'm scared and confused. Somebody help.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Holy moly. Everything.
That's an elite reference.
Yeah, everything is going crazy. I mean, I was thinking of another COD reference. You know when you're like going on like one of those stealth missions and you've got like someone in your ear and you get spotted right in the stealth mission and they're like, "You've been spotted." And you just have to run, the music starts like blaring and you're running away from like 50 million enemies. That's what I imagine Jway was going through mentally, looking for a flank, immediately gets discovered by Moham and just starts booking it to the other side.
How does he not get executed? I felt like he was up there for,
I hope they give us a replay, like God willing.
We'll have to see. I mean, hey, we are 5 kills at 18 minutes, so they should have some time, but our great observer team will have to wait because we have the one thing that has pulled our teams together, which is another neutral objective, that being the third dragon of the game, the first Ocean Drake. And again, a recurring theme here for IG. They are just so much more prepared around these spaces. They're going to clear out all this OMG warding as Rio has to take away camps. The bottom lane has to shove in mid lane, and IG should have a lot more control to take this dragon whenever they want to. And that'll be now.
Just going to immediately start it up. I think one thing that really dissuades OMG from actually fighting is the big power spike for Sobero. I think that one of the biggest advantages for Rumble, especially when he's fed, you go into that Bloodletter's Curse. We talk about how strong Rookie is going to be. He's going to be even stronger with all that Magic Pen coming through onto Harry and Rio. So I think that they just aren't tanky enough to be able to withstand a 2-item Rumble at this point, and a Rise being able to join up with all of that magic damage that he's going to do. They respectfully give that second Drake up, and it's not the end of the world. I think second Drake not the most important thing in the game, but does give IG just that one step closer to Soul Point.
So I want to revisit a combo that Jway's antics kind of cut us off from Quacks, but we have very limited reps from Rio, obviously. All right, hold on. All right. Shooting fish in a barrel, and we shooting wide here. All right, yeah, that's all right. We hit one. A good start, Photic. Back to the point. It does seem like OMG cannot reliably pick champions like Mundo for Rio, or they are as slow as a tortoise.
Yeah, Rio has definitely not had the, I want to say the teeth, the viciousness that we've seen from him since he joined OMG, constantly looking for those early plays. He had Prio in bot lane, but he just was never really willing to walk up to Wei and try and bully him out of some of his camps. I do think he played the macro game fairly well, but now I think that it really is starting to devolve into IG slowly but surely getting the better end of a lot of these cross-map plays and trades in gold, because we're 20 minutes in, it's almost a 6,000 gold lead. A lot of that is being given over to the solo laners that were so integral to the Game 1 win.
Ooh, all right. Sorry. Good little shot there. He forces Sobero to flash out.
Nah.
Oh, I love this. Can the Jehova strikes come through in time? No, Sobero TP's out and promptly throws a thumbs up to the CC-less Rio Mundo as he goes out.
I thought there was like a fair chance Harry uses that flash to get the third and Tofo strike and cancel the teleport. I think he wasn't in range, and there very well was a chance that it actually ends up shorting and the TP goes through anyway. If that happened, you would have definitely gotten a visceral reaction out of me, personally.
We would have gotten a free post for our socials team.
Yep. Giving us content. Thank you so much, Harry.
All right, well, at some point, OMG, we're in that tough spot with these kind of scale and wait for the team to run at you style comps from OMG. I mean, it's a 6K gold lead, and once we get the items, you're going to see how rough it really is. Mainly looking at how Rookie has his full double scaling items up here. Wei wants to battle. Sobero's really strong, so... Well, OMG are going to get one of the things they want, and that's IG running into them, but I don't know if they can really survive what is coming.
This is like if IG were a part of a track meet, and you can see they're all at the top, they're doing really well, but then there's just that one teammate that's really slow. He had like a few brownies before the run, so he's like a minute behind even the second to last runner. And that's Jue. He's last in gold. Bro, it doesn't matter because you're a support, but come on, bro, you gotta keep up.
All right, well, speaking of sprinting and running, we do have that ghost pop for Jue to slither his way out of an uncomfortable position. Oh, Haichao was looking for Wei, but the Cyclone knockup comes early enough that Haichao whiffs the Emperor's Divide. Rio eats an equalizer in the face, has to flash over wall and pop the maximum dosage to heal on up. A lot of not very optimal ults coming out in that little exchange there for OMG.
Yeah, really bad positioning there from Rio as well. Of all of the places to not fight a Rumble with ultimate, I think those very narrow corridors on the map is probably the worst because it forces you to flash. Now Rio not going to have that for the future Dragon, and this is something that they might want to contest. I mean, after all, it will be soul point.
Barrier and Mundo. Yep, just flexing.
Guys, block for him, please.
Well, Starry's trolling. You just don't have to move, buddy. You've got a Mundo flexing his Giga back at those bullets, so he doesn't really have to move around. But I do want to use that point to highlight that while I think your criticisms of Jin picks is really nice, if we have a slow enough game where you let him just casually get up to those 3 crit items, he is one of the biggest hyper carries in the game, and that's kind of what OMG are allowing for Photic.
Stormrazor
as well as his Baron.
Stormrazor as well makes him really fast when he can get those empowered autos in, so it's very difficult to actually catch out Photic, especially with the especially with the enhanced RFC range. So IG just gonna sneak away the Baron, and this will allow the fast backs. Boom, let's go down toward the bot side, and guys, let's redeploy, get this soul point, and IG are just really bleeding out OMG in this game. 7.5k gold, and this is a game that has barely any kills. The macro has been so good, and this has been something we've wanted to see from this squad since the beginning. Rookie and Wei leading the charge in the brains department for this team and really giving them a direction, and they are going in the right one for sure.
Wei is spotted out on the start of his flank, and now he's bringing a friend. TP is coming in here for Sobero. They are setting up the pincer move. It is Harry that's going to push both of them off of the first flank angle as the Dragon does reset. Photic already down about half HP, but he'll play from distance here as he re-engages the Dragon way on top of it as well. But I don't think IG really want to 50-50 this. They feel strong enough to just look for a fight here. Rio's right up with the Dragon. Seems like we're going for 50-50, and Wei is going to win it this time. Ocean Soul Point and deletion of Rio. The maximum dosage. The dosage doesn't even come through here. It sends the Rebel run to the backline. Boham gets the flash encore to 2 into the Emperor's Divide. But where's your damage, OMG? All I see is burning health bars thanks to Sobero as Wei picks up the double, and the IG Masterclass continues.
And now, Slayer, they win the Dragon fight. They get the jungler. They can go for the bear. Oh, wait, they already have it. Baron empowered minions barreling down the mid lane. They can probably just get an inhibitor here and transition that immediately to these side lanes who still have the tier 2 turrets up.
So the more I gather Invictus Gaming's time in this Night's Road tournament, it feels like NIP succeeded by creating anything but status quo in these games, constant fighting, unleavened chaos. When you let IG just comfortably, settle into that group ascend macro and get a lead without kills, this is what happens.
Yeah, it feels like they're just not being proactive on the map, and I do like to see the attempt, at least, from OMG to fight back. This is a really good encore from Moham, but it's just too little. It's too late. It doesn't matter at this point in the game. IG are too far ahead, and after they win that smite fight, it feels like OMG now, they're on a timer to make things happen because 3.5 minutes from now, if nothing actually transpires that gives OMG a way back into this game, it'll certainly be Soul. And IG might not even need that. Harry is now being aggressed onto, and he's completely isolated.
That's a Black Cleaver on the Wukong, and that is a 3-item crit Jin to find that kill, but Wei does get picked off in the mid lane. Does look like a piercing arrow. Gentlest arrow might have found that one. So OMG do get a kill back here. They're looking to try and storm down the mid lane, but that's a nice little realm warp from Rookie to try and cover this wave. Wei is running up as we get a picture-in-picture replay on the... Oh, okay, you know what?
Sobero also did go down, yeah.
It was Sobro. Yeah, I missed that completely. Another halfway through the map ultimate there from Starry.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to really use these Enchanted Crystal Arrows to that global effect.
Call.
Starry's very in trouble.
Encore has to come out. That does force away from Starry, so they won't be able to jump onto him.
Yep. Going to survive for now, but still 11,000 gold lead for IG. That Baron is no longer there, so sieging onto these towers is going to be a bit difficult, especially with the range that Starry and Seraphine.
This is the dumbest death play ever.
Yeah,
he's trying to take minions as a support. Wax.
You know, certified invisible gaming moment. He suffered a little bit from it, but I think he will recover. Yep, you just get him to the hospital ward, maybe give him some ibuprofen and spray him with some Febreze.
Or like IG profen.
Yeah, oh, yep, you got it.
Had to get that one out here as the inhibitor will fall to Photic. Picks that one up, and the super minions will be pouring into the OMG base here. We are approaching 12k gold for IG, and all I want to do is present facts to our viewers at home. That is our job here as casters. IG did overcome a 12k gold deficit against NIP. So
Yes.
does that mean they have to now fall to a 12k gold deficit? That's for you to decide, Wax.
Yeah, that game certainly is not going to be forgotten by me anytime soon, but I think IG fans will definitely not forget this one anytime soon, as this has probably been the most, I hesitate to use the word concise, but certainly the most, I would say, clinical victory, at least series-wise, that we've seen from them so far. Obviously, winning this game, you still only have one more win to go for, and a reverse sweep is possible. It has happened before, but I feel like now they're just looking for the 2-0. Realm Warp in.
Ooh, I think our observers got juked out by that Realm Warp. They thought they were going to go
bit.
towards the top side, but they're actually going after Starry. Oh, some good Seraphine shield, so gets the heal. Jway goes in for the triple charge.
Why
into
is
the
he so
equalizer. Starry will not burn. It's Photic that finally ends up finding that kill somehow, and now Moham is up creek with no paddle. That's a flash behind Rio. Does at least use the top tier 3 turret to force IG off of the rest of that play, but that pick onto Starry does finally mean IG can reset and go after that Baron for the second time this game.
And even the members that they didn't kill, I mean, they also burned the flashes off of Starry and Moham too, right? So it's gonna mean easy pick'ems if Wei can find an angle, if Sobro can find an equalizer. With that kill onto Starry, I think Baron being up, IG are just looking for any kind of a pick to immediately go toward that objective, but Wei is on the right.
Okay, not gonna use the trickster to get over the wall. Does want to respect this tanky front line for OMG that has somewhat
Dragon is also up. It's been started here by Rookie. Like, he is just soloing this while IG are corralling them around.
Oh, Harry totally thought they'd be on the Baron over that wall, and he wards, and he's like, why is nobody on IG hitting it? And then the Hawk shot's like, oh, it's because Rookie is 1v1ing the Dragon on the bot side. Arrow's going to go wide. They are chasing Sobro down, has to use the equalizer. Should be dead here. The all-out comes across. Haichao's going to shuffle on in here. Sobro goes down. Wei's going to secure the Ocean Soul, but now OMG have a very unique opportunity to start this Baron, and with how far behind they are, why not?
Yeah, I feel like you have to kind of flip it right now. You're one member up. Sure, it's Ocean Soul for IG, but you just got to go for it. All right, here's the Hail Mary. Nobody's going to take the Realm Warp. Faked out, juked out. All right, who's going to get the Baron? Is it even going to be a 50-50 if IG just engage here?
Curtain calls up for Photic. Wei needs to find a way into this pit, but he's getting brought to Jway. Gets the double charm on the background. And Rookie deletes Starry. Gets access to Moham as well. The Baron's going to go down, but who cares who secures it? Because it's an IG fight win that just seals the Game 2 fate of OMG. There's the ace through. And Invictus Gaming look to be back to their group ascend ways.
And who cares, right? For that Baron, Rookie now has the actualizer spike. That rise to so much damage. IG closed their jaws around OMG and will take this series 2-0 and take us to series point.
Definitely the most complete game we've seen from IG, not just in the Knights Road Tournament, but overall across this entire Split 1.
Yeah, all of 2026, for sure.
Yep. And it gets them, as you mentioned, to series point. Not a lot of smiles for IG as they come off of the monitors. It just seems like they are locked in knowing that they should not be here and are going to make it OMG's problem.
It's business for them, man. Like, this was an organization that expects results. We were talking about the Gyos at the beginning, and it's very clear that IG have a lot of people that want to see this team succeed, that aren't happy with the current state of this squad. I think that IG in general probably aren't happy with the current predicament that they're in, with one series separating them and Nirvana, but also now one game separating them, one win, I should say, separating them from getting back to Ascend, and for the time being tempering those angry fans about how this split has been going. Because
right.
Yeah, I agree with you. Good series so far. One more to close it out. Let's see how they can do. But for OMG, we're going to start hitting that panic button. We said one more win for IG, and maybe you start going for guerrilla tactics. And I'm really interested to actually see what they pull out in Game 3.
And before we get, we really delve into what happens here in this game too, I do want to, put out the clear statement here that, for one, OMG weren't expected to even... A lot of people didn't have OMG winning that LGD series that got them into Knights Road, right? So they're already above that sort of decree, right, Quacks? Then they certainly were not favored to beat EDG and even win a series. They do that. So now they're playing with sort of house money, and I would say a lot of these games are kind of going to be learning points for a team that does have a new jungler, right?
Yeah.
So as really dreadful of a game 2 as this was for OMG, I think they have learned something valuable, Quacks, and that is, God, can we never let Rio pick a power farmer, because we need him to dictate all of our tempo.
Yeah, I feel like the early games have really been something that we brought up for Rio as a point of both concern and praise, kind of a double-edged sword. When you've got this guy who is just now being dropped into the competitive landscape, you kind of have to play into his strengths, because immediately trying to teach him to, I would say, assimilate to the style, that doesn't really work with a lot of rookies. You want to try and bolster their strengths, and over time, you can overcome their weaknesses and try to mold them a little bit more. OMG don't really have that luxury. They've been playing around Rio, and I think Rio has really not been able to impact the map in the ways that we have been seeing OMG do over the course of their last few series.
We're already into the highlights. I mean, there wasn't a lot of fighting in this game, but the one big fight that kind of swayed things was that Sobro TP that made the difference. I do feel like in a game as kind of slow and tame as this one was, Quacks, you can use the excuse of saying maybe the whole team of IG deserves kind of player of the game. But if I had to pick someone to give the award to, I do think Sobro made the difference when the game felt close.
Yeah, I think that Sobro, we talked a little bit about it like during the game, but I think this is a player who a lot of people were very curious as to what he was going to bring to the table going into 2026. And, whenever you have an LCKCL top laner and one that finished pretty nicely, finished their 2025 pretty nicely in that tournament, I believe, being on BNK Fear Youth, I think they got 4th or something, like 3rd or 4th, which is pretty high up there. People are kind of looking at this person, especially as the successor to the Shy, like, can we see lane dominance? Can we see them really hit the ground running in these first 14 minutes and Snowball be an extra threat along with the rest of the team? And he's really just kind of been the tank guy. We've seen him on Sion, we've seen him on Cassante. He does have games on Rumble, but they haven't been very successful. A 20% win rate before this game, and I do think that this was one of his better games, certainly, of the year, as rookie back-to-back game MVPs. And I do want to say that while his impact in the lane itself wasn't very high, he did use those realm warps how we expected them to be used, and he went to sides and he tried to do more than just 1v1 high chow.
And if we're gonna use recency bias in the phrase of a game, that realm warp and deletion of both Starry and Moham on the back end of that Baron fight was the real, significant moment for me. So give it over to Rookie for a pretty clean Rise game. I know there's a lot of IG fans that are happy to see him grab those back-to-back MVPs as he looks to try and set himself on a way for a Player of the Series award, and will get it in expedited fashion if IG can find themselves a sweep over OMG. The darlings of the Knights Road Tournament have their backs against the wall. Let's see if they can put together a Game 3 win to extend our series after this break. Time to set up game number 3 between Invictus Gaming and OMG with a spot in the Split 1 playoffs and, of course, the winner into Group Ascent for Split 2 on the line here. And as you said before we went to break here, Quacks, I think that really stuck with me through our little intermission. It feels like for IG, it's time to handle business because they cannot survive in an LPL world where IG is in Group Nirvana.
And I absolutely agree. And I think one of the biggest things coming into this series that was a question for us, Slayer, is how is this team going to look to try and be more consistent in the drafts? What is their identity going to be that they hopefully choose and stick with and hopefully try to perfect as the series go on? And it certainly feels like they have kind of found out what they want to do, especially against OMG. I think that they have taken the games very slow. They haven't really been overreaching in the aggression department. They've been looking to get off a lot of plays with those level 6 spikes from Wei specifically, and I do think this has paid dividends for them. I think that OMG have struggled really hard in actually trying to punish early game and look for aggressive plays early, and IG have been more than willing to try and match them in the late game department. So they are sticking to a style. They found one, they're sticking to it, and I feel like one more game, they should be able to try and close this out 3-0 and revitalize some hope into this roster that was lacking it for a majority of the year, I will say.
I like that, Quacks. Now, on the flip side, for OMG, they'll have first selection here for game number 3. They went with counter pick, by the way. We didn't touch too much on that. I really feel they just need to select first pick here, and I want them to get Rio a play-making jungler. Thoughts?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, this has been the guy who, like we said, they need to bounce off of his style of aggression and try to look for plays early. And so far, he hasn't really been able to do that. We criticized the Mundo for its inability to really affect the map in the first few minutes, hit the ground running, if you will, just give Wei time to hit that Trinity 4 spike, hit that level 6 spike, unbesmirched, unpunished, and the moment he got that, he was the guy that really dominated the map, at least in the jungle role. Rio, I think we want to see him on things like the Jarvan, things potentially even like the Zac that we saw yesterday in their series against EDG, and if we can't see that, then, well, IG, we've seen how the late game goes, and they just seem like the better team in 5v5s.
Yeah, they just seem like the better team when they're not punished for playing whatever part of the map they want to. So we want to see OMG do a better job at that. Jarvan is a champion that will be up and available. It has not been fearless out if you've missed our first 2 games of the series. Also, picks like Nocturne are still up and available for those playmaking style junglers. Again, though, do want to mention, if this does end up with a 3-0 sweep, Quacks, there are still very positive takeaways for this OMG roster. Cannot say it enough that there is some real things to build on for this team. A team in 2025 that felt, among some of the most lost orgs in that calendar year, besides, well, the ones that don't exist in 2026, I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tumultuous, I think, to put it lightly, 365 days for this organization. But the rebound that they've had certainly has to be commended, even if it is, like you said, a 3-0 and OMG end up bowing out here and are doomed to repeat Split 2 in Nirvana. I think that hope is certainly something that that you can take away here for this OMG roster, simply because I think that Rio has given them a new direction. I think that it's always really exciting when a rookie is able to come in and really just change the atmosphere of a team, and it certainly feels like he has been doing that. Another player who had a similar thing going on for them was Starry, who was also in the oh my god department, at least developmentally, because he was on Oh My Dream for several years. And producer, I knew someone was going to make that joke. I was kind of hoping it would be someone in Twitch or maybe even you, Slayer, but nope. It's not.
I'm glad our producer got that one in. Kept you on your toes here as we jump right in to this game 3 draft. It does look like OMG have once again opted for counter pick with their first selection. And the last ban soon to come through is going to be that Yunar. So again, no Orianna, no Malphite, no Poppy, no Jace. Those will not stay prevalent. But things like Jarvan are still up and available. And a couple of other premier mid laners that maybe Rookie wants to look at. But the King of Demacia is not one to be passed up this late into a series, and Wei will grab hold.
Yeah, Wei is going to immediately snag that one up, and it feels like IG, especially with the Cataclysm, they've been really good, I think, at pairing Jarvan up with not only champions that are good at capitalizing off of his early pressure, but also allowing for champions that can really capitalize off the Cataclysm. Misfortune is one that I really think of. Fodic has been enjoying that. As
all right.
Lee Sin, not blind here, countered into the Jarvan, and they're going to steal away that MF so it doesn't get paired up with Wei on that champion. And I have my reservations about this character, frankly, Slayer, because you're not expecting this guy. Now, especially with the Jarvan locked in, I feel like you could take your time actually giving Rio more information before fully committing to that Lee Sin, because, yeah, now we're just going to see things like the Rel. We're going to see spell shields come through.
Yeah.
We're going to see disengage. Everything is going to be targeted at trying to really make this game as difficult as possible for a champion like Lee Sin to enter. So it's a tough task for Rio in a game where we are hoping for him to be the difference maker.
Wax, I'm not saying you're wrong. Every point you made makes complete sense. But you also have to accept that watching Lee Sin in pro play is fun until it's not. So at least we'll have that for us, right? You know, I don't get to see Lee Sin too often. Now pair with this Akali. You can stack disengage, you can stack spell shields, but this Lee Sin and Akali are coming straight for you, Photic, and there is only a little bit that you can do about it.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, these are also champions very good at getting out of the Cataclysm. If IG do look for, like, a hot pot combo, the mobility of both Lee Sin and Akali should be able to get themselves to safety, if not try and rebound the fight and look immediately onto the backline, if that option is accessible. But now, seeing as both of these picks have come through, a very stark lack of CC is here for OMG. And this is a comp where you really need that. Not only to set up that Lee Sin and you know, allow you to connect those Qs to open yourself up to joining these fights, but also you need crowd control for the bullet times. Like, you need setup for Starry to really make that ultimate effective. And we've got basically none of that so far. The best we've got is like a slow from Lee Sin E and a slow from Akali Q. That's not nearly enough. So Moham is going to have to lock in a hard CC support. And I feel like that is stylistically opposite of what we've seen him at his best with.
Yeah, well then also on top of that, what sort of CC setup support is left up by this point, right? We've lost Rakan to Fearless. We've lost access to Alistair. Nico are all out. And then you look at this draft
Leona
alone,
got banned. Like,
Leona's banned. Rail got selected away from you. Like, what do we have left here? Do we have, like...
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey, man, this is your job.
Yo, Barrel, is that you, bro?
You got this?
Yo, I got it. Yeah.
What's happening? Like, what? Damn it, Wags. That's a good one. That's a good one. See, you got our producer back. You just one-upped it with that one, I think. That's the win.
Yeah, this isn't even setup, man. Like, this is like a little bump with the Q. You get a taunt. This comp isn't...
Quacks, conspiracy theory time.
Okay.
Conspiracy theory. Do you remember when Piglet trolled a TLA draft by locking in Rammus?
Yes.
Sorry just selected Rammus. I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just saying the parallels are there. You can make the conclusion that you want. I don't even know how to do the rest of this draft. Like the Rammus is the Rammus. All right, so the Rammus is support. We know that. The Nargil's top lane, as expected. Rookie gets Aurora. There's a Renekton. I mean, is this the biggest draft gap of the LPL season so far? I think it is.
Yeah, it's it's not. It's up there for sure. Like this. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This Rammus doesn't accomplish
anything. You maybe you, like soaring slam into a bullet time. That's like is that the entire point of this?
Yeah, I mean, taunt into bullet time. I do suppose that, like, okay, you know what? I'm really grasping at straws here for positives.
I mean, it's not your fault. This is a Rumble support. Like,
I mean, okay,
what are you supposed to say, Wax?
Let me cook. There's a lot of single target. There's a lot of single target damage because Rammus taunts. Boom, throw the Q from Lee Sin. Boom, throw the ultimate from Akali. Someone's definitely dying. You'll have nothing left afterwards, but someone's gonna die. And it might be one of the 3 on OMG, or maybe just the other 2 that didn't even want to be here. This is such a weird game, but it's, I suppose, it's not going to be boring. So you can ask a lot of questions, but am I bored is not one of them.
I would like to point out that it is very obvious that myself and Quacks are trying to make a career off of yapping. That's inherently what commentating is.
When we're lost for words,
yeah,
it means a lot.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Can OMG keep the series alive with a Rammus support? Time to find out. Is that man holding the microphone? Like,
yeah, I feel like
I love the energy still.
You can feel the, like, it almost feels like he's raging against like a storm. IG have got, so this is like the Captain America versus Thanos' army shot, and that one fan is staring down not only a bajillion fans from IG, but also maybe the biggest draft gap that his team has now fallen victim to. Moham dropped the ignite. GG.
I mean, that's mental warfare. I've ever seen it. All right. I don't know what to make of that, Moham. He's going back in.
He's going.
Don't touch him. He'll hurt you. He'll hurt
Yo,
you back
he's got the. Wait,
he's got the chroma to make him look like a turtle. I like that.
That's not the King Rammus one. He's trying to make us think it is, but I'm pretty sure that's the Duran one, or the one where he's like a fruit. He's cosplaying as a better skin, a rarer skin. You're not all that, bro.
Listen, man. He just what is the term? Is he ignite maxing mogged? I don't know. You're the younger one. Help me out with this
no, bro. Even I can't. No.
You're not hip with those. Okay. You know what? I'm also. This is a fun time where I'm gonna try and refresh my memory on the names of Rammus abilities because.
Powerball is Q, right?
Yeah. Soaring Slam is ult.
Okay.
Okay, by the way, for all of us English speakers, that graphic they ran as we went into game, this is the first ever Rammus support in the LPL. So, yes. I guess that was obvious. We have a top lane gank coming around, by the way. Nice little stun into the flag attack. Nice combo there from Sobero and Way. Unfortunately, don't have enough damage to kill off Rio, but still a win.
And Rio, I mean, going for the first 3 camps, looking for a gank because he knows I have to make something happen in the early game. But Wei reads him like a book and is able to respond. Now Rio is going to be forced to reset, and this will mess up his timer a little bit because he went toward top lane. It does mean that his camps won't respawn as quickly, but honestly, we're not looking for Rio's camps to respawn and for him to take them on spawn. We're looking for him to have action on the map, and at least in that regard, he is succeeding, but it has yet to actually pay into a kill yet for this Lee Sin. And yeah, he's going to need kills. He's going to need gold. Hai Chao is going to need the same because they really have no setup for their combos. Just in the CC department, OMG are severely lacking as... Oh, here he comes.
Yeah, here boy. He's going after Rookie. Gets the taunt, but Rookie opts into the invis, and we can really follow
there he goes.
On the damage. And he's gone. Shout out to Mr. Alk Battery, your color caster for the second series tonight. He pointed out that this is also the second ever pro play Rammus support. The first one was Barrel's retirement game, so you can see how much stakes were really high for that one. This is for an elimination series. He flashes to get the taunt, though, onto Wei, but they kind of shrug it off, and instead they're going to kill off Rio for first blood. What a perfect time, Quacks, for us to talk about Mr. Wei, who has been one of the best junglers with gold difference in 15 minutes, and that's an easy way to reach that marker.
Moham is like, I'll bait you and outsmart you. For those of you who know, you know. Moham baiting and outsmarting his own teammate. Rio off to a very awful start as this Lee Sin that needs to be looking for early plays now. Harry may be in trouble, but Rio has arrived.
All right, finds Wei, who immediately uses the full Rel combo. And they still enough time for Harry to go mega. He doesn't have the ultimate to punish him any further. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Go get him, Moham.
Get
All
him.
right. Forces both the spell shield and the cleanse out. So that's a win for Moham. There we go. He's having impact.
Yep. Forcing the recall, too. This is terrible. I mean, Sivir can't even walk up to the wave. Whatever will the champion who is really good with low econ do with no gold?
I don't know. We'll have to find out next episode.
Yep.
On the life of a Rammus support.
Cuts to black. All right, guys,
Yep.
you're not gonna be able to see the end of this game.
I'm gonna be honest. We're about to. Oh, the 1 HP flag. Oh, if it's so over. This series is so over. All right, here we go. Death ball forward. He just stands there. He's like, you are not hitting my AD carry, bro. Oh my god. Sometimes League of Legends is comedy, and I just really wasn't expecting it to be in the middle of the play-in tournament, but we're here.
I do genuinely wonder who on OMG decided to go for this. Was it Moham's call? Was it the coach's call?
I mean, I really hope it wasn't the coaching call. Well, you can't even say it was full Moham because he didn't even lock it in, right? Starry locked it in for him. So somebody told Starry to lock in Rammus, or Starry did it himself if you want to believe in my new conspiracy theory. Oh my god, I just hope somehow we can get access to the comms of this decision. We have no power in that, Quacks, but we can hope.
In this episode, Harry went harsh on Moham.
Oh man! All right, let's focus back in here because
Way's taking the
dragon. Does Moham have smite? No, he doesn't even have smite. You can't even.
What is he
steal it.
doing?
He's literally just chilling in the middle of all three of them. The dragon is secured by Way. Starry does come over. Haichao here. He's gonna flip on in after Photic, but a good interrupt on Haichao even in the shroud. Make sure he can't find that kill. And Rookie's eviscerated one of the back end. Photic gonna flash away from Haichao. Flashes galore everywhere as Rookie goes after Starry. Should find himself that second kill as Rio gets caught in the middle of his resonating strike. Flag and Drag doesn't find the knockup, but they're slowing Rio down. And Rookie's got more cooldowns coming as he looks to pick up more kills. Triple kill over to Rookie as it's only Haichao left standing. Rookie's out of mana to find any more of these kills, but now he has truly been unleashed and he's trying to get it done with auto attacks. Moham in the area, looking to have some more high impact.
You have no
mana! He races right out the Aurora known as Rookie. Taunt gonna land, Haichao gonna flash, he finds the 5-prong strikes, and Rookie goes down, and it's all thanks to Moham.
And you can see Rookie is laughing at the player cam. That's the Rammus support value, baby! It finally comes up! IG, they win the fight, and Rookie gets a triple. But hey, we got him at the end, boys. Mission accomplished.
I don't think you're allowed to say mission accomplished for anything OMG do this game. Let's look at a replay. This is what we call mogging your opponent for Moham. I can't believe he does this. He just stands in the middle of three of them.
Yeah, I feel like our reaction right now, you know, this team is called OMG, but I think everyone watching, the expression is OMFG at how this game is playing out. I mean, going into a replay, Rio is trying so hard, but we talked about it.
Who cares about this replay, Clax? Look, it's Moham in the last lane. He hasn't ganked it. It's top lane. Can he get this Nara kill? Sobro through the Dominus will barely survive. That's a level 4 Rammus going everywhere, baby. All right. I mean, he's the same level as Dwayne, to be honest.
True.
So, I think they're diving Starry, by the way. All right, there's on the hunt. Oh, bullet time to cut down the wave. Dwayne, you're going to have to go now. Dwayne's taking up the turret. He goes back out. Cataclysm lockdown. Easy flash there from Way, who is locked in as well this series. 2-0-3 on this Jarvan. Looking like the jungler we wanted for IG this season.
Yeah. Moham coming back to lane. Where is my 80 carry smile as he clears waves? That the auto attack animation for Rammus is so derpy. I could never play this champion just because I'm so distracted by how 2008 this character looks. Even with this skin that like just came out, as Moham gonna clear out the minion wave by himself, I guess. More gold, though.
This man has hijacked everything we want to talk about in this series, Quacks.
He really has. Like, I cannot focus. IG, though, on redeployment. You can see Way now with the Sunderer is going to be looking to go toward that top side. Grubs are available. After taking the Dragon and looking at OMG, they really have no way to actually contest this, as we do see the stats here. Way has been doing a really good job. One of the big things that we wanted to highlight about this series was how this guy, along with Rookie, have been really the people that we look at to provide a direction for this squad. And while I do think that Way has been doing a great job controlling the map early, I think transitioning that has certainly been a difficult task for him, but he's been doing great in that so far into this series. And 2-0-3 on the Jarvan. He's looking to do it a third time.
And where is he at right now? 1,000 gold up. The huge reason why IG is up in gold, gapping Rio on this Lee Sin that, well, it does not get easier to play out in this game, especially with the team in front of him from that draft. It is way, though, on to the Grubs. Going to be the first time in this series that one jungler secures the first 2 objectives, as he's also picked up that first dragon. And IG are just so much more in the driver's seat and perfectly suited to play the comp exactly how they want to. Their solo lanes strong for the early team fights, and Photic with 4 assists and a Cole stacking up on the wave with a farm, looking to get back to a farm lead, will be a later game threat if we reach late game.
I think Rammus spotted out by those wards, looking for, you know, the excursions. I'm not even going to call it a gank, just whatever he has been doing this game. But we can see also Dragon coming up in about 30 seconds here. IG should have no problem being able to hold control over this bot side river. I think the big thing is just having Wei kind of shadow the Sivir and the Rel as they get push, and maybe want to avoid Rio really impacting the lane beforehand, trying to get a numbers advantage over IG. So,
really want to get that trade before the turret aggro was close enough, so Harry does win out there, popping the Dominus and getting a couple more autos down. If he goes Mega, could look for a solo kill here. Sobro is going to come out of the Dominus, but it is Wei on the bot side, looking to set up for that dragon that has spawned. Rio in the area as well. Rookie is going to be a bit slower out of the base, so OMG will have the numbers advantage, but don't really have the might power to really contest, as Rio will have to walk into Wei. He's going to land the Sonic Wave, but definitely don't want to take that one. Wei takes over to level 6, so does Moham, so both supports can have access to ultimates for this dragon.
Oh yeah, here we go. This is really when the Rammus support starts to spike. Trust me.
I mean, I trust you. I don't know anything. I don't know anything more
yeah.
about this. I really do want to see Moham like land the most just crazy 4-man taunt into a bullet time and
he's
just
like
shut all the haters up.
He's just popping the Night Core, like fireworks blaring in the background. He's got like the hard style going.
Joy crashes out of that. Let's see if he goes for it. He is charging back forward. Rookie does have first roam for mid lane, so it's going to be hard for them to kind of force through with Rookie there. He's definitely the strongest person on the map next to Wei. Moham is running right at Wei. He says, "You will be taunted." Bullet time canceled by Wei, and there's a beautiful Between Worlds Rookie on the back end. Starry is completely eviscerated, and now Rio will get chased down. Can't even find the trade onto Wei, even though the Ignite comes across. High tail, perfect execution. Will find one back, but Rookie's unleashed, nobody's touching him. Photic gets the free hit, and despite the fact that Dway goes down, the carries clean up the fight and will take down the dragon to the name of a Photic triple kill.
Yeah, practically an ace here for OMG. Harry wasn't involved in that fight, but he's the only one still without a gray screen as IG just dominate the fight. Going again and looking at this replay, again, it's the lack of CC, it's the lack of disengage. Starry isn't able to go and get that bullet time off for more than a second, and Moham, the Rammus support really is not able to provide anything in this exchange. He's just auto-attacking them, but no one on IG cares about Rammus. I think he might need a therapist after that one because of how ignored he is. You know, it's not about the bullying at school sometimes, it's just about feeling like you're heard. And I think right now Moham just doesn't feel like he exists. Maybe he is, in fact, a victim of Invisible Game.
Oh no, it's come full circle. Well, Moham, if you're feeling ignored by IG, I haven't looked, but I'm sure our Twitch and YouTube chats are giving you all the attention that you want to see.
Hit up Barrel, bro. He'll help you.
Oh, soaring slam! He gets the knock-up into the taunt, and Photic's like, I've got cleanse, bro. I'm just going to walk out of this one. So, bro, once again, losing a pretty big trade despite Dominus coming up here for Harry. He's just going to auto-home the crack.
Whoa.
Croc, flash?
No shot,
flash?
bro.
No, what? Oh, my God. Nothing
Oh, my God.
for OMG.
Oh,
Harry,
my God. Oh, my
Harry,
God.
Please, no, Harry.
He's
He's going to stun you. Oh, my God. What is this? Guys, this is a play-in series. Like, what are we doing?
This is the game that determines whether or not OMG go back to Nirvana or if they go to Ascend, by the way. And it's determined by diving the turret at full health on Mininar. And Rammus support. Rafa, if he was on the cast, we would be up to like half a dozen curse words by now.
Oh, man. You know what? at least this is giving us... I don't think I've laughed. The only other time I've laughed as much on a single... Oh, guys, please. Rio. All right, he's out. He's out of there. The only single moment I think I've laughed harder while gassing the LPL was the Flandra 2 million HP Scion trying to hit a Nexus from last year. I don't know if anybody remembers that clip. Oh no, leave Moham alone.
No.
Oh, flag and drag, knockup, crash down, knockup.
Get out of there.
Taunt flash. All right, Moham survives. Can't say the same about Sweet Starry. Yep. That bullet time is tickling onto the tank front line of IG as they cut him down under his own turret.
Yeah, and Moham is back under tower now as yeah, they're like, yo, wait, get over here, bro. Be a part of it. He doesn't even get the assist. Or wait, he does. Okay, Rio.
Rio, I mean, how do you even go in? It's like, guys, I needed you to survive under that turret before I got here. All right, there's first turret. And, well, I guess we asked for a much faster early game compared to our first 2 games, and OMG obliged by dying a lot. Rio's getting engaged, but Dwayne does a good job canceling him. He hit resonating strike. Good kick, though, onto 2. Dwayne's going to go down. Haichao's going to perfect execute on the way as well. Finds a second kill. Rookie needs to get over here quickly. Phoenix going to flash over 1 Sonic Wave. Haichao trying to chase down to get into melee range, but Rookie's going to spoil his little prize. Find that kill. Rio, the nice Warthog Sonic Wave, finds another shutdown. Okay, and on the top side, Moham, Mr. Worldwide, he's going after the Croc again. Oh my god, does Sobro live another one of these?
Nah.
No, this time Harry's got enough damage. There we go. OMG fighting back.
Yeah, OMG get a plethora of kills all across the map, and Rammus going to be able to assist in that top lane excursion. More gold, especially given over to Rio, being able to style on that pick, finally ends up coming through. And just some plate gold to be had. That Herald is up, but they don't have enough time to be able to focus down that objective. It's winnable, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, it's winnable.
I can't wait to quote that in about 10 minutes.
Yup. Imagine they actually do end up winning this game.
If they win this game, I have lost faith in logic in this League of Legends game. Sorry, tried to trade with Rookie because he knew he was dead to Photic. Photic picks up the kill on the hunt, and Rookie does not go down, so Way's going to go on to the Herald, and IG are going to brush off the couple of shutdowns they gave away by picking up more kills, and Way keeping his perfect streak on neutral objectives. He is now 4 for 4 as we'll go back through whatever the hell this was.
And Rio able to actually connect to the queue. Our biggest concern was that because of the amount of CC that this IG comp have, he really wasn't going to be able to dish out all of his damage. But all of the CC members are gone. They get evaporated, and Rio is actually able to join up in the fight. We have to trust in him to land those Qs, and he lands every single one. So showing off the mechanics of this character, but again, our biggest concern is that it just isn't supported by the OMG comp, and that might be a huge factor in these team fights. But so far, we haven't had a team fight, Slayer, and based on the way this game is going, I don't actually know if a 5v5 is going to happen here in Game 3.
Oh, we're going to get it. I just don't think OMG fans are going to like it. At this rate, we've already got a 2-item Sivir ahead of schedule on basically everyone else on IG except for Wei, who's going to bring on Shelly out here and look to crack onto this mid-tier 1 turret. Don't know if Rift Herald will get it down alone. No, so for now, OMG aren't able to protect that mid-tier 1 turret as they are looking to scrap here. Haichao and Rio are looking to work their way into the mid lane, and well, Shelly doesn't get it done, but the Void Mites do. That's a mid-tier 1 turret down and more space for IG to work.
And you can see already that they're not really concerned about contributing toward that top side. Dragon is here. This will be soul point for them. And if they take this by the 19-minute mark, I mean, that soul will be coming up as Hold That Thought. Yeah. The Rammus is going in. Can't even cover the distance of a flag and drag.
Haichao does TP in here. So all of a sudden, OMG have wrestle control this Dragon. IG, how strong are you feeling? Because this Dragon is going down quickly. Way's going to spot out the low HP bar. Sonic Wave is going to land from Rio. Way's not going to go in because Haichao and Moham are going to chase him off the Dragon. So no soul point there. Nice little TP for OMG to get themselves in. Now Way's going to get engaged on these. He goes after Moham. Going to flash, crash down back across the wall. Ooh, that was style points. And then the Cataclysm from Way shuts down Star in the middle of his bullet time. They do get rid of Photic on the backside of this fight. And Rio alongside Moham cut down Way. Rookie and Sobro can't find a way in. And that's a winning fight for OMG.
Yeah, they get the Dragon. They get 3 kills. And somehow they're closing this gold gap on Rammus support. But still, it really is all on this top side at this point. I mean, Haichao and Harry are set up to be in really good spots, but I think the big thing is Starry. We're kind of looking at this misfortune to be the execution on a lot of these team fights, but a beautiful flank from Rookie immediately eliminates him, but the big difference maker definitely has to be Haichao, being able to get into that back line and actually find these assassinations. On top of the Lee Sin, the Akali needs to try and really execute these fights cleanly because of the lack of setup on OMG. It's difficult, but I think these mid-jungle pieces of OMG are showing that even when the comp isn't the greatest, they are still able to show off their mechanics.
Joy, I'm the biggest fan of you with your creative little engaging and your style points, but this game we really do just at this point need to protect Photic, and you'll win the game. So we'll see if he adjusts his style. As they are going after Mr. Haichao. No Lance to stun. Joy,
okay.
Get the crash down. Nice little sidestep there from Haichao to get out of that game.
We can see that OMG Harry is on the bot side as well as Rio, and Sobero doesn't have a lot of vision in the area, so if he steps out of that tri-bush and actually decides to fight this Gnar, it'll go from a 1v1 probably to a 2v2 very quickly. I say that, and Rio is actually walking away, so never mind.
Well, it's going to be a 1v1. Sobero is spotted. Harry's going to take the plate and walk on out here. Everybody is still conjugating around this top side. Haichao did land the Shurikens, who's going after it. Soaring Slam. They got Rookie taunted and knocked up. Rookie's going to go down. Moham makes the play once again to get a kill for OMG.
And OMG now with the temporary numbers advantage. Baron is up. I wonder, are they actually going to go for it? I mean, Haichao doesn't have teleport, so he wouldn't even be able to immediately join up with the rest of his team. They're not going to go for the Nasher. They're instead going to transition that into control over mid. But the taunt was what allowed Rookie to not go to the edge of that between worlds and TP to the other side. It's Rammus support value, baby. What else can I say?
I mean, he's up gold, so he's winning.
He is!
44 whole shillings. He's up here.
Holy moly.
You know, the way his Rammus support started, I thought he was going to be a lot worse than this. I have to give credit where credit's due. He is making pretty immediate impact and potentially looking for more here. I don't think Rookie is expecting 3 people to be hanging around topside. The turret goes down. Rio's going to go in for the kick into the Sonic Wave, into the frenzying taunt. Rookie's locked up and down again.
I mean, this significantly reduces Rookie's chances at being able to be Series MVP as they have a numbers advantage again. Baron is up. I would love to see them honestly just rip it right here. Like, I feel like you have to flip at this point, but...
Oh, no, they're going after Moham. That's exactly what he wants, guys. He just got your Civ roll for free. Oh my god, he's taunting them too with the emotes. This guy is...
What a menace.
What a menace, yeah. Perfect way to put it, Quacks.
Yep. Perfect duo. Moham and Rammus, just like Dennis and Menace is a perfect duo. Manages to taunt up IG. Still, though, no dragon up for a little over a minute. We can see that now that OMG, they have a gold lead. Oh my god, they actually have a gold lead. Are going to be able to redeploy onto this bot side and set up for this dragon. They get this, they tie up the Drakes, and that would help them at least buy time to look for opportunities to really get back into this game. Because despite having a very faint gold lead, I still feel like this game is an uphill battle for them.
I wonder why. It could be the comp? I wonder. The big problem is going to be that Photic is 2.5k gold up on Starry, and you are relying on Starry for a lot of your bigger AoE damage compared to Haichao. You are definitely on a timer with things like Lee Sin damage and the value of an Akali into later game phases. But again, the fact that OMG are even in gold and looking even up the Drake count after they were down like 3k in the opening 10 minutes is a marvel.
Yeah, this is a beautiful game of League of Legends, Slayer. Don't let anybody tell you differently. IG, with no control over the river, OMG have a ton of vision around this area, and they're going to start up the dragon. I'm really paying attention to Harry. I'm looking at that Gnar bar. Mega Gnar could easily set up Starry for a big bullet time, something that has been sorely lacking in this series, in this game so far, actually.
All right, Moham doesn't get the taunt he wants with that frenzied taunt.
Oh,
Rio!
Rio!
A flash kick is beautiful!
No way.
Sends Photic right into Haichao's waiting arms. There's a perfect execution for Photic. He gets himself up and he cleanses away the ignite. The bullet time does nothing. Rookie drops him between worlds. There's a big Gnar ultimate, but Wei still gets towards Haichao and cuts him down. What a play from Photic to survive. Staves off a highlight reel moment from Rio's Lee Sin, and now Wei has cornered Starry, and he's smacking him down with his gravity staff. They don't even get the bullet time out. IG able to stave off another OMG collapse.
I gotta give an A for effort over to Rio. He looked for a play. He looked for the engage. He served up Photic on a silver platter to Haichao, but the meal for the Akali gets away. He lives. And at that point, OMG, they've got nothing left in the tank. I want to see this combo again. Look at Rio. That was such a good effort. Like, before he can even react with the spell shield, Photic isn't able to click that in time, and Haichao gets on top of him, flashes over the wall.
Wow. So he spell shields the 5-pointed strike and then cleanses the ignite.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful way to get out of there from Photic. Because I think if he dies there, OMG just win the fight. Like, without their AD carry and all of that attention being paid toward nothing, essentially, I feel like they might actually have been able to turn that around. But now, IG, they win the fight, they get the dragon, they're on soul point and are looking to really take control of this top side. Baron has now spawned on the roof. It's been up for quite a while, but I think now IG have a legitimate shot at being able to say, hey, we get a pick and we can immediately go for that objective.
They trade bot tier 1 for top tier 1 turret. Sobero's able to keep their mid tier 1 up as well. It doesn't seem like Harry's going to slow down anytime soon, and Sobero doesn't have teleport, so he will have to walk down there, and does ruin a Baron play, but doesn't ruin Wei going for a mega flank on Starry, who has no flash. He's trapped in the Cataclysm. Dre with the Magnet Storm cut down, and Photic is ripping at this point on the Sivir. Has more than 3 items in his back pocket, and Rookie's Burst is enough to find those 2 picks, and now IG have themselves the freest dance with the Purple Worm.
Yep, no jungler around for OMG. There really is no miracle to steal unless, like, a boomerang goes over the wall, but Harry isn't even in the area. Oh, yep. Believe in the Moham.
All right, Sobero's going to pop Dominus now, just to maybe try and shut down Harry or Haichao running on in here.
Cool.
Moham, of course, is going to run in with no fear in his heart because he's playing Rammus. Wei still wants to take attention towards the Baron as Between Worlds comes out from Rookie. Haichao creates some distance away from Sobero, who is very low. Harry goes Mega, gets a big Gnar ultimate, but there isn't any damage, it feels like, except Haichao. They at least get the Baron reset, but it costs the lives of both Harry and Moham. Thanks to Photic's double kill, and IG will secure the Baron after it all.
Yeah, IG get the Baron, no jungler around, and Moham just kind of dancing around, but does get taken down. His top laner going to join him in death, and feels like OMG potentially on their last legs, and I feel like that is no further better exemplified than the mid gold lead Haichao had. I believe like a 1.5k gold lead over Rookie at some point, and now it's down to a measly 200. So the win conditions for OMG really are not in a good spot at the current moment. Slayer. Baron now going to also allow IG to siege up some of these remaining side lane tier 2s because there is still a fair amount of standing gold available for Invictus game.
Quack. I just want to go back to like 4 minutes ago when we were even in gold. That was a much more fun time for this game state. But as you mentioned, IG, they lock back in, and now they're looking to take away a lot of these turrets as they stack up as 4 onto this tier 2 bot lane turret. Take that one down with ease as Sobero brings up the mid wave, the classic 4-1 split. How do OMG look to break it? Well, it's got to be Mr. Moham looking for a way in. Or Rio is once again going for a nice ward hop with a spell shield from Photic. This time says, no, sir, I am not getting insect again. And Rio goes down.
Yep, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And unfortunately, Photic is not going to have any shame. He prepares himself for the look by Rio. Spell shield, like you said, Slayer. And now with the numbers advantage and Baron, IG have taken the inhib, and with the wave, they want to end it here. They want to reaffirm their place in Group Ascent.
2 Nexus turrets stand in the way of IG getting back to Split 1 playoffs. First one down, engage onto Harry, back off. There's a soaring slam into the frenzy taunt from Mr. Moham, but Rookie is not the right target. He dips right on out of it, and Moham does watch his top laner go down alongside Haijiao. Cannot clean things up. One of the wackiest games you will see in the LPL, but the prevailing thought here is IG get back to winning ways, showing they are not meant for Group Nirvana. They are a clear step above and will secure Group Ascent for Split 2 with a 3-0 win.
Definitely a game 3 of all time, that's for sure. But
yep,
IG, like you said, with a 3-0, relatively clean as well. Now I'm really looking forward to seeing where that growth, where that improvement can go from here, because they're setting their sights on the playoffs now, Slayer, which we unfortunately aren't going to be able to see for a little bit, as we are probably going to, we are going to be taking a break. So that just gives them time to work on this style. We said we needed to see them really pick out a play style and commit to it, and they did just that. So, you know, this week and a half break, I hope we get to see them kind of fine-tune what made them successful in this 3-0 and go into playoffs with that prepared.
Quacks, you gotta wonder too, they really, I'm sure they want a shot somehow against NIP, the team that put them in this place again. A matchup that so many people expected. Well, actually, you know, I do want to say this for both our Group Ascent teams. We're expected to confidently win their series 3-1s, 3-0s. Not what we got in IG. Definitely, like you talked about, business first. No pleasure here. And they get back to those winning ways against a team that was, at the end of the day, very outclassed. And nothing showed that more than, I want to say game 3, but I would argue just game 3 draft.
Yeah, I think there
I guess you can't really. Can I really argue? Can we really argue it was just the draft if they were even in gold at 20 minutes though? Can we really?
I mean, I feel like. Listen, if that was another comp, I feel like they would have been able to take that gold and maybe utilize it in some way. But like, even a gold lead for a comp like that, we were having our doubts. So I do think that it did come down to a draft diff, unfortunately. But hey, brownie points for being creative. Like, second Rammus support in existence. Now Moham can have like a coffee date with Beryl and they can discuss Rammus support mechanics.
Yeah.
There you go, I guess.
Yep. They can, in fact, discuss how they both... I would like to hear them discuss why the Rammus support was the angle. Because for Beryl, it's like, it's a retirement game, you know? I want to go out on something everybody remember me by. I guess maybe that's the same thing Moham could say for how I wanted people to remember me in the Knights Road Tournament.
I thought you were going to go the retirement turn. I thought you were going to go the retirement route. And I'm sure hoping not. I hope we get more Dark Technology picks at support because, you know, every original, aka Carria, has its cheap copy. And everybody...
You are not about a cop who you thought. You did, okay, keep going. Sorry, my bad.
Everybody likes to try their hand at unique support picks until they realize they're not him. Stick to Seraphine, Lulu, and Nico Duty, bud.
Oh man, yeah. It's pretty hard to talk. You know what? It wasn't the best way to really go out for OMG, but I still want to commend this team with Rio behind them for getting to this point. It does finally feel like for OMG we have some like a true building block for the rest of the LPL in 2026. There's still a lot of games left for OMG. They won't be in Group Nirvana, but Group Nirvana will be a lot more fun now that we've got Rio to talk about with some of these other teams that we now will see in Group Nirvana. A much bigger Group Nirvana, Quacks.
Yeah, like I said, even though they weren't able to win out on this series, I think a lot of people who were excited to see OMG after Demacia Cup got very depressed for quite a while because they were thinking, this potential is not being reached in the regular season. But it seems like Rio has revived a little bit of passion into this organization, into this team. And I think that that's something they desperately need. So people are looking at this team with intrigue, with interest, that they aren't going to get run over, that they have some stuff to obviously work on, but they also have some stuff that'll be really fun to watch going in to Split 2. So I will be on the lookout for how this team develops because, yeah, new jungler, I think, has certainly provided a unique perspective on where this team can actually go and what their ceiling could be as the weeks in Split 2 go by and as the year itself goes by.
Nonetheless, Quacks, we do say a goodbye to OMG in Split 1. We'll have to wait until Split 2 to see this team return. We also have locked in 3 teams out of the Knights Road Tournament into the playoffs. Ninjas in Pajamas come across here. We also have Top Esports, and now with our updated standings, Invictus Gaming off of that 3-0. But, Quacks, we have one more team to send and 2 of those squads contending for it. I personally will be ready for the LNG. I will be rooting for the LNG squad here. Also, thank you, producer, for showing us the whole look at this bracket, by the way, because you know what, Quacks? Let's just take this in for a moment. There's a lot going on there. Oh, and
nope,
it's gone.
Not allowed.
It was incorrect, so we want to present that. But Quacks, I want to get your thoughts real quick before we get off here. LNG WE.
I'm excited for that series. Are you asking me to predict who I think will win?
I just whatever is off the top of your head, man.
I think this LNG squad is actually really exciting, and I would love to see them have competition in at least the caliber of other Ascend teams. So I'm going to declare my allegiance to them right now. I'm also very sad that I've never been able to cast one of their series over the course of this split. So I definitely wish them good luck against WE, but regardless of what I think is going to be the outcome of that series, WE have shown that when they can turn it on, they can turn it on. And if they show up today, this will be a really fun series to look at. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. And I hope everyone else that is watching is as well.
I like that, Quacks. Good message. I'm glad you picked the correct team. Let's go LNG. The only thing more excited for me than getting to see LNG is, of course, our 2 casters that will be coming in. That really brings the excitement for me. It will be Yanni and Alk Battery taking you guys through the final series of the night, the final series of the Knights Road Tournament. We'll start that series off after extended break. We'll see you guys later.
Welcome in, everybody, back to the LPL English broadcast. What an interesting last match there was in the prior match between OMG and IG, but now the match that everybody's been waiting for, the final play-in match between Team WE and LNG. The winner makes playoffs and Group Ascend. The loser is exiled to Nirvana. It's the last hope from Group Perseverance versus the Nirvana Escape Plan.
Yeah, and they're going to have to wait at least until Split 2 playoffs to have a chance at even maybe sniffing Group Ascend again for either one of the losers here. So a lot of clashing narratives coming in for Group Perseverance. It's the last one out, right? This is the last of our Perseverance and Nirvana teams. Team WE, they want to go back to Ascend after what was a successful 2025, and LNG almost feel purpose-built to get out of Nirvana at this point.
No doubt about it. And their match against Thunder Talk last time out, the games 2 and 3 left a little bit to be desired. So we'll see if they're able to clean up that gameplay against Team WE today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the LNG roster because, as you said, this is a team that is purpose-built to get out of Nirvana and be an Ascend. It's Sheer, Croco, Bulldog, 1XN, and Missing.
This felt like one of those rosters that you might put into redemption category for an overall narrative. I mean, Croco and Bulldog coming off of some disappointing times in the LCK. Sheer on that JDG roster that just didn't really work, and then going on to FPX. 1XN finally gets a come up. He's off of Thunder Talk. This is supposed to be his breakout year on a better team, and Missing even returning after a soft retirement midway through 2025. It really feels like if this team doesn't make Ascend with Coach Edgar at the helm, I think that LNG are either going to be making some roster changes to downgrade some of the budget, or are going to be looking to continuously, maybe be a middle-of-the-pack Ascend team if they can make it.
Make no mistake, it would be a colossal failure, I'd say, if this team does not make it into Ascend. There's only one spot. You can get back there, and you got to do anything you can to get there, even if that means praying to your pets. Pray to Dory and Mimi. Let's do it. Let's get the praying.
In Mimi we trust. That's a common phrase said in this household at the very least. And yeah, look, we came into this match obviously with dynamic reseeding at the very end. There was some rush to get things done, but I think for LNG, it is really, really important that they use every single bit of an advantage they can get. Again, they end the regular season 6-0, 12-2 in game score. They are barely undefeated in almost all of their games. And the problem that I have with this team is that I think they are incredibly boring. I think that they play very standard League of Legends. Like, we're going into a Game 3 draft and we have Wukong, Azir, Sivir. That's fine. That's great. I want to see what this team looks like when things start to get weird. If we get later into a series, what are they going to be prioritizing? And whether or not this team really has what I would consider some special sauce. Because if that's not going to be the case, this team is going to struggle in Ascent, just being barely exciting.
Yeah, I love the way you put it. You're always talking about the special sauce that teams have, right? And these guys, again, haven't shown it. They haven't had an opportunity to show it. Maybe they'll get an opportunity to show it today, but they're going to need to clean up a lot of their gameplay. This is Game 2 against Thunder Talk. Game 3 against Thunder Talk, it wasn't the cleanest either. If they play more like Game 1, where they locked all the windows and the doors and didn't let Thunder Talk in the game, then they should have a much easier time. But it's going to be very difficult against this Team WE squad who, if you give them the slightest inch, they're going to try to bust the door down.
That's the hope right here, because WE have been hilariously inconsistent at this point. They start off the regular season really hot, they go undefeated in 2 series, and then they slide in the back half of the season, just barely being able to clinch a second place spot in the top half of this group. Then they lose a tiebreaker to NIP. Then they lose a 5-game series to Top Esports, where I felt like that was one of the least competitive 5-game series we've seen in a very long time here. Every game felt like it was a stomp. I know people were complaining about 2025 having very snowbally games. That WE team in that best of 5 looked really, really suspect. So I know we've been talking about these guys. This is a fairly fresher version of the roster. They changed out their bottom lane, but for Monkey, Cube, and Karis, in the last year, they've played 10 best of 5s and have gone 3-7. That is I think, a horrible mark on your team, especially if you're trying to be a top-level contender.
Simply put, that's not good enough. We take a look at the roster. As mentioned, Cube, Monkey, Karis, and then that new bot lane, About and Yao Yao. To say, About is flashed at times, and Yao Yao, I haven't seen him make any critical mistakes that have resulted in Team WE losses.
I'm tentatively excited about Team WE because, like I said, hilariously inconsistent. They have a lot of games where I'm kind of question marking myself and asking, like, why are we grouping around this objective? A lot of it does come around Monkey and what he's able to do in some of these games, but Top Esports gave me small glimmers of the Monkey that I fell in love with in 2025. Aggressive early jungle pathing using creative champions like Skarner and Pantheon, getting into the face of enemy bot lanes and trying to set themselves up for success. I really felt like this was going to be a WE that might be successful in being able to climb into Ascend, but unfortunately, while Karis has been a bright point for this team so far in 26, I think that Cube, with the addition of more carries in top lane, has really suffered to find any level of success.
Completely agree. I mean, it was a tough assignment last time out, having to go up against 369, but that last game is just such a perfect example of what can happen when you're not at that level of play. You got ran over against the Vlad as the Kennen, and it was a large reason why they lost that game. So it's been tough for Cube. It's been tough for WE as a whole. As you mentioned earlier, they haven't won a series since January 26th. It's been like 2.5 weeks since they've won. Like, that actually does horrifying mental things to a team.
Oh yeah, and remember, the last time they won a best of 5 was Split 2, 3 going all the way to 5 versus Top Esports. And that was the last one we would have saw them. 0-3 to Invictus Gaming. They then lose 1-3 to EDG in the Split 3 play-ins going in, losing to a Nirvana team. There's a lot of questions as to whether or not WE will be able to actually take it home, and I have zero doubt in my mind that this is not going to be a clean series from them. They are going to be fighting every tooth and nail and every inch on the map to try to get them into Ascend.
Couldn't agree more with you here, Alk, as it's going to be uphill not only for recency but historically. Team WE has not won a series against LNG since summer 2021. We are almost 5 years since this team won a series against LNG. Now, to their credit, they didn't have many opportunities to play LNG last
I was going to say, yeah, that was a great
but,
way to manipulate that stat. That was beautiful.
I mean, that's a long time. Listen, if you're playing in the same league as somebody, that's a very, very long time to go without a win.
It's just called a great format. You know, the LNG's not going to be playing for too many games.
It predates Nirvana.
Yeah, we didn't introduce this Ascend and Nirvana grouping until the end of 2024. So this is a fairly new existence. I'm taking a look in general. Because this is a group Nirvana team, I do want to put into context, I guess, kind of what this win would mean for LNG outside of just the last spot to get into what is the best group in the LPL. We have had, obviously, Nirvana and Ascend since 2024 summer. They have only seen 4 series wins in best of 5s versus non-Nirvana teams. It was last year, FPX, NIP ended up taking that, EDG beating WE as well. And then after that, it's like EDG, OMG just last night, LNG technically beating TT. So maybe there's some more history here to be made. Now, first, in terms of first selection, WE, because they are the group perseverance team, they had right of first choice, and they decided to elect for first pick. That means LNG on the blue side. Nothing too odd about these bans immediately, except for the fact that I think Nico's probably going to be staying on the ban list, as that is something that WE have not shown they're able to play.
Oh, and they can't really play against it either. They've struggled having blinders on against champions that are really strong when it comes to flanking. WE, as you mentioned, are going to have that first pick. Let's see which of these teams is going to fall for the bait. Varus currently 0-5 in playoffs. Rumble currently 5-0. So I would personally just be like, we'll throw Cube on Rumble and call it a day.
Mr. Yanni, I'd like to direct your eyes to the first ban on the left side of the screen.
Oh my goodness, I can't see. I'm sorry.
That's
Listen,
okay.
I'm East Coast. My bad.
Uh-huh.
I was like, man, how did this champion get through?
I think what happened to you may have similarly happened in our last series. They just didn't know the champion was available, and they locked in what was ready. This time it's not a Randus, though, for you. We are getting Yunara, who has really started to fall out of priority. Just a ton of matchups have started to go her way, or go in the way of her opponents. Corki has come in, Aphelios has come in, and just even Ezreal started to make his rounds. So without that pairing with the Lulu, I do think that we're going to see a much lower access on this champion. So getting out of the way here first on the first game. LNG are going to take the Rise, probably the most notorious champion on the patch, has incredibly strong spikes on 2 and 3 items, and we're grabbing the Varus, who tentatively for now we are going to say is merely just a bottom laner. We've only seen 2 players in general take this top lane, so not expecting to see too much different from here on.
We're going to see the Jarvan immediately get locked into it to ensure that this Varus is going to have a hard time trying to get out of that Cataclysm. I really fear for WE after that Rise lock-in, though. This is a team that has really disrespected globals. I know Rise isn't a true global, but able to just cheat on this movement and get around walls and whatnot and make odd man fights on the other side, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to deal with because they haven't shown the ability to deal with it.
I like this Lulu. We talked about it as a pairing for the Yunara, but I also think disincentivizes some of the melee bruisers that we're going to be seeing in jungle. In particular, Xin Zhao. I think breaking up this pairing is really okay for later on drafts here in Fearless, but if you are going to be a Xin Zhao and you get polymorphed before you can activate your Crescent's Guard, that I think can create some issues for your front line. So LNG, they have a lot of range thanks to this Varus and having the Nautilus later on into the game to help lock down that Yunara. I'm just worried about whether or not they'll actually be able to have the, I think some of the tools to be able to answer a Jarvan later in the game. He kind of dictates a lot of the fights to you, and you don't have very many ways to respond afterwards. LNG are going to start with a ban onto Taliyah. We already have a pretty big options of just mid bans already. Rise was taken first from LNG, Cassio, Orianna, and Taliyah with Azir now gone. So Kars is probably going to have to reach for something like an Aurora here in game number 1. Or maybe they're even just trying to focus him and put him onto things like the Akali.
Yeah, I think you can run into an issue if you try to force the Akali. We saw that come out last time for WWE. It was just not really what you wanted there, but yeah, you're forcing him to really go down deep into the pockets, drawing the Twisted Fate ban. He was excellent on that champion. We'll see what the move is going to be here.
Could also be Ziggs. In terms of answers into Rise, a lot of Rise matchups are not super hard winning, but he is generally tanky enough after his first recall and has good enough wave clear in most matches that it is hard to kind of move this champion. And again, those items are strong, like Rod of Ages, Seraphs, into Actualizer is probably the best 3-item core you can have in the game that if you're not an 80 carry right now. We're getting a Vi here from LNG and allowing for this blind or this counter pick in top lane. I hate this matchup, Yanni. I think trying to play Galio into Rise is a miserable exercise in just doing nothing for the whole game. You get out wave cleared and you give a 3 scaling lane for this Rise. I need to see early action from WE if we're going to be taking this champ.
I agree. We'll see if that's what they opt into or if they determine, you know what, you're on your own this game. It will be that Ahri getting locked in for Karis. Historically, not so great on it, but doesn't matter, right? You just got to show up in an individual game. The Ahri Jarvan combo can get a lot of work done in the early game post 6. Still waiting for WE's top laner to come through, and it's going to be Cassante for Q.
So you can pick Renekton. You can go for Rek'Sai here, and I don't think it's all that bad. Gnar is interesting because in lane, he's going to be incredibly dominant. That's going to be the lock-in here for LNG. I like the Gnar if Monkey doesn't visit top lane, because as soon as that Gnar gets ganked, everything kind of blows up, and Cassante becomes this unkillable tank. Yanni, looking at these drafts, I gotta say, LNG, I think they have a good mix of champions that are going to be able to scale with HP, give themselves the range. I wonder if 1xN is going to revert to some of his comfort. He has been one of our few on-hit Varus players throughout the season, and this is a good game for it. WE need a lot of explosive measures, and it feels like About and Karis are going to be the cleaners for this team. They're going to be the ones that finish off fights here, but will they get that opportunity? That's going to be a big question here for them.
No doubt about it. I think LNG's strength when it comes to some of these early objective fights is going to be second to none, right? You've got the Nautilus and the Varus ultimate along with Vi to lock down any of these priority targets, and you know, Team WE, they are going to fight you on any objective, regardless whether or not they're there first, second, or somehow third to the fight. They will not want to give up an objective for any reason at all. It does worry me going into these really high-powered ultimates.
I mean, you got Ari. I want to see early movements. I need to see Monkey and Karis working together as a big portion of why we even have this lineup going into 2026. He's been trying to work on his synergy with his jungler, and Karis needs to step up against Bulldog, who we've had some questions as to whether or not he was even the best mid laner in Group Nirvana, much less here in this series. So a lot of questions being asked to both teams, and I think LNG with a lot of weight on their shoulders as potential favorites going into this match here for game number 1 between LNG and WE.
We can put a little bit more. We can get a little bit more out of the Giants, guys. Come on. All right. Well, you know what? Maybe by the end of the series, we'll get more juice out of them.
It happens. It happens. Look, not everybody can make it for game number 1. Okay?
That's true.
Some of us has jobs. Not here on the show anyway. But speaking about this game, we do have junglers already starting on the top side of the map, so it's going to be pretty tough here for Cube. I need to see him lose gracefully in this matchup, and I think more importantly, looking at our bottom lanes, whether or not this on-hit or this poke Varus is really going to get the same value versus WE. WE need to be decisive around objectives, and especially if we're in standoffs.
You're going to be leaning a lot on Bulldog to get this consistent damage out later on in these fights. You can already see that Monkey had been spotted out just a moment ago from that ward. It feels like when Monkey is able to control the early game, good things happen for Team WE. We need to see him be real active while Kroko is waiting to hit level 6.
He's going to try and go over the Baron wall. I don't know if he's looking for something in mid. He doesn't know where Vi started. There's no vision here from LNG. So now WE lose. I mean, they get information. Maybe they make this play into Bulldog.
All right, let's see. I mean, Bulldog's going to burn the Ghost. Karis, not going to even throw out the Charm. So Bulldog will Ghost and get away.
That's a massive win, and Monkey doesn't even bother to maybe try to go for an E-Flash, get the knock up there, maybe trade another Summoner Spell versus enemy mid, because Vi's already on to her 5th camp. Jarvan's going to be stuck on Wolves here. I mean, Kroko just gets a nice lead for doing nothing. That's the problem with doing early ganks in the new season. Falling behind in your jungle camp clear is really, really costly just with the pace of the game and trying to get that first upgrade to your smite.
I guess he thought maybe Kroko was going to start on the bottom side because, you know, Vi typically afraid of getting invaded on, but, I mean, your bot lane has the strength to be able to just kind of get priority there. So, again, very, very questionable, but now Monkey is going to be the one getting invaded on. Kroko currently level 4 to Monkey's level 3, and Monkey feels like he's on a bit of an island here. Report coming in from Karis.
Bulldog just recalled and has no teleport. This could be a good play here for WE.
And Monkey gonna get a heal from Yao Yao. He'll flag and drag over the wall. Waiting for the splash play to come back in. The walls are starting to close in. It's a 4v3. Charm hits the blue buff, but First Blood is gonna go over to the Spy, and About is rifling away. Kroko forced to flash away, and in the end, it's a 1-for-1.
That should have been 2 kills for WE. Karis, man, I want to make sure that, you know, we're placing blame appropriately here, but if that Charm lands onto an 80 carry, you know, we put that onto 1XN, maybe that's 2 kills, and that's a big start there for WE. I think probably the blessing in disguise for this team is the fact that they didn't lose all of their jungle camp. So we'll take a look at this. Remember, you have a numbers advantage. Yunara's coming in on a flank. This Lulu champ is discussing where does this Charm land. Nowhere. It hits the blue buff like you had mentioned. It goes over to Monkey still, but we could be optimizing. I can't believe we're like 5 minutes into our game 1, and this is already happening. We're the best of 5, man.
Yeah, I like that LNG is bringing the heat, though, right? You know, again, we talk about how aggressive Team WE can be. Obviously, a lot of teams in the LPL are aggressive, but it feels like WE more so than most. And LNG are the first ones to say, you know what, we don't care how aggressive you can be. We'll show you our brand of game. And didn't work out great that time around. We'll see.
All right.
About the next time, if LNG are the ones that are going to be able to close out on that play next time.
So, continuing to make our talk about jungle right here. A problem here for Monkey, and this is kind of maybe recompense for him missing out on, you know, going for a topside invade. He's going to have to start his Gromp. His Gromp hasn't been reset yet. This is a fresh level 1, 0 bonus experience from catch-up. So it's a fairly low value camp, but he got double scuttle. So that keeps him within the race to try to get to this level 6, try to get his upgraded smite. The problem is that all of Krako's camps have started to respawn, and he's gone almost all of them in terms of the added value from recycling them. Whereas we still have this upgraded Krugs still not taken here for Monkey. So the longer he stays out on the map, the less that LNG are able to commit. Uh-oh.
Against the wall, About got rooted. Krako's gonna go in, and About is very low. Here comes the Rise ultimate coming through. Hook forces the flash out of About.
Krako's fine though. He's still almost level 6 at this point. As long as they can continue to get this one. Oh my god, wait, that's huge.
Nice barrier. Yeah, nice barrier.
I mean, nice barrier. In my mind, that's a big summoner spell being used, because he'll still hit the recall, and you're still giving over the turret plate to 1xN. So now you just... sure, you're not going to miss out on as many kind of golden experience from the minion wave, but that's still a pretty big wave that LNG got in under the turret that you're not having access to. Thankfully, Monkey, as always, very resourceful, on his feet thinking. They just did a big investment from LNG. Let's get ourselves the dragon.
Team WWE hasn't always been the most consistent when it comes to these early game objectives, but Monkey, as you mentioned, has always been good at determining, hey, I can do this, no problem at all. So that first dragon going to go over to Team WE. You can already see that Monkey is pinging on his top side that, hey, I need some protection up here.
Oh,
Sheer's walking down right into Karis. Charm lands flush. Sheer getting bursted out and goes down. Karis making the play. Now he's going to look for Krako in transition. He's going to go over the wall, or maybe Krako's the one looking for him. So we'll scout out this red buff. Said everything's all right. Monkey's not full HP, though.
There is an upgraded smite for both of our junglers here.
Krako's 6 now.
Clears that.
Yep, and now we got Monkey stuck under the turret, but the charm is there. Krako's going to get traded out as a jungler trade.
Generally, I'm kind of happy about this for WE. I know the gold is in LNG's favor for now, but you got to play onto... If you are WE, you just killed the Gnar, and you just took out the enemy jungler. You lost your Raptors, yes, but... this is good looks here from WE. I think that they're both making the correct trades and now bouncing back from what was almost an unforced error thanks to that jungle pathing we were noting earlier. So now Monkey is not even because he's just behind the ball. If he would have gotten even half of that Raptor camp, that's a level 6. Maybe we'll see a play around now with the Grub spawning here. A big, I think, objective that LNG are going to want with two really strong side laners in the Gnar and the Rise.
Krako's content to just drop down a ward for the moment and clear out the rest of his jungle, so nothing in the immediate sense for these Grubs. But so far, it's been a different early game for LNG against WE. Remember, this is LNG's really first big test of the year. Obviously playing against ThunderTalk last time out, the other group Perseverance team. Not exactly the greatest test, right? This is a team that didn't do particularly well, and Team WE is a team that, despite their recent slide, has been generally solid in Split.
Yeah, this is, for us anyway, here on the broadcast, this is going to see whether or not LNG actually have the metal to kind of cut it, because this is for the last spot in playoffs, and the thing that we keep talking about is if you can make playoffs here in Split 1, you are automatically seeded into Group Ascend for Split 2, which is a very big prize. Now, Grubs do go over to WE, as we kind of saw them fading towards the top side. Bulldog is making a roam over.
There's that roam teleport coming in from Karis. The knockups are there. Yao Yao quickly running out of HP, and so is About. Karis will finally land. Going to drop his ultimate down. It's the charm on the Bulldog. He's running out of damage. It's a double kill for the Varus over the wall. Now Bulldog left on an island alone. Karis will at least get one back.
All right, big wins here for LNG's bottom lane. Another few handful of kills going over to 1xN. Another wave that About is going to be missing. I think we saw this in their series versus Top Esports when about a champion. Oh,
Monkey goes up too far, and they had so many ultimates to burn on him.
Monkey, I get it, right? Like, you're thinking, okay, they're going to recall. They're not going to be waiting in that brush. Let's use our Demacian standard to check the brush for us, right? Let's just throw the E in that brush, get our vision, determine whether or not we're actually allowed to be in the tri-brush, and help our mid laner crash. A good punish there from from LNG will slow down some of this pace from WE. I need to see now what LNG are going to be able to do to, you know, let's crank up the heat, right? We've got a good matchup for ourselves in bottom lane, and now that we are going to have more access to some of these big game-changing ultimates, how are we going to attack WE? Is he going to continuously be through the lanes, or are we going to take apart what has been the biggest heart of WE, which is Monkey?
First item is being completed on WE's mid and LNG's bot here. With that Ghost Blade, we're going to have Dragon coming up in about 50 seconds. And you got to be feeling good if you're 1xN specifically. Especially because 1xN has been that good. He's been as good as advertised, as good as we've expected. And Karis on the other side has looked like he's been the one kind of holding this Team WE squad together at times when Monkey is sort of driving them off the cliff. And these two big members of each side gonna have a big collision in this next.
I mean, look, it's all about the who's fed right now, right? Usually in a game, there's some dedicated shot callers. Monkey for WE, we assume for LNG, the same with Croco. But if you're the one that's ahead, you usually get to call the shots. 1xN, almost 1,500 gold up on this champion, also has a level lead, so it's gonna compound on top of that. And for WE, it's this Ahri. So much flexibility, but can you make it work? Dragon is spawning now on the bottom side of the map. They have priority from this lane. I mean, Monkey's coming out of base now. So unless Karis can really slow this fight and prevent them from taking this, WE at best are looking to chase them out of this pit.
We'll see a lot of pings going down. We know that Team WE, doesn't matter if they're early, on time, or late. They will fight anyway. Karis over the wall. Charm doesn't land. He gets hooked up. Knockups are coming through as well. Karis getting bursted, but he's able to get away.
Here we go.
1xN gets cataclysed on, but look who's on the back line. It's Croco looking for Karis, leading the way with Bulldog, able to take him down. But guess who's falling? It's Croco next. It's Bulldog in a 2v1. Can he run more bound on a sliver? He's out of there.
He's out, and the Dragon goes over to LNG, but WE are throwing hands here, Yanni.
And a Monkey, get him! He knows where
One
he's
more.
at.
Boom!
He flag and drags over. He gets the smite. He's running it out, and he will take him down.
He'll live. He'll end up living. Monkey's gonna just tail between his legs, run through the enemy jungle, throws up some fun emotes. That's cute. All right, so let's take stock of what just happened here, because not only does the Dragon go over to LNG and they'll grab some spare kills at the end, I mean, WE, really, I think, patient level of play coming in. Karis buying so much time. That arrow from 1xN missing, I think, completely changes this fight. If he's able to burst out this Ahri, that's so much of their damage here on Team WE just gone. And with that missing, 1xN almost caster cursed by us. Ends up kind of ruining the fight for his team. There's some scavengers put at the end, some stragglers that LNG are able to take at the very end. 47 HP is the last value we see. But that I think kind of keeps WE within touching distance of this game, not just in the gold, but in terms of momentum.
Yeah, and that wasn't even a great fight by Karis, right? We saw a lot of missed charms, a lot of missed skill shots, and they still were able to win the fight. Really good testament to how Monkey and About played that. About especially playing that on very low mana. But we'll get to see the teams do it again in about a minute with this Herald coming up shortly. Right now it's a very small gold lead for Team WE. Let's see if they can keep the pace up and if they can keep playing together as a team. It's been a struggle.
Are they going to be able to do much, though, right now? Because About is in the bottom lane. You can see that Yao Yao and Karis right now are hovering towards this side, mostly as a way to try to escort this Yunara. I mean, Herald spawns in 40 seconds. Do we really feel like we need to go for this? Or maybe we can attempt a dive on the bottom side. Let's try to get about here in this game. He's down 20 CS, and even though 1xN did make a mistake in that game, or in that last fight, I think he is still such a pivotal member here as one of the most broken champions generally in pro play. I know the win rate isn't reflecting that, but I do feel like this champion is incredibly dominant. We've seen it consistently in the fact that he keeps showing up in the patch notes.
All right, we're looking for 1xN stuck in the Cataclysm. Car showing up.
Okay.
And that one looked all too easy.
Maybe we should stop talking about 1xN. I think that's the play, because they keep going after him after we mention him. So if you don't hear us talk about Varus for a little bit, please remember this moment at 15 minutes. A big find for them.
We did talk about how this Jarvan pick into it was going to be pretty strong at going right after the Varus, and very easily, once you burn that flash, it's just, okay, yeah, let's go kill the Varus on repeat, right? Because it looks like they're going to continue to work on 1xN for the moment until his flash comes back up. We see a lot of pings going down on this Herald on the top side, as Croco is the first one to start it up. We've taken a recall.
Yeah. Right now, Ahri's on the bot side. They want to try to get something here, maybe even just some plates. Zoning the rise off of this wave is good because Kars hopefully can get some more gold. They know even if Ahri does TP, it doesn't seem like it's really worth it. Now they're trapped because I don't think 1xN should have shown up for this Herald. He should have just stayed on mid. Kars is going to get 2 plates on this lane and actually just finish off the turret here. So this Ahri is going to be incredibly fed. Already an item and a half here, close to finishing what is going to be a Leandri's. And they summon the Herald immediately. This is not the full turret here, LNG. What are we doing?
Short the flag and drag there, not able to get that, and you don't even get any of this priority for the upcoming dragon. So I have to say, really smart play by Team WE not to get suckered into that objective. And they're taking it easy right now, looking good.
We're not going to go for mid lane. Dragon spawns in 30. I would figure that that's the more important objective, but now it's all about, can we maybe dive this Gnar? I mean, this Gnar matchup has equalized thanks to that 1 kill we saw on Tashir. Yao will show, missing is here. You can see that currently in Fog of War, Croco is recalling. No movements. And WE are dictating the game. I think that's the most important part of what we're seeing here in this first part of the series, where WE are kind of giving LNG instructions. Okay, we're going to move topside. Are you going to answer? No. Are you doing anything on the opposite side of the map? Also no. Cool. So we get to tell you when and where you have to be on the map, and if you don't answer, guess what? We're going to win big time. And we're starting to see some mistakes. Maybe LNG haven't fully warmed up here in the game. We're kind of hoping to maybe see that as the series goes on.
Kars unable to finish that recall, so he's going to have to take the long walk back. Dragon hasn't been started. LNG are the first ones to task here. Being said, Monkey will be the first one to actually start things up. So LNG looking to link up with themselves, but looks like for the moment they will back off, give this objective away.
I'm looking at the bottom side of our screen for the teamfight HUD, and now we move to it from our observers. Sheer was not very close to Mega by the time that Dragon was in any real spot for them to contest. So LNG are just going to try to min-max on gold, get the last bit of their turret plates. Also have to say that because Kars never recalled, he has not really spent that gold. He has been sitting on the same items since we saw him pick up that kill in mid lane and also get that bottom lane turret. So once he recalls, he is going to be super powerful.
He's going to finish off that Leandri's. So on that 2-item spike, 4-1 and 4. Again, hasn't had the greatest of moments at times in this game, but has also had some really solid fights, hitting the charms that he needs to. We'll see if he's able to continue to do so to put Team WE further in the lead. It's 1.3 thousand gold, 18.5 minutes into this game. And I must say, I really like that Team WE has gone and taken things back a gear. Sometimes they play too fast.
Oh yeah, and most of that has been Monkey. Monkey almost feeling like if he is ahead or if he's in a good spot, he knows where the enemy team is usually not allowed to be, but it seems like communication within the team has broken down a little bit, especially with Korean LCK Challengers AD carry about coming in. Communications with bringing him to play has been a little bit more difficult than they would have wanted.
Cataclysm onto Missing here. Missing will flash out. The rest of the team is on the way. Chains of Corruption goes down. It's going to force a spread, but Missing will fall, and nobody for LNG can help.
He can't be there. I just was talking about it for Monkey. He's saying, look, there's a Nautilus here, and even if they have Vi, we have the damage. Ari now is going to be able to get out, I think.
We're attacking Karis here. Charm goes down. Here comes the rest of Team WE. He gets the wild growth, and now we're looking for Kroko next. Kroko, you are on the wrong side of the tracks, my friend. There is no hope for you there. He's getting some distance at least, but now he's got to run between the turrets. Meanwhile, Bulldog is getting all out in here. Has the flash, but walks back into Cube and dies.
Wow, now LNG are losing out so massively. I mean, yes, Sheer picks up a turret to himself in the lane, but WE are grabbing kills. They're forcing summoner spells out of their opponents, and we have Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. They will not have those available to them for this trade. And Cube just teleported up here, and now gets Sheer to answer as well. I feel like this is, yes, 1,500 gold in the lead for WE. This is going to feel like 3,000 now. Just missing all of these available tools for you before this objective. That'll be sole point coming up here for WE if they can secure this for themselves. And the damage still hasn't yet scaled. Like, we're waiting for the quote-unquote scaling from LNG, but we're 3 minutes away from Rise, and Cars has a massive lead here. I mean, let's take a look again at this recall. Oh, we're just watching the Cube portion of this. I'll be honest, guys. This is Cassante. I don't need to see this.
Why not?
Okay.
We love Cassante in this household.
Okay. All right.
That champion gets to do a lot and gets to do stuff like that. Is Team WE still in the lead for the moment? I think you put it best when you said Team W were pulling around LNG, especially with Vi and Nautilus and Rise. When you're getting pulled around like this, it's not great. Now, Karis is going to get attacked from Fog of War here. They're going to go all in on him. Are they actually going to be able to take him down? And he is going to get to his turret and gets the flash out of Kroko. Kroko will shut him down.
They needed that play to happen. I mean, just the gold by itself, being able to grab these next 2 waves on bottom lane and some free time. Very expensive, though. A minute before this Dragon, there's going to be no cease and desist and no flash from Kroko. So almost a one-way trip if he ends up going into the face of WE. Cars will still have teleport even after he respawns. So what do they buy? Second item completed here for the Vi. We're still 2 minutes away from Rod of Ages, so Bulldog is more than likely going to be at this Dragon fight at level 15. I don't like it, Yanni. I mean, this is... I'm looking at the other items in their inventory. Maybe 1xN can turn this, but I'm afraid. I won't lie.
Oh, well, they're going after Sheer here. He's caught in a 1v3 very quickly. Kroko will get to him, but he decides, I'm not going to that Cataclysm, buddy. I'm sorry, Sheer.
Okay. I mean, they're taking down the Gnar. We have yet to see a team fight here, Yanni, and WE are thriving. They get that pick. Now they can move it. They're not going to even go for the Dragon. We're going for Baron at 23 minutes? I mean, Yunara's not here. Who's dealing damage to this?
Well, I don't know, honestly, right? We're looking at Cube and Monkey to be the damage dealers here, as Team WE will think better of that Baron. It's so hard to do Baron in a 5v4. You have to be up almost 2 members for it to be solid.
I think that might have been their tempo killer. I think that right there was a big sin coming in from WE.
Wait, what is Kroko doing?
Why
is Kroko on
brother?
chickens? What are we doing? He'll queue over the wall and still die.
I mean, it's... The idea of that from Kroko is okay, but look at where his Rise is. His Rise is leaning towards the bottom side of the map. As Kroko, maybe just not expecting Monkey would be there in that position. We're seeing a lot of throws back and forth. I mean, that Baron, very costly for WE as they finally drop the mid-tier 1 for LNG. But, I mean, that pick onto Kroko essentially gives over Soul Point to WE, and Cube is able to pick up a tier 1 turret in top lane. So, very weird things happening, but the end of all of that means that WE are in a very, very good spot in this game.
And that death on Kroko, that's a problem that both of these teams have really shown throughout the season. Just getting picked off at weird spots. I mean, look at the rest of the team. They're headed toward the Dragon.
yeah, that's why I'm okay with this. Unfortunately, Croco, if we had Flash from our play on the bottom side, we would have got out of here. But that's not the case, and does end up paying with his life and the dragon. So now Soul Point here for WE. I've got to say, Yanni, I think a Cloud Soul is magnificent for them. The movement speed you're going to get access to as Yunara, as this Ahri, is just insane. So we need to see what LNG can do. They've only been smacked down twice, and that was thanks to LGD in Group Nirvana. But aside from that, they've been a rather spotless team, whereas WE have felt a lot of hardship so far in their early season.
Especially recently, you know, this is a team that they had a good start despite the fact that they were losing every single game at like 15 to 20 minutes. And yet they were still finding ways to pull out wins. It just feels like if they can connect these two parts of the game together, they'll be in great shape. They're in great shape right now, though, with recent item completions, Monkey getting that GA and about picking up this Infinity Edge. We're getting some ultimates here out of LNG. Croco thinks better of an engage for the moment. And if this game state remains the way it is, it's favored for WE.
Right now, WE, they have control of the side lanes. Oh, Croco just barely gets spotted on that ward there. Look at this pincer. Ooh, if Bulldog was not here, this would be a dive, and maybe Monkey might say, yeah, we're still going.
Okay, we're gonna go attack the Vi here. Karis had to flash away. Now we're going all in here. Knockups are coming through. Croco's on this backside, but he's hapless. Shear's got to get out of there because he's not mega yet. The charm down on the missing, and he will fall next. Yunara is transcended, getting shields. He's still frontlining, but now will finally fall to shut down the Bulldog. Karis looking to close this one out. But Bulldog is forced to flash away. Team WE will knock down the mid-tier to 1.
I love these fights from WE, and LNG just not able to build time and build space for this Varus here. You're supposed to get these Blight procs down, make sure they're firing away at range, and chunk out this WE team before you get into a good fight. But the damage here from Croco, I mean, you're super far up here as the rest of your squad. Bulldog is rushing to the backline, but look at 1xN. He can't move forward because there's a Cataclysm in his face. There's a Cassante to the right of him. And even Bulldog doesn't actually deal all that much damage. So without really a Mega Gnar to boot, and with missing using his flash and his ultimate in the fight before this, LNG have no feet to stand on, no legs to stand on here in this fight. So WE are going to continue to use their gold lead. They're going to push on that mid-tier 1 and finally take it down. Now finally sitting at a 3,000 gold lead, and LNG are consistently missing the mark here in these fights.
Hasn't been a great game for them so far. We're still looking for more out of Bulldog, as you mentioned. Doesn't do that much damage. The Rum Warps have left a lot to be desired in this game, especially because it's an ability that Team WE can't have trouble with. Right now, with all that extra gold, Team WE went back and they bought up some items. Karis now on that Medjais, has that Death Note on 9 pages. Also has that Seeker's Arm Guard. Meanwhile, About is looking to get some extra lifesteal into his build. Things are looking mighty fine for Team WE.
Remember when we were in this game a few minutes ago and 1xN had a 1,500 gold lead? Yeah, I remember those times. But
I bet he does too.
Yeah, right now this is a great look for WE, and something that we're only one game into this best of 5, but hopefully they can use this as leverage to get better in this series, because it's been very tough watching WE in recent weeks. Obviously a 0-4 end to the regular season, losing in 2 games to NIP for the tiebreaker to get it into first. So, but this looks like a completely different WE. This feels like more of that aggressive style we saw from them. They had a gold lead for at least a portion of this game that felt, you know, very relevant here. And while Monkey hasn't really been awe-inspiring or I think changing up the game here as we expected, he's doing a lot that I expect from a Jarvan, and really exciting stuff as well.
Yeah, he's doing the dirty work right now, and sometimes that's all you really have to do on champions like this. He had that one time where he got picked out a little too far near the Krugs, but as long as you're not consistently doing that like he was earlier on in the season in some other games, you're going to be in good shape. Croco looking for a big flank here, but he's going to run right into Karis. This is going to be a big problem. He's got that Guardian Angel, but he doesn't want to pop it quite yet. Team WE surrounding this Dragon for the moment. Sheer is not close to Mega and has nothing to hit.
Can he throw some more boomerangs? Krako's on a ward here. This is a masterful ward. Monkey's gonna try and turn.
All right, there's the Cataclysm, but everybody's able to hop out. Cars goes golden in the middle of it. Bulldog's on this back line looking for a bout.
Oh my
Good
God.
ultimate there. Big damage coming through. It's Bulldog and the rest of LNG that are Bulldog and WE. Realm Warp coming through, but it's not gonna actually help anybody out. Krako on the backside on Monkey will be able to clean him up. It's a double kill for 1XN and disaster strikes for WE.
How much can they get off of this play? Because LNG off of a single fight may have turned this game on its head. It's a single turret in mid, maybe some jungle camps at the exit, but the way, just watching that CC being layered with the Gnar ultimate on top of the cease and desist, and then the arrows flying from 1XN, that is as perfect of a fight that LNG are going to want to get for themselves. And instead of that dragon, they're going to move themselves over to this Baron. WE will still get the soul, however, and that could be problematic for them as this game goes on.
Hang on, Krako is sprinting down there. He said, I don't want to give this one up without a fight. We have dueling teleports coming in here from our mid and top lane, respectively.
Monkey!
Krako is now going to find himself between a couple of members. Karis, though, slides out, looks to regroup with the rest of the team. Another teleport coming in. This one's Cassante, 2,000 HP and dropping. Now we're going to go and engage on the Cassante immediately. Sheer looking to come through the side as well, but he doesn't have any rage bar. Krako doesn't want this fight to be over. Hook goes down onto Cube. There's that wild growth as well. The rest of the LNG are unable to continue the chase.
Guys, please stop fighting. Please. Our observers really want to show a replay of that dragon fight 3 minutes ago, please. Are we gonna do anything? Are we gonna continue? Guys, we still have Baron for another 2 minutes. We have side lanes. Sheer is pushing a massive wave down here. His teammates are maybe going to try to collect. You have Rise with Realm Warp coming up. I mean, this is Rise also with 3 items. We talk about him finishing the Actualizer here. LNG will grab another turret out of the map, but Soul going over to WE means that they have so much more combat power. I mean, triple Cloud Drake by itself is really good in terms of the movement speed you get, but as soon as they pop their ultimates, they're going to be massively empowered for this fight.
Yeah, you talked about Karis and about getting these boosts when they use their ultimates. It's going to be massive, but we'll see if LNG can negate that by getting just such a huge gold lead, right? Things are looking much better for them. All it took was one fight for them to flip the game in their favor.
It's a 4-on-4 for now. Cassante's gonna have to pick up the mid wave, and Sheer is moving over. He has no teleport here for this Cassante. You see how LNG and WE are jockeying for position. Oh my god.
Knocked up. We're on top of Karis. Krako's coming through as well. Karis goes golden, missing. Will kite back to the rest of the team. Sheer over on the side, but he's being dealt with. Bulldog has to run away. Nobody's frontlining for him. He's caught in a Cataclysm. Knockups there.
Monkey
doing that dirty work that we talked about. Krako and Guardian Angel, but you can't be saved. There's no redemption for you. It's a triple kill for a bout.
The group Nirvana representatives look incredibly sloppy here after a near flawless regular season. I mean, that fight, just the lines that we're taking, I think that the target focus in some of this isn't as clean as we were expecting. And LNG yet again fumbled another big fight. We'll take a look. I think this is really clever from Missing. Somehow he gets it through Monkey because of this, and Monkey is buying so much time. GA goes through. Sheer is only holding Cube down, but Monkey, I mean, this mistiming from Krako means that he doesn't go down. 1XN, the heal, the Triumph Rock from Bulldog there lets Monkey survive. Just incredible what WE are able to pull off. Almost magical in some of these fights. What's going on is LNG, they had one good moment in this game, or 2 good moments. It was the first 5 minutes and that fight around the dragon. But outside of that, it has been all WE, and they have looked, I mean, honestly, like solid here in game number 1.
Still have some of those mistakes that they need to clean up, but much fewer mistakes than when they were making, especially against their series against Top Esports. You mentioned it. It wasn't really the cleanest series from either team there, but WE especially did not look like they were playing up to the standard that we know that this team can play. All they have to do is control the chaos that they bring to the table. Right now, they've wrestled control back. Let's see if they can maintain it for the moment. 34 minutes into this game. looking ahead in the future, 2 and 2.5 minutes, Baron, but that all-important Elder Dragon will be on the table too.
Yeah, that Elder Dragon is the big boss in the room right now, just essentially dictating who is going to win this game. Taking a look at our 80 carries here, about, again, extremely exciting prospect in my mind, coming over from Gen G Challengers in LCK. I was thinking maybe this guy could raise the ceiling of this team over Taeyun, and some of these games have looked a little bit rough. I'm going to chalk that up to the fact that this kid does not know a ton of Mandarin. His ability to communicate with his team is very limited. He has Chorus in mid lane to hopefully help him translate, but mechanically speaking, I think About has been really, really sound, and I'm excited to see what he's able to do against one of our most exciting LPL prospects in 1xN, who in this game hasn't really delivered here. And I think in the big moments, 1xN has started to slip.
Thought for a moment that Yao Yao would have went down there. It's very, very close. I think you're right when it comes to About. He has been so good. He's been squeezing out so much damage in these playoffs so far, really high up on the damage numbers. And yeah, 1xN has not had that response this time around. We thought that maybe he'd go the on-hit virus. The poke virus is not really having its intended effect.
He built Endless Hunger, so he has a ton of bonus attack damage that is giving him haste here. I think it's decent. It's just, can he actually get through these fights? We'll end up seeing. There are those big objectives we were talking about. 30 seconds before the Baron and 20 after that will be the Elder. But, I mean, massive amounts of damage available here for WE. And if they can't get their poke off, LNG just kind of flounder in fights as we have seen. I know we've been talking about everybody else, but Sheer needs to have a big game here in this one. You've been alone the entire time. You are on a individually good matchup for your lane, and in the side lane, you're supposed to be more relevant than Cassante. But I think we have had very fleeting moments from him in this one.
Yeah, we've seen that one good Gnar ultimate, but it didn't even hit anybody into a wall, right? We still need to see him go and make his mark on this game, because despite the gold lead for Team WE, despite the kill differential, this game is so close right now, Ulk. It's going to come down to these objectives. As I mentioned, Team WE jockeying for position of this bottom river. They're the ones who want to control this. Hook's going to go down on the Monkey. There's that Wild Breath, but they're going to immediately attack 1xN. He's trying to cut it out. Monkey dies.
Oh my God!
But About is free hitting. Now they're going to try to turn onto it, but nobody else is there to do it. Sheer's got to run away. 1xN will flash, but Bulldog is golden in the middle of 4 members, and they will finally close out on 1xN. Team WE are getting the job done with Sheer, the only man left alive, forced to flash away.
This Lulu is so damn OP from Yao Yao. The shield that he's giving to About, the ultimate that he's able to apply for his teammates, and just the explosiveness that we're seeing from WE. They weren't able to get 1xN on the first pass, but Cube and Chorus forced themselves onto this Varus, and that's probably just game 1. It's Sheer now, missing spawns in 5 seconds. It's 3 grubs.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to do it. Missing is here, but the turret is no longer. Team WE will finish this game off. The knockup's onto About, but who cares about it? Not Team WE, and they take game 1.
That's awesome, man. That's an incredible look from them. I mean, wow. I'm excited now, because we came into this series thinking, I know you were a WE fan. I think people who have been watching the play-ins and more specifically saw that best of 5 between top esports and this team weren't excited. Yes, it was a 3-0 versus Thunder Talk, but that team has barely won a single game except versus EDG, who will be joining them in Group Nirvana later this year. So, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is more of the issues that we saw LNG have against Thunder Talk in their last series in games 2 and 3, right? We saw that incredibly clean first game, but games 2 and 3, they were sloppy. They had issues with target selection. They were positioning poorly in fights, not marking and attacking key targets. And I think that Kroko was a big offender, especially in that fight up in the top side. Could not get that cease and desist off earlier in the fight. And that was a big reason why Bulldog was trying to fight 3 of them. He's like, where's the rest of my team? Well, your Vise turned tail and ran.
And a lot of these fights, I think, we got to see why champion like Nautilus has really started to fall out of favor in general. Just not as tanky, and especially into enchanters who seem almost like the kings and queens of the meta right now, when you think about how Fearless has been looking, you are really hard-pressed to kind of get into their face and make meaningful changes. And it's funny because Missing has been both a really good, a decent engaged player, but mostly an enchanter player. I mean, just looking at the season, he has a lot of games being played on different champs, but most played, 2 games on Lulu, 2 games on Renata, 2 games on Karma as well, has a Nami game that we have seen from him. Kind of similar to Yao Yao, who has played more of the defensive supports, especially in those enchanters. So I'm kind of looking forward to what the rest of the series is going to look like, because that actually could mean that we might just get double enchanters as early as the next game, honestly.
And it really opens up the support pool, right? There are so many champions that are going to be available for these players. You think the only ones that you're not going to see are your solo queue picks, right? Your Vel'Koz and Xerath supports. We're not going to see that, but, you know, who knows? Maybe even one of these games we'll see like a Taric or something like that. Taking a look at the damage charts here, 1xN certainly put up a lot, but it was not enough. About was ready for takeoff, was able to fly. Monkey and Karis did a good job getting about to the late stages in this game.
The damage numbers between our AD carries, I think, are very fake. These guys were hitting targets that were in front of them. About had an okay game. 1xN maybe a little less so. They even have very similar score lines to each other. The tail here in this game number 1 was mid lane, and Karis, on a champion that he hasn't picked so far in 2026, performed excellently. And there's big eyes on him to do so, as he has been a big crutch for this team in their last prior series. Even in this one, again, if 1xN doesn't miss this arrow, I feel like this game just feels so different where Karis isn't this far ahead.
Yeah, it was just such a tough fight here. And, you know, again, this is where Team WE could have just actually put the game out of reach even sooner had the fight been cleaner. But yeah, I think you're right on the money about this mid lane matchup where, you know, Bulldog really did not show his worth here. He was the one member of this LNG squad that didn't exactly get many first team all-pro ballots for Nirvana. I know that I didn't vote for him, and we need to see a lot more out of him.
Yeah, Sheer was a little bit more reserved. I mean, even Cube, man. I know he's not part of the Nirvana group, but Cube, player Cassante, let's get you on some Ornn, some Scion. If you've been a good boy, you can even have a Yorick later on. But we'll see about that one. I know. Felt like, yeah, the Gnar was just invisible this game.
Yeah.
Very few actual team fights. And Cher has been a decent side laner. The complaint that I had from FPX is that I felt like his team fighting wasn't very good. But I was willing to give him a pass because that FPX team had a lot more issues than just his team fighting. So I don't know. I'm kind of stunned because we're now moving into Varus being what 0-10 here in playoffs already, and we got some pretty big picks I think out of the way for WE. Ones that they're either not going to be prioritizing or ones that they may have been afraid of later on.
And not only that, this is a game where they focused out Karis, did LNG, right? So, you know, this Ahri is likely a champion he is not going to often go to early in Fearless. Might be something you'd see out of desperation later on. And they're like, well, we attacked him and we forced him on a champion he's not great at and we lost. So like, what do you do now? Do you still continue to try to attack him like that and kind of open the door for other members of WE?
And I thought this series was maybe going to come down to the difference in the bottom lane, because 1xN has been talk of the town here for LNG. But if this is how this is going to go, and if he's going to be able to match if he's going to be able to match his counterpart here and maybe even rise to the occasion, then the whole matchup kind of flips on its head, because coming into this series, Cube was on a downturn, Monkey was on potentially looking at as someone who would jeopardize a lot of games, Karis was on a downturn, and About and Yaoi almost felt like they were along for the ride here for what this top side was going on. But this game 1 gives you a lot of good feelings. I feel good about WE. Monkey's going to get player of the game for this one. I mean, look, this Jarvan was really, really good, but is very dangerous at certain points.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I thought that Karis' early fights weren't great, but he started to clean it up as the game went on. I would have given it over to him. Again, Jarvan's stat looked strong when you can throw down your standard and give everybody attack speed and just call it a day. We're not going to quite call it a day, but we're going to call it a break for the moment. When we return, it'll be the Game 2 draft between Team WE and LNG. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast. Team WE took a victory over LNG in the first game of this best-of-5 series, but luckily for LNG, there are more shots at it to try and get a win, get into group ascent.
Look, LNG have not lost the best-of-5 all year, at least in 2026, so who's to say that they're out of this one yet? WE, I guess, also haven't won a best-of-5 this year. They've already played one, so...
A stoppable force versus a movable object.
Very movable, some would say. So I'm looking for LNG to make a comeback here. They were probably the most they were the most consistent team coming out of Group Nirvana, but my issue was their competition I don't think was really pushing them to be that much better. They played very boring games, they played standard League of Legends, and the thing that I didn't see from them this game is that spice we were talking about. If you look at WE, their spice is Monkey. Monkey is going to do things that try to break the game, that are maybe a little bit unorthodox, but those are the games and that's the kind of qualities that you're going to need in a player and in a team if you want to take down some tougher competition going down the road. Because, I mean, get rid of all the other incentives for just winning this best-of-5. You're going into playoffs after this. You have the potential to make even more noise with more best-of wins, but you're not going to have access to those games if you can't even win here tonight versus similar competition.
And not only that, right? Not only getting into the playoffs, but, you know, not getting into group ascent for Split 2 is a massive L, not just for the expectations of LNG, but you don't get that extra progression, right? Like, we're going to see more 1xN in Group Nirvana. Like, if this is a loss, like... No, I don't know what this LNG squad is going to look like if this continues, but the good news for them is they have a couple of games to still try and straighten this one out. Must say, a little bit more difficult for them, mostly because they're not getting 3 winning lanes like the way they were always getting down in Group Nirvana, especially in this mid lane. And we saw some early aggression come out from Kroko, but he was unable to really keep the pace up. He was out-aggressed by Monkey.
I think he also just made a few positioning errors, maybe just not having the full download. It definitely felt like the first 15 minutes of this game, LNG were a little cold, to say. So just not really super warmed up. It didn't seem like mechanically they were making the correct decision. So I'm hoping that after a game or 1.5 at this point, because we're going into game 2 here, that we'll have a better version of this LNG team, because 3-0ing TT, that's light work, no reaction. There's not much we could put on top of that one. But
He did it.
Losing to WE, I think the fact that you lose here is not is super embarrassing. Just like you had mentioned, 1xN back in Group Nirvana. How many times are we going to see this before potentially even move on from this player or try to get him an even better team? That's the question here. We're going into draft number 2 here. It is going to be LNG with first pick on the blue side. So what are they going to make of it? No Rumble banned quite yet, and we're seeing a Nocturne and a Malphite already taken away.
I'm curious as to why LNG elected to ban the Nocturne. Again, WE is a team that has struggled against Global so far. I really want to see LNG pick them up and use them. I want them in Kroko's hands. We saw Bulldog have that Realm Warp and not really do much with it, so I think it's time to just say, you know what, we'll go Globals elsewhere on our team and try to take advantage of WE that way. This last ban going to be very important because Orianna is still going to be on the table, as well as the aforementioned Rumble.
So which one do you want to get rid of? It's Misfortune instead. They're going to wake a trade here. This is the cool part about playing counter pick, is that if you let a few of the OPs through, blue side can only take one of them. Now this is one of Sheer's best champions. He rarely does get access to it, and it is a strong enough laner. Are we going to immediately see things like the Scion come out for Cube, or is he going to go for his Rumble? WE, as a response, are going to snap up 2 of the strongest mid-jungle duos we have in the Azir and the Xin Zhao.
Dissuading the Orianna pick while the lane is fine, side laning is a little difficult. We'll see if LNG want to go into it anyway, right? There's a couple of champions that you could just throw the ball on and have a great time. Jack's going to be coming through the classic counter into the Xin Zhao.
Now, usually Orianna isn't a great delivery system with that champion, but I do like the Jax. I think the Jax offers a lot, not only versus the Xin Zhao, but into the solo lanes that WE are showing. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a pretty hard ask, I think, as WE to constantly stay safe with also thinking the equalizer. So we'll head into the second phase with no AD carries chosen. How much focus are we going to be putting into a player like About's champion pool? Because we've seen a lot of 1xN. We haven't really seen a ton out of About when it comes to expansive champion pools. I know we're getting the Sivir, the Ezreal. We're going to start to move down into things like Kalista. Jhin also, I think, a big priority, despite maybe some of the community's grumblings about this champion.
It's still a great champion when you need that little bit of extra utility coming out of your AD carry role. For About, I'm looking for maybe a Corki in this game to complement the early power of the Xin Zhao and try to get this Azir into the late game. For the side of LNG, well, I want to give something with agency to 1xN. Because we've seen in a couple of games where things don't go great for LNG, 1xN and missing. If you give them the tools to say we are going to win a fight, they have risen to the occasion.
Now this is Ashe. We've only seen Ashe paired up with Seraphine before, but I think operates in a very similar vein to Jhin in this one. I mean, the volleys are going to apply slows constantly to allow for Xin Zhao to catch up. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to get a lot of value versus what LNG have right now, and you have a ton of flexibility here. So I like this from Team WE. You have such a clear team fighting core around you, and now it's up to LNG to be able to answer that, whether that is in the lane or with something that's going to be a much better team fighter later on. Lucian, probably going to be Nami. Honestly, if we're really cooking, this also could have been a Emilio game, but I understand they're going to just try and slam them through the early laning phase. You have a Rumble to help you do that. You have the Lucian and the Nami. Now we need to see them actually connect on this.
Not only that, getting the tidal wave for that disruption later on in this game is going to be really important in these team fights. Still awaiting what Yao Yao is going to lock in here. As you said, it's usually been the Seraphine. Occasionally we've seen a Braum. It's the Seraphine this time around. Really liking what Team WE has on their side.
Yeah, I think maybe a problem that could pop up for WE is that they may be a little low in terms of DPM if Cars is put behind, but LNG are incredibly fragile this game. Yes, they have some winning lanes, and they have probably the best mid laner on the patch aside from Ryze, but if you're behind as Lucian Nami versus Ashe, the slow is going to basically stop you from really getting much damage down, or an ultimate, who's stopping this? Nobody from LNG. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, who's tanking this from LNG? You need to be ahead, and especially with a Lucian Nami and an Orianna, you need to be on objectives before your opponents. So I need to see very decisive play coming out from LNG, as WE basically get to dictate a large portion of this game to their opponents once they have access to those ultimates.
For Bulldog, I don't think he needs to get fancy with these shockwaves. Hit a solo shockwave if it comes down to it. Anything you can do to make this game easier to play for your Lucian, because if I'm playing Lucian against this Team WE squad, I am very, very worried. I have to fight into an Ashe and an Azir. That is so difficult to fight through. Plus, you've got the Xin Zhao Crescent Guard. Like, you have to get into his range in order to deal your damage. There are big worries there, but as you mentioned, LNG, they do have early tools to be able to fight on a lot of these early dragons. I am specifically looking at these supports and the impact that their ultimates are going to make on this game. Game 2, Team WE LNG on the Rift.
WE fan chants were not in sync. You know, that is a demerit we'll have to put towards them.
Were you
Monkey
rushing
did
or
get
were you
spotted.
dragging?
Basically. Oh, Jax is just coming straight over here.
Oh my.
We're not going to even allow him to try to do this.
All right, well, let's see. Monkey immediately has to run away. Again, the secret sauce from Team WE will be set a little behind this time around, but that's not something Monkey has ever really cared about.
Yeah, but this is, again, an early start for Monkey that could be very dangerous if he's not able to do something creative or get himself back. He's starting his Raptor camp around 120. That's going to put him about 15 seconds behind the ball, while Jax is just farming. Jax is already done with his Wolf camp. He's going to go into Gromp, into his blue buff, and then he's perfectly fine. So instead of even clearing the rest of his bottom side, Monkey's gonna head straight into top lane and maybe even just go Raptors, blue buff, into topside gank. It's risky, but it's one way you can try to flip this matchup on topside, where I think the biggest point of the entire game right now is whether or not this Azir is going to be meaningful.
Oftentimes we talk about Jin Zhao needing to really push the pace of the game, especially when you have a scaling mid laner like this. Be the bridge to get you into that late game, and you know, when you have a rough early start like that, it's always a little bit harder. The good news is we might just see Kroko continue to farm up, so Monkey could have the rule of the roost for the time being.
He's already 4 camps in, man. Like, this is dangerous. Jax is so dangerous here in this season. Just Trinity Force, and just with the heightened importance of needing to farm in jungle, Jax as one of those champions becomes a nightmare to deal with later on. See that 1xn and missing, or trying to abuse his Lucian Nami with that first strike that he has access to. And again, it's quite interesting to see what Monkey's gonna be. Also, he went for PTA in this game, which is very unorthodox, especially in the counter matchup.
We got heal and barrier out of this bottom lane, but About and Yao Yao are looking to fight back. The problem is,
Oh my god,
there are a lot of minions that they have to try to contend with. Monkey
what is
coming
Monkey
in
doing?
on no, this is a big flank here. He has ended up down here somehow, some way. It's just the Monkey way. We're going to go on to 1xn. Missing does not have the mana. Flash for flash, but the knockup is there, and it's first blood for Monkey.
The knockup past the dash into the wind becomes lightning slow. Perfect from Monkey. And he gets the summoner spell out from 1xn. So a good way of getting his bot lane involved, even though they get no assist or any credit for that one.
Oh,
Missing it. We're going to get the
dead.
solo?
Oh my goodness, Missing. He's just that guy, man. We're looking at vintage Missing now.
Oh god. Oh god, run.
He doesn't
All
care.
right. I think he should. I think this Xin Zhao can do very mean things to him if he stays in this lane, but he wants to get the wave crashed. He knows his AD carry's probably like, guys, please get the wave underneath the turret. I don't need to get frozen on by an Ashe and a Seraphine. Especially as Lucian Nami, you want the wave to be in the middle so you can try to poke them out and get a little bit more than just your Ardent Blaze. Also means that they're going to be desynced on their recall timers. Missing still hasn't hit his recall. So Lucian's probably going to have to take a back seat on the next 45 seconds of this lane as Ashe Seraphine catch up. And that doesn't really do much for LNG, but in the meantime it gives WE a little bit more time here.
One thing to mention is that the weird pathing from Monkey resulted in Kroko being unable to counter it. Kroko was able to do that against Thundertalk pretty often, and one of the few times where I didn't expect the Jin Zhao to be down there, so my pushing bot lane, I thought they were safe. If you're not able to protect them like that, this is how you can get burnt badly and put them in bad positions, especially against the Ashe there.
That's his bot lane's fault, not him, okay? This is a rare moment where I will defend my jungler and say,
I think that's fine,
look,
but you know,
this guy is in Super Narnia. Like, we don't know where Monkey is, right? Like, he did one camp, he didn't even try to contest me on my wolves, and then I don't know where he's pathing at that point. So that is, I think, more credit to the fact that Monkey is being very creative here in this game.
Oh, no doubt about it. I'm seeing Missing walk up here. He's just going to get some vision, try to clear some vision out, but About and Yao Yao again. If you get tagged by them once, you're getting tagged by them twice, you're getting tagged by them thrice.
I think that this right here is going to be a microcosm of this game is, can we get Nami or someone else to walk forward into this poke? Now, big flank from Kroko. Still flash here for About.
All right, we're going to look for Yao Yao. He flashed into the end of the counter-strike, but he's fine.
He tanked it. He was like, look, it's like I'm playing Brawl.
Oh.
Very close
All right,
there from
Karis.
Karis.
It's okay. He's not meant to win the lane. It's fine. You know, we're going to waste some time with Monkey there, but otherwise, no worse for wear. As LNG, Kroko hovering around this bottom crab wants to try to hit level 6. He's a little bit of EXP away, though.
I think it's mostly just here for the scuttle. We're here to pick up this scuttle, get ourselves level 6, and get our Rooted Smite as well. Bulldog just maintaining priority. Let's use a shockwave, clear out the wave. force cars underneath this turret and make it easier for our Jax to live a little bit longer. As you saw by getting that bottom side scuttle, Kroko won't have hit 6, but will have the additional damage on his smite right now. And maybe there's a fight even brewing in bottom lane. See that Monkey wants to aggress.
Walking forward, he's going to engage on the missing. Heal burnt, but now 1xN is split from the rest of the squad. And down it goes missing. Yao Yao will be picking that one up.
And they stopped the dragon being done here. So, WE, whether it is them kind of respect checking LNG or recognizing that they can actually play around with this comp of having a ranged Enchanter Seraphine with this Xin Zhao, this is a big win for them. I'm liking, whoa, whoa, whoa. We sent in an Enchanted Crusader to maybe look for Bulldog. But yeah, still they stopped the dragon, right? And they got the kill.
Really fantastic stuff from Team WE. And what I like is that they didn't try to overcook the play and ruin their tempo and go back on the dragon here. Now the ball is in LNG's court, it feels like. This Lucian Nami hasn't really had the intended effect that you want. And now it almost feels like you have to try to push the pace of your Croc.
And a reminder that for WE, it has been a long time since they've won a best of 5. We go all the way back to Split 2. And this Team WE team, I mean, they crashed out after losing, or after beating Top Esports. They move into Split 3, and they had an even worse time in the regular season. And then they fall to EDG. And we're looking at them here in this bracket. Yeah, sure, you're going up against Top Esports, but even that one could have been a little bit more close, even as a 5-game series. They got clapped in games 3 and 5. So the fact that they're playing still around Monkey, they're still playing their kind of innovative style where they do some unorthodox things, especially early invades in this meta right now, almost unheard of because of the changes we've made to jungle.
Not only has it been so long since they've won a best of 5, but I think it's been a long time since they've played a best of 5 with this sort of gravitas around it, right? Seeing an engage on the bottom side here. The tidal wave going to land about, force the flash away. Culling going to be mostly blocked by Yao Yao, but the dash forward and the Q takes him down. His cleanse from flash from 1xN, and he's out of it.
If he was underneath that turret for even a moment longer, that turret goes out and kills him immediately. Or damn near close to it with the ebb and flow that missing is giving him into the healing. A very expensive trade, but a minion wave and a half that's going to be missed here by Yao Yao. Ash is still picking this up. I think it's an okay find here for both. I mean, for LNG, you're probably saying, cool, we found a kill. If you're WE, you're looking at it like, all right, like, it sucks that our Seraphine died, but we're still going to have level 6 coming up soon, and we still have buttons to play with. Having no flash versus either a Jax or a Xin Zhao does feel pretty miserable as an AD carry.
No, you and I both know that feeling all too well. And, you know, unfortunately for 1xN and missing, they had to really make that play, because if your Lucian doesn't have the sort of damage early on, you know, you're not able to really control the mid game through that mid wave. Now, he's got a serrated Dirk into a slingshot there. Interesting choice of build here.
I think that slingshot is a... If they put any actual damage on this item, it would be broken, because it is...
Yes.
Your first auto deals a little bit more, and then every auto after that reduces the cooldown on a... if I remember correctly, is a 30-second cooldown on this item. So Lucian gets a lot of value. Thanks to the Light Slinger passive, you're getting double autos, you can get a little bit... You can squeeze a little bit more. Shira's moving down, they want this dragon. First dragon at 10.5 minutes is rather delayed, but Cube doesn't have teleport, and Sheer does, so he'll be able to re-answer the top lane if he really wants to.
Team WE know this is going on, but they have already displayed in this series that they can show restraint. Seeing some pings onto Yao Yao and about, but LNG don't have a way to do anything more, so it's just a dragon for them.
So the trade here is a dragon for the team, where WE's top laner gets some time to get back into this game, and did at least pick up 3 grubs, so you're doing okay here as WE. You were able to grab 2 plates there for this Ornn, which gold much necessary for him to not only finish his items, but make sure he's keeping up with this Rumble. Let's see a dive on bottom lane. Monkey and Yao Yao being spotted by Kroko. Bulldog very far away from the play, so I like that 1xN and missing are playing up in the lane against about who they know is by himself.
There was smoke, but not quite a fire there. So now we're 11.5 minutes into this game. This Monkey is going to revisit. Missing in 1xN under the turret for right now. Kroko is on his way. Just trying to do whatever they can to prevent 1xN and Missing from exerting some of this pressure. Monkey gonna dodge out on the bubble. And again, we're still looking for something, but nothing is quite there. And now Monkey says, yeah, I'll go in on you, Kroko. I'm not afraid of this counter matchup. Monkey might be afraid of Missing in 1xN, looking to cut him off. Here comes the tidal wave. Flash gonna be burned. Equalizer's there, and they're burning away. It doesn't matter the encore, because the double kill for Lucian, and Sheer will clean up the end of the fight.
A big mistake coming in from Monkey. I mean, you have no mid priority to be able to move that early, and you know bottom lane can try to answer from LNG, so why go into the Jax? That just feels like a big mistake. If anything, use your bot lane, get yourself that bottom side scuttle, and call the play off. That felt like a Monkey that we were expecting coming into the series. Yeah, look, Bulldog right now is forcing him away. Sheer teleports out, and this is kind of the reward for not using this on that dragon. He comes up right behind. Monkey uses the Crescent Guard to try to block as much damage as possible, but the team is just getting cooked on the Sequelizer. And obviously the ultimate there, the Monsoon from Missing, was great at being able to set that up. So LNG now explode to a pretty massive gold lead with a lot of those kills going over to 1xN.
Globally, we've seen some questionable Rumble ultimates, but that one was damn near perfect. LNG in the driver's seat, 2,500 gold up. And, you know, if Sheer can make more impact like that in these fights, be a big reason why LNG would be able to win game 2. Remember that that Gnar game left a lot to be desired, but he's already playing with that fire.
Ornn got another plate on top side. I'm gonna keep talking about this because Ornn interacts so uniquely compared to other champions with his items. Aris gets a pretty disgusting trade put down on him from Bulldog. But oh, this is the laning version of Orianna. It's unfortunate that we're not seeing Arcane Comet, but we are getting Ludens, so he's gonna do a hell of a lot versus this Azir, especially in the lane if he uses those shockwaves. I think Monkey got spotted there. Monkey was spotted at the very end of that one with the vision. 1xN Missing still walk forward.
Nice sidestep there on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Kroko is here, but he might be a little too late. Crescent Guard just to keep him away. We've got the insurance teleport from Q.
Are they going to go for more on this turret? They still have 3 grubs. Herald doesn't spawn for another 45, but Cube, he has so much HP here. This should be them moving in with this Demolish. Try to get a lot of gold for themselves. They're going to split that 3 ways. Not the best, but this is just to hopefully get... We're going for more?
Yeah. Call the Forge God. It's not going to land on anybody. Monkey isn't able to hit the Wind Becomes Lightning, but they're still going to look for Kroko anyway. Encore just a little too late, but Monkey is so low, but that last auto didn't do enough, but the one shot of the culling will get it done for 1xN.
Sheer, I really feel like he should be getting more out of this turret, but afraid of Karis moving over with this Azir. We've had a lot of focus on bottom lane so far here in this series. I mean, game number 1, multiple ganks from Monkey with this Jarvan. Game number 2, we've had almost exclusively fighting in the bottom side river here. But we have yet to really tackle the big issue for WE, and this Azir. This Azir is farming up a storm regardless of the trades that Bulldog takes, and he has already completed his first item. He's now in a side lane, and maybe he gets another turret plate here in this lane. Herald's on his side of the map. If LNG cannot properly answer this, I think that Karis has a pretty open runway to carry this game.
And it's not like the last game where you had a Vi and a Nautilus. They were able to just directly target out this Azir. You're not going to have that opportunity. As long as the game is in touching distance, Karis should be in an okay spot. He's been a level, not a full level up on Bulldog, but a little bit of experience up. So it's made it easy in the heads-up 1v1s. We see Herald got started up, but has since been pulled away. Dragon also on the table. And with LNG's gold lead, they're going to be the ones dictating what objective is coming up next.
Karis is going to TP bottom lane. Orianna just went to top side, so they're going to give up this turret so they can get Dragon. I think it's a very costly objective because if they don't start this immediately, Orianna can still walk.
Kroko's there. Kroko's down to about half HP, and Monkey wants to keep going. His Channel Crested Arrow lands flush. Counter-Strike is there, along with a big knock-up from Missing to prevent any further damage.
A Bulldog's not even walking. We're going to continue to go. I mean, more turret plates. Let's try to keep up economy with the Azir. Azir's going to trade on bottom side. I am absolutely shocked that LNG are not willing to trade with so many ultimates missing.
There's an equalizer. Monkey Cube on the backside, causing a
dead.
ruckus. Monkey's gonna go down, missing, able to get out of there, but now Team WE is leading the way. Bulldog is on his way. Ball is on Rumble.
Shockwave.
Let's see if Bulldog can find a shockwave here. Elects not to fire it there, and he'll keep it in the back pocket for now. Croco wants it, but he's caught in the back of the pit. Be able to leap a strike back over.
All right, turret for turret in trade. LNG will actually end up going 2 for 1 at the end of this. But it's all about where this gold went. Those turrets went to our solo lanes, the mid lanes here in this game. Azir and Orianna. But Dragon goes over to WE, and I think they made out like bandits in that play. Also picking 1xN at the very start of that. Beautiful for Monkey, this turn from him. They don't have eyes in the pit. They don't see him on the left side of the river. So he just dives right onto 1xN. This Azir is ripping them apart. Missing has to flash out, and Bulldog doesn't have ultimate for another 3 seconds in this play. I think if that cooldown was even just a hair shorter, maybe LNG could have turned this. They find themselves a 3,500 gold lead, but thanks to inflation in this season and just general the amount of gold that's available to everybody, it's gonna feel like maybe last year's 1.5 at this point.
That's generally the vibe we've been seeing around the world, whether it be competitive or solo queue. It's going to be a Rift Herald going over to the side of LNG, so it's going to be in the back pocket of Croco for him to use at any time. One dragon apiece. The dragon taking has been fairly slow in this game, which we'll say seems to favor WE, especially if you're really incentivized to just get Horus into this hyper late game. So far, 0-0-0, behind on CS right now, but not disrupted, and I think that's the most important.
Here's the culling from 1xN. He is very far ahead, and this is I think the power point of this champion here in this game. Playing aggressively on mid waves, punishing a champion like Ashe, who, with no mobility spells, if she doesn't have a flash, a barrier, or a teammate next to her, she just gets blown up. And so 1xN has to basically play uninhibited. If he ever gets stopped, I think this team starts to fall off the rails. Great buffer from Cube.
All right, here comes the call of the Forge God. Music gonna hit. Knocks up the 2 members on the backside, but Team WE is unwilling to help out their friend. Monkey, good pressing guard, but everybody gets on top of him quickly. Encore only hits 1, and LNG pick up 2.
The side laning as WE is not as strong. They're going to even summon the Herald here. Azir's trying to push on top lane, but there's not even a wave for him to play for. Lucian and Rumble will recall, stopping him from going any further here. LNG are really taking advantage of their composition and not only how flexible it can be in these small skirmishes in the jungle, but relative to their opponents, I think they just have stronger tools on average. WE have a very competent 5-on-5 team fight, but if they are caught in a side lane where not everybody's there and not all the pieces are together, as we saw, it can fall apart very, very quickly. Great movements from LNG to not only take control of mid lane, but transfer that pressure into the side lanes.
And to their credit, they haven't had as many issues in Game 2 as they did in Game 1 in terms of getting picked off and being out of position. This time around, they're the ones who are, you know, forcing the picks on Team WE. And as you mentioned, just the strength that you get when having the solution be so far ahead like that, being able to control the mid wave means that you're able to rotate first. You're able to make sure that Team WE can't bring extra members to a fight.
3-item Lucian at 20 minutes. Big investment here for 1xN. Had some questions as to whether or not he would deliver. Still yet to see in this series if he can bring home those big carry performances. So far from what I've seen from 1xN historically is great in the regular season, has a lot of good games under his belt where we kind of see him as an up-and-coming top prodigy in this role. But I think in the big moments, in the big best of fives, we saw some of this at Demacia Cup, and we saw this obviously last year. He does tend to struggle. I think sometimes he tries to overplay his hand because he's been on some losing teams, so he has to kind of make those desperation plays. And that right there could cost you a lot of games. It could also win you some. So As long as he can dial that in and find that focus, I think 1xN can continue to be a very exciting prospect. Seeing some teleports into mid lane, Dragon is spawning now. WE really want to try to force themselves through this, but About is gonna have to find a recall, or Yao Yao has to keep giving him more heals with his diadem.
And this means if About can't join, that shield's gonna fall off of the Team WE top laner. Which is a big deal. We're not going to see a call the Forge God in the mid lane. Chitter Crystal Arrow doesn't hit anybody. Neither does the Encore. It's a disaster fight for Team WE. LNG are starting to rip them apart. Sheer is lighting up Monkey, and Cube can only waddle to his death. LNG picking up an ace and heading to the Baron.
5 for 1, I think we'll take that trade. And even Baron on top? WE, you really shouldn't have. An amazing fight there. It felt WE were split between wanting to move out of the river and move their front line from mid lane into the brush. Weren't able to do that. About took a very long path to get back into that fight, and LNG smacked them down in this play. I mean, look at where their AD carry is. AD carry and Xin Zhao, bottom side of the fight. Enchanted Crusader misses, and they put all this focus on the Bulldog, but no one's there to follow up. Monkey has to flash, he has to go forward with his ultimate, and by the time that has happened, his backline has been eviscerated with a shockwave and a culling. Great job from both Bulldog and 1xN to close out this fight before it even began.
And this has been one of Team WE's problems, not fighting as a team. That said, things were difficult to start when About was missing a lot of HP, but they're unable to link up together. They all stand divided, they fall divided. This is a Dragon for LNG, a 7,000 gold lead for them as well. And it's time to slow it down and start working down these turns.
They're going for 2 lanes right now. They're going to go for a 3 and 2. Currently, Jax and Rumble should be able to finish off this turn in front of this Ornn. Azir is trying to farm. We talked about Azir being potentially a pressure point that WE could use to leverage themselves here in this game. Another big trade from 1xN is now applying so much of themselves through the mid lane. Karis, it's probably going to be your last wave before you have to recall. Remember, these are baroned up minions, so LNG are just printing gold.
Krako here, Counter-Strike is up. Here comes Call of the Forge God, but another tidal wave is going to disrupt this. Encore lands onto 2. This is an odd man fight, and About from the side, but Krako's on top of him. He's got to flash away. Krako is able to finish him off, and Sheer from behind is causing some problems. Cube and Monkey have to run, and Cube has nowhere to go. Falls to 1xN.
I mean, just how are you supposed to play versus Jax, man? Jax is such a great counter to the Xin Zhao and the Ashe, and we saw it right there. He just jumps right in and takes away About. And Karis didn't even get to really move in that fight. He gets to the area, and the fight's already over. Everything's already been completed. More turrets have fallen in favor of LNG, and now cresting a 9,000 gold difference for them here in game number 2.
In order for this Azir to be able to turn the game in your favor, the gold has to be within touching distance. And Ulk, it's not even close right now. Take a look at this replay. I mean, it's not bad for WE, but I mean, when you can't kill Krako on the side, you're never gonna win.
Grandmaster's Might and the Sundered Sky Heal gets him above the threshold for Ashe. Also didn't see it immediately in this play, but on the mini-map, Azir was in the middle of a recall. Rumble had gone back to base, walked up to the mini wave, and Karis canceled his recall. So he moved very far back to get back in, and Sheer just teleported. So a very smart advantage found by LNG's top laner gives them the numbers that they need at the very end. That equalizer really helping them secure those final bits of kills there. So LNG, now we come back out of the replay, playing through the top side jungle. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, but effectively misses, and no one's able to take advantage.
The equalizer's not great. Neither is this Encore. Tidal Wave coming through just to disrupt as Karis eats a shockwave into the face. Cube coming in, Call the Forge God. It's going to land on the 2 members, but Krako is ready with the counter-strike. Knockups are there.
Okay.
Bulldog's going to fall. Team WE fighting out of a corner and doing it damn well. Krako and 1xN have to run for the hills as Team WE are still on the chase. Heal getting used. They're trying to find 1xN. LNG has grouped to back up. It's still a 4v5. Still need to find a way out for the moment. Monkey flashing forward, and he finds missing. 5v3. When Team WE plays as a unit, they're damn good, but Sheer's lighting him up because he's overheated. They've both gone golden. Team WE surrounding them like a pack of wolves, but About and Karis, they're spaced out of this fight. Cube is low. Sheer taken down by Karis, and it's Croco against the world. He's on the wrong side of the map too, but he'll be able to leap strike out for the moment.
That's what I'm talking about, though. LNG overextend on a topside play. Way too many of their abilities do not land, and they don't have the requisite damage to really force that issue. LNG pay very dearly, losing a flash from Sheer, losing Missing's flash as well. The only way this could have gone worse is if 1xN had also flashed after he had died. I mean, do we really have to take a look at this replay? The equalizer's doing no damage. Look at where your team is. We're never getting into this area. Even the Encore, we were questioning whether or not it was good enough. It bought time for the teleports to land here. And Yanni, the rest of this team fight, I honestly, the thing that I'm more pressed about is that we have lost so many key summoner spells on both ends right before the dragon is about to spawn. We're gonna come out of this replay and it's about a minute before, it's 30 seconds actually.
The good news for Team WE is if they want, they can give it away. If you want Karis to get more time to scale, he picked up 3 kills in that fight. All of a sudden, we're talking about the Azir maybe putting in enough work to get the job done. I was worried that after all that, when he was split pushing, he only came back with a Vert and Barrier, but now he's just finished his Rabadon's death cap. We'll see if he's going to make an impact in this fight. He does have his teleport.
And if Karis was just a little bit more patient, he could have had an Ornn upgraded Rabadons. But not the case. Already have a couple of items being given Masterworks here from the Ornn. Croco's going to solo this, and I like this from LNG. Let's play high up on the mid wave here. WE are in no position to contest. As soon as that dragon gets called out, though, do they try to make a play? Remember, no flash on Monkey for them to find a knock-up here. Baron spawns, they have Azir, the two of them are going to start this. They're not on vision, they use the wind becomes lightning to get over that scuttle.
Well, About's going to step on it now, and they've realized LNG's got to be the ones to step on the gas. Here's Ornn trying to disrupt.
It's gone.
There's an ultimate. Cube coming through, call the Forge God, going to land. Sheer's going to go golden. Team WE, they want to take this fight. Encore's going to land on a 1.
Oh my!
The Shockwave's there too! Karis is still alive for the moment, but guess who dies? It's Monkey on the other side. Cube landing a knock-up, just trying to get Team WE out of there, but 1xN wisely spotting out Karis. It's a triple kill for the Lucian.
He not only prevents all of them from keeping their Baron, but also gets the teleport from this Azir. A massive fight for LNG, all set up thanks to this Jax and Orianna combo. I was dismissive. I was going to say, look, you could try to put it on Jax, but it's not as clear and cut as maybe a Vi or even a Xin Zhao, but he made it look easy there with Bulldog. He gets a massive shockwave combo. And the only people who get that Baron is About. About escapes with his life, but this Ashe is not a meaningful champion here in this game. She's Enchanted Crystal Aerobot. She's there to take off the first strike off of this Lucian if she lands her volley, and that's about it.
And remember, Baron doesn't give you nearly as much gold as it used to. It's only 750 across the entire team.
What is the range on this, by the way? Look at where Bulldog is. Oh, he set it up. It wasn't even with the Jax. I misspoke. He attaches at the very end.
Oh, what a play by Bulldog. That was so nice.
Yeah, Bulldog and Croco absolutely smurfing it in. Especially Croco, big MVP in Group Nirvana, probably going to be the #1 jungler for that group, performing admirably here in this game. The Jax, I mean, he had a perfect counter situation. He knew what the matchup was going to be, and it felt like WE kind of continued to play into that with their draft.
I was a little surprised that Karis elected to teleport there instead of use the Baron recall. Obviously, it's a second shorter, but it's such a huge risk. Did not pay off. Will be problematic very soon, I'd imagine. You take a look at this negative Baron power play for Team WE, not looking so hot. They're staring down Ocean Soul for LNG in 2.5 minutes, and this is not a team that has a lot of burst damage.
I just need to have one team fight. That's the scary part about WE, is that if they get one fight where suddenly everything clicks or they're able to have that clean 5-on-5, none of this gold matters, right? Like, we're going up into what is potentially going to be LNG Soul here in 2 minutes, but the strong, raw value of these champions paired together on Team WE can wipe all of that away if they can get lucky. All 5 of them sitting on this mid lane.
Crystal Arrow is there. What a shockwave coming down, but it's not enough. Bulldog is golden, but all that glitters is not gold. He will fall, and it's Team WE. They had a 5v3, and they're looking for more. Karus will shove away Croco, get right in his face, and survive anyway. Team WE are shoving down mid right now.
Can they end the game, though? They've got 3 grubs. They've got no Baron left for them. It is 1xN and Sheer. Great equalizer. That'll keep them in this game. Inhibitor will fall, and not another minion wave will go forward. That is exactly the things we talked about from the draft. Who is tanking this Enchanted Crystal Arrow? Who is going to stop this Encore from surging forward and finding them the win? WE, they need to reset, and they need to get back onto the map because this dragon is pivotal. 20 seconds still left on Croco as we head to a replay here. There's nothing to stop them. Look at where Sheer's teleporting, right? I don't even think it really matters. Croco is in his blue side jungle. They landed all of their abilities, and even with the shockwave that clean from Bulldog, the damage has been done. WE find themselves and cut that gold lead in half immediately.
As you said, gold is fake in this season.
Correct.
And that was a great representation of why. 30 seconds until this next fight. You know Team WE's got to be feeling pretty good about themselves. In LNG, there might be some nervous stomachs over there. But if LNG can find themselves a 5v5 fight, we've seen what Bulldog's Orianna can do. He's been really solid on the shockwaves.
Oh. 2 things I want to note. We won't see it here in this picture with the HUD how it is, but sitting on double needlessly large rods for Bulldog, he is so close to getting himself a Rabadon. And 1xN has 2 items over this Ashe. I need to see Lucian smurf this fight and win it, because this is a very tenuous game. Massive flank from Croco.
Team WE has problems with flanks. They're going to get on top of Croco,
God,
though.
no.
Croco goes golden. Here's that shockwave. It lands on the 2 members, but they can't finish him off. About gets shields, and he heals up. And now there's
Look
a
at
problem
Monkey.
because Monkey's going in, leading the charge, along with Karus, commanding the Sand Soldiers. Monkey takes a lot of damage, but he does not go down. Team WE muscle LNG off the Dragon.
It is so tough to move a Xin Zhao level 17 with a Seraphine. The Diadem of Souls giving so much healing alongside this upgraded Redemption. WE are fighting back in this game, and Yanni, I gotta say, not only winning game 1 in the fashion that they did, but LNG losing this game too, if that comes to bear, is a huge hurdle for them to try to jump over here in this series.
Not only the fact that you'd be down 2-0, but the mental damage that is going to do. It might be too much to overcome. I think 1xN might need to start playing in that mode where he's like, I have to be the one to make a play. And that means that he could be liable to make a mistake in these upcoming fights. Baron is now available. Team WE feeling good, winning the last couple of fights for themselves, despite solid conditions from LNG.
That flank from Croco just did nothing, right? Like, he just walked in, he got the spell shield off of Karus, but that's it. Croco's gonna look again.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, it's on Sheer. Tidal Wave comes through, only hits 1. The Shockwave didn't hit anybody! And now it's Team WE's fight to win. Equalizer just to try to burn the wave away. But here comes Cube. Call the Forge God. Bulldog, single down. He's golden, but LNG can't help him out. Team WE a 5v3 advantage. Croco trying to get to this next wave. Desperately trying to pull it to ensure that WE can win the game.
Missing?
Over on the side, missing. It was a teleport by Karus looking to find Croco. Well, Zoni is the Emperor's defied, but the rest of WE are there to take him down.
Look at the death timers, 30 seconds before Sheer comes up. They've got a minion wave. Yanni, I might have just seen WE come back from a 7,000 gold deficit here, and a massive one to put them 2-0 in this series.
Team WE were on death's doorstep, and now they're ready to dance at the nexus of LNG here in Game 2. Sheer's not up for 5 seconds, and that's 5 seconds too long as the nexus turrets fall, and Team WE go on match point.
The gold graph for this game is going to show LNG still having the gold advantage while their Nexus explodes. Resiliency from WE. They knew what they needed to accomplish, and even with mistakes from themselves, LNG's composition did not give them very many options if they made a mistake. Limited in terms of engage. You have a Jax that is only there, and that's it. We asked for, if you're not going to play engage support, you gotta find it somewhere else. You cannot have these team compositions that are very, very fragile like this.
The tidal wave is good enough sometimes, but it was not good enough this game, Alk. And I look back toward that top lane fight where LNG stepped just a little too far, and that, again, we talked about WE. You give them an inch, they'll try to bust the door down. They were able to in that fight. That's where Karis got his kills. And a huge, huge win to give themselves a large advantage in this series for WE.
Yeah, so we're looking back at this draft. I'm just really confused, I gotta say, Yanni, because, like, again, the top side of this map, I think, is okay. Again, Jax gets so much value versus this composition from WE. But you need engage from the bottom lane. I think you can't go Lucian Nami here in this instance, or at least you have to pair Lucian with a Braum, with a Leona, right? These are just things that are going to make it easier for you in the late game. We see them get punished here. WE took a very greedy draft. They got punished in the laning phase from the bottom lane. Karis was near invisible. Cube got to lose out gracefully in the Rumble matchup. And even with Monkey making a few mistakes, they were the ones that were winning in the early game. They slammed the bottom lane trio to try to grab an objective lead for themselves. And while they kind of slowly got themselves to that point, it took a single fight and the game just blows up from there.
When it comes down to it, come hell or high water, it comes down to Monkey, Team WE's leader, just going in on some angles that it's like, man, you're down so much and you're just running in with reckless abandon. Well, you've got the Crescent Guard to mitigate damage. You've got the Death Stance. He was much tankier than his health bar appeared, and they could not take this guy down in the later fights. He bought so much time for his team's sustained damage to do their work.
I am so impressed with WE showing not only just the wherewithal to stay in this game. There's that gold graph I was mentioning. Look at the damage numbers on this thing. You're never winning a game like this in any other league. I think you're never winning this in any other scenario where it's group Perseverance versus a group Nirvana. Like, this should have been an LNG win, and the fact that they lost this is an indictment against them. I think it is so good for WE, who now have, at the very least, they've got 2 games to kind of spend on house money and kind of test some things out. Maybe they want to try a champion to add into their pool, come for playoffs. But LNG, I need to see probably the most boring draft of all time. I know we're not going to have access to Azir. We're not going to have, but Wukong is still up, right? We can still go for some Wukong action here in this game, in this series. I need to see something, because this is not the LNG that I subscribed with.
No, and we talked about, is there any secret sauce that they have? They didn't display anything in this game. I mean, you take a look at these early game highlights, you know, if that's all you're digesting for this game, you could be like, oh man, well, LNG must have crushed this game. Well, they were crushing it, and then they took a loss, and this game displayed to me, Alk, that LNG might not be ready for Group Ascent.
I cannot believe that none of well, I can kind of believe, but with, you know, we're talking about recency, I was all aboard the OMG hype train. So to see them lose, not massively surprising, but still heartbreaking. To see this LNG team lose, I think is really, really worrying. Because I'm looking at Group Nirvana for next season. We've got EDG, we've got LGD, OMG, Thunder Talk, Ultra Prime, you know, more of the usual suspects. LNG were a big part of this this Group Nirvana narrative last year. And to see this lineup fail,
I don't know, man. It's this team was meant to make it to Ascend. This team was meant to be able to beat a team like WE, and they're just not able to do so in this series so far. It's not over yet. It is a 2-0 deficit. We have seen teams come back from something like this, but I think it's going to be hard, especially with the way that Team WE has been playing. They showed resiliency not only in this game, as you said, but they've shown resiliency because their season has gone so poorly recently. Remember, we said earlier, they have not won a series since January 26th. That is so long ago if you are a professional player to go that long without a win, but it's not affecting them here today.
I mean, hell, I don't even remember what I was doing on January 26th. Probably not casting their series, so makes sense.
I was working, I'll tell you that much.
More than I was.
Some of us are employed.
So, as we said at the beginning of the show, some of us are more employed than others. But it's exciting. I think for
LNG might be saying that soon. Who knows?
Who knows? It seems like WE really used that one-day break to good use. Maybe some resets, maybe Coach Jinjin stepping in and really setting the tone for these guys. Like, guys, we're not going back to Nirvana. Like, we're not doing this again, okay? We're going to Ascend. We're gonna play. We're gonna get scrims versus BLG and Top Esports and Anyone's Legends and JDG and Weibo, and we're gonna improve. Monkey probably put his foot down, as we see here, saying, "Look, I'm not going back, okay? Losing Top Esports. Look, have I won an MSI? 369 has, but has anybody on this team? No. I'm getting my get back. We're going to Ascend, boys.
Get it, Lucid. We're going to Ascend.
Actually, missing's on the enemy team. See, this is why this doesn't work, guys. He's washed, guys. It's fine.
Okay. You know what? You didn't really get to flex that much on the Nami. Another MVP for Monkey this time around. I am with it. I think it was well deserved on his part to lead the charge. Team WE leading the charge to Ascend potentially, showing great perseverance in that second game. We'll see if LNG are able to do the same. We're going to head to a break, and when we return, the Game 3 could be the final draft of the day. Team WE, LNG, back after this. Go back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast. Team WE showed perseverance in that second game, have a 2-0 series lead over LNG. Ulk, this LNG squad has disappointed in this series.
It has been rather tough. I mean, going from what is a free momentum booster in the TT series, and yes, they had moments where they looked a little bit vulnerable, but I'm going to chalk that up to Thunder Talk maybe rising to the occasion and showing that the 0-6 scoreline was tough, but they were at least somewhat playable 6-0. That is a hilarious thing to think about.
You're right, though.
WE now moving up to match point. Every single game now is essentially a do-or-die decider. Not only is this for your odds to go into playoffs, play against some of the best teams here in the league in these best of fives, but then have Group Ascend in Split 2, which we keep talking about. We're going back to a 2-group system. There's going to be no group perseverance anymore. So your next chance at being able to even sniff a Group Ascend slot is going to be Split 2 playoffs, which can be a little bit of a ways away.
And I think this series is a great microcosm of what being in a higher tier group actually means. Because you take a look at Team WE, they got to grind against NIP and EDG. And then LNG, you know, they played against teams that they were very easily beating. Obviously only dropped 2 individual games, but they had a hard time against Thunder Talk, right? That was Thunder Talk grinding against NIP, WE, EDG, and they were all the better for it. Team WE looking to lock this one up for a 3-0 sweep. LNG just fighting to stay alive. We're in the draft.
So, Nico makes sense. Galio, Aphelios. I wonder what they're going to be looking for. I mean, to me, this kind of says that we might be looking for a Kali on the side of Team WE. I think it's fun that we're still banning the Jace. But Jace and Mundo. Mundo, a very big one away from Monkey. I think the reason why we saw WE be so successful with this champion is that the raw amount of tank stats that he has, or HP, allows Monkey to kind of misposition alongside the passive. So we're not going to be seeing that here in this game. First pick Aurora maybe is technically a flex if they're afraid of things like Renekton in top lane.
Okay,
It's going to be
locked in. And yeah, I like that you gave the Mundo a shout there. Obviously didn't work out against top esports in their last series, but one champion that sort of fits that bill of being a super tank that we've seen Monkey play that hasn't even been looked at yet this series is that Skarner. He could go on his pocket pick to lock this series up for Team WE. What are LNG going to do? If this is a first pick Karma, there are so many other things that you could pick.
I think AD Carry's starting to get a little bit pinched here, so they might be just thinking, let's slam Ezreal Karma. If not, it's going to be Karma, pair it with a Bruiser jungler. Again, Wukong still available here in this series. Viego if they want it. Poppy, Pantheon. Just some options that we can go for and then look for AD on 3. But it seems like they just want to get in front of the oncoming train that is moving into more enchanters. We've had 4 enchanters played here in this series so far.
Yeah, and we're getting a Zoe lock in here. That's going to go over to Bulldog. Meanwhile, WE respond with a Sivir. And if it's an Alistar, that speed boost is going to be problematic. He can get anywhere.
You can't... You could, but I don't think you'd be willing to slam a Sylas immediately. Karma Misfortune, who is setting up? Karma Ezreal is fine, but into Sivir just feels like you're picking a losing matchup. Okay, LNG, I need to see strong laning phases again, but you need frontline. I need to see a team that your jungle and top laner is going to be some combination of like Wukong / Pantheon and then like Sion X. I don't know. There's not a ton of tanks left in the game to even set up for these champions.
Right, and if you signal that you want to keep the Sion up, well, they're actually going to ban it away. So,
What?
yeah, that's not going to be available for them all. I am just as mystified as you. Perhaps they are fully indexing into poke with the Zoe, with the Ezreal, with the Karma, and want to do more of that.
You need a frontline. Like, for crying out loud, we're playing against Sivir, man. Like, where's my frontline?
We can't just do poke.
Yeah, I am very, very confused. What is the angle that LNG are going to go for? Because this is, God forbid this is a Renekton on 4. It isn't. The ban is going to come through. We are really searching. Is this going to be maybe like Zahen for Sheer? I am not a big fan of that one. I'm looking at available champions of what he's played so far this year, and Aurora already taken away. Really, the only things that are left is Gwen, Mbessa, and Rek'Sai. And blind Rek'Sai does not really inspire much hope here. WE, again, good team fighting already. Aurora's also going to be a strong side laner, so what we get from them, I think, is still kind of up in the air as they've given themselves more breathing room for what their champions allow.
All right, I mean, this is Engage. It just doesn't fit well with the rest of the team. Okay, I mean, this still kind of fits the bill of a Malphite, just does more damage. It's going to be the Kennen lock-in for Sheer.
Dude, Mercury Treads is going to hit like a truck this game for WE. Merc Treads, the Chain Lace Crushers, boom, you're set for life on WE. What is the top lane? I don't think Cube is going to be pulling out Vladimir, but he could if he really wanted to.
I was going to say,
try
maybe
to go
the
for Gwen, if you're really thinking about it. We were talking about this Aurora as potentially being a hover and a flex. We're going to get Yone here into Zoe, a very good matchup. If Monkey plays some Sylas jungle, I think this is that house money they were talking about. I see this draft. I'm getting a Kennen ult. Let's just slam it, boys. Let's have a little bit of fun here.
Saw the Hecarim hover, you know, for a second there. You're the horse, perhaps, but I think Wukong would be a much better pickup for the side of LNG. I have to admit, I was not expecting Team WE to get creative in the draft this time around. I was expecting them to want to slam the door shut completely, but instead we are going to get that Sylas out of the jungle for Team WE.
Okay, so matchups again. Not a ton of frontline on either side. Alistar is going to be the beefiest member alongside the Wukong on opposite teams here, but Sivir's going to delete minion waves. Yone can always force an engagement. Sylas can take not only the Kennen ultimate, but the Wukong ult as well. You can even take Karma, honestly, and just like mantra inspire your entire team, run at them with Sivir ultimate. That's always an option. Kennen is going to be very, very volatile. This matchup topside is going to be probably the most explosive out of any of them. So let's see if Cube can do it. I have not been too impressed by Cube so far this split, both on carries and even some of his tank play. So if he can do it here tonight, if he can try to turn those tides and slam Sheer in the first 10-15 minutes, then we've got a game on our hands here.
No doubt about it. And honestly, he just doesn't have to lose, right? If the Wukong shows up and he's able to escape these ganks and we're not seeing an advantage come out from the Kennen, I think that's a big win for the side of Team WE. Keep things as stable as possible and let Monkey steal these ultimates and turn the game on its head.
And this is a big one. Every game from here on out is elimination for LNG if they're losing it. Do they want to be in Group Ascend? Do they want to be able to continue on in this best of 5? We'll have to determine that now.
Let's see how desperate they can get.
I told you, Yanni, they're waiting for more games in the series before they got hyped.
Starting to come alive. You know, it's not really that big of a deal, but whenever you miss that first mantra Q, especially on 3 targets like we saw Missing do, it's always a little bit of a tilter to kick things off. What's also going to be a bit of a tilter is laning into this Zoe. You know, Yone can do well enough against some range mid laners, but Bulldog has only played this pick a couple of times in his career. But when you're range versus melee, you just know what to do.
Also has Electrocute, both of our solo laners opting for this on LNG. So just pure dominance, pure upfront burst coming on through. The laning phase will be tough here for WE, as we can see, not only in mid lane, but bottom lane. Ezreal Karma in the first few levels is going to be good. It's all about, can they mitigate these losses? About and Yao Yao should be fine. And this is the creativity, man. This is why I love Monkey on champions like Skarner and Pantheon. You could just jump over walls, use your flash, and invade early. Wukong is very susceptible and doesn't get a ton of magic resist early on. We're actually just going for a gank immediately.
I love this. I love this. Yao Yao flashing forward, and here comes Monkey. We're going to look to wrap up Missing, but Missing with a good flash. Croco on a turn. He's level 3. Monkey is low, and it's first blood to 1xN, and now they're looking for more. The Mantra shields to speed them up, and what a snipe from 1xN. A double kill for the Ezreal.
All right, if they lose this game from here, I don't know what to say. It's cursed. It's just doomed. We're done with the season. We're going to go next, because my Ezreal has started off 2-0. Enemy jungler tried to cheese gank me after 2 camps and died. Like, in every other setting, that is an immediate FF. You are behind on your jungle clear. You're playing Silas for crying out loud. And now we are behind the ball early. This is kind of going to plan here for LNG, but maybe not in the way that they were expecting.
And now it's time for Croco to attack and be the guy who can make these early plays happen. I think when LNG are at their best, he is the one controlling the early game. And it's tough to do against a jungler like Monkey, but if there's any game it's going to happen, it's got to be this one. I need him to show up everywhere where Monkey is going to be and stop him from doing anything.
So Monkey ended up doing 2 camps. And Missing is going to be a complete psychopath and cancel this last one.
Love it.
Good job. So Monkey did red buff, Raptors, died. Blue buff, or Raptors, sorry, Wolves, blue, topside Scuttle. He's even for now, but Croco's going to get respawn Raptors. He's getting paid right now, and he still has bottom side Scuttle. Like, I love the creativity, but there's a reason why we're not seeing it in the current season, right? Like, all of these extra jungle pass where you try to do early stuff. If you fall behind at any point within the first 5 minutes, that potentially jeopardizes your ability to find upgrade smites and contest for early objectives, which, surprisingly enough, on the objective side, we actually haven't seen too much of a focus from either team. We go back to game number 2, and we're talking about a 10-minute first dragon.
Yeah, sometimes these teams will lose sight of the objectives. So we have this dragon coming up in a minute. We'll see if that trend continues, but they're more than willing to use these objectives as a vehicle to fight rather than try to get the objectives and win a fight now.
We saw it in that last fight, by the way, but I'm going to say we'll just mention it here. Getting Lethal Temple Ezreal, so just weaving in auto attacks, even with your Essence Flux from your passive, you're going to get a lot of attack speeds. You should be able to duel rather well here. We'll see what 1xN continues to go for. I know we've seen predominantly Trinity forces for our Ezreals, but I'm always a big fan of Essence Reaver. I think it is just a very fun item, and the mana that you get back for it is always nice. Maybe a gank on bottom side, as we see Croco is going to at least put a ward down. Do they go for Dragon? You have Cryo on bottom side, and you kind of have an idea that Monkey's camps aren't available either.
You're hitting level 6 and putting work on Sheer right now. Has himself a solid enough lead, and it does look like the Dragon is going to be done here by LNG. No contest over on the side of Team WE for the time being. You might see a dive attempt.
Maybe he will get spotted, so Sheer's going to just give up the wave. Another turret plate goes over to Cube. And I have not seen a ton of Aurora versus Kennen, but my idea is that Kennen's spells being gated by range slash just being able to hit your targets in the same way, Aurora should be able to take advantage of it. Like, Aurora doesn't have to have minions, or can have minions in front of her, and she'll still land her spells. Kennen can't really do the same with his Q. So, good to see that Cube's already taking a decent trade in this matchup. We'll have a lot of explosive power in these fights as the champion, but kind of have to get there first. And that's my big question.
The good news for LNG is they should be in a much better position to get there based off of how that early game play went. Other than that, things are generally been quiet, and Team WE wisely just biding their time, trying to farm up. Kara's doing what he can to stay in touching distance of gold here in this mid lane. One thing to note is that Bulldog did take Ignite with him. We saw him use it earlier in the game, but didn't actually go for a full all-out engage and try to close the kill out that way.
And that's where this mid lane matchup gets a little bit tricky. Mid lane being the shortest lane. I don't think he dies, he just no damage.
No. Yeah, it's a stun. I mean, you got the stun back, like you won the trade.
You got the electrocute, sure. But Cube has health pots that are running right now, and
Cube wants to ult this, man.
He wants it. So what I was gonna say is because Bulldog didn't really get a kill in the lane and only is maintaining a about 10 to 15 CS lead, due to mid lane being shorter, the home guards changed from the start of the season. It is just way easier once Karis already finishes his first back and gets his boots that he can just constantly recycle his HP bar and get shoved into Bulldog. So I'm going to need to see a little bit more out of our mid laner. Again, a transplant, an import coming in from the LCK after some disappointing splits over there. And hopefully here to reinvent himself. He's on the start of the journey that Karis had to go through last year when he joined WE. And that could be a problem, but at least on LNG side, Kroko has had former experience playing on anyone's legend in 2024, so has the ability to at least help some of these players transition.
And you know, remember, Bulldog has been, I guess, to say the weak link of the team. If there is a weak link on a team that went 6-0 in series, 12-2 in games.
These lanes suck.
But you know, for what it's worth, the team was absolutely dominating Nirvana, but we still haven't seen that game out of Bulldog. We've even seen games out of Sheer where we're like, wow, Sheer played a really good game. But Bulldog hasn't had one yet. He hasn't had that signature.
We're seeing a contest for Scuttle, Cube.
Monkey
Maybe Sheer looks for something. I mean, Sheer is slicing Maelstrom now.
Ooh. Okay, big chunk on the Monkey, so it just means that you're gonna pick up the one grub and leave the other two for the time being. Monkey has recovered quite nicely in the farm and EXP department, even on levels with Kroko for the moment. And this has to be killing Team WE to be playing this way, right? There's not enough action for this kind of team.
I think that bottom lane play really backfired. If they had won that trade in the first gang, I have a feeling there'd be a lot more Monkey on the map than maybe we've seen afterwards. 9 minutes, no other kills outside of that 2 that are on 1xN, which means that the gold hasn't really fluctuated. We're still staying at about a 1,500 gold lead here for LNG, and I mean, we're seeing specifically Bulldog and 1xN push their weight onto their opponents, but scaling-wise, we're still kind of looking at WE to be favorites here in this one. Just Aurora is so unbalanced if you get multiple procs over passive, and this Sivir is, aside from the horrendous gank his jungler went for, still scaling incredibly well. I mean, has a Cole, and despite being down 30, you are going to still have a big impact in the game.
No doubt about it. Sheer walking up to Cube here. It's the stun off. Just gonna wait for that to reset before he wants more. He was able to trade back nicely. 30 seconds to go until this next dragon is up, and we anticipate that's gonna be where Team WE may elect to make their mark again in this game. We'll see if Monkey decides, all right, team, it's now time for us to fight.
I think this is. There's a couple of recalls coming out right now. Zoe got canceled on there, so Karis will have priority over mid. And even though there's a teleport from both Cube and from and Monkey is on the top side, I think that this is just going to be them finishing off these camps and then moving over. You can see a lot of their vision is placed in the bottom side river here immediately. But I mean, no one else from WE is here to defend that.
Remember that Karis doesn't have an item yet. He's going to go back. He's got components. On the other side, 1xN has this Trinity Force. Yeah, we're going to go for Sheer here. We have stolen the Slicing Maelstrom, so we're going to go band for band on the Maelstroms. Cube was the one initially tanking it up. Cube is going to take one more turret shot, get very low.
Oh my god.
Oh, can we finish him off? We're so close, guys.
What's happening?
Will be the one to get it done. Patience paying off. Here comes that Ezreal. Oh my goodness. Cube lives on a sliver.
30 HP. Bulldog is here, and Cube, I think you're out, brother. I think you are just leaving. Bulldog, no, we chose wrong. This is not the choose adventure I wanted. Doesn't get to sleep on a Silas. And the recall. Okay, Cube, he will get taken down. It'll go 1 for 1. And, I mean, LNG are still stacking Drakes. This was a very well-played dive in response here from Sheer. And he just spends enough of WE's time to save his team the play.
Oof, very well played there by Sheer to do what he can. Yeah, you know, that pathing from Bulldog wasn't quite it. We're, again, still waiting for Bulldog to have his game. You know, 0-0-0, just kind of hanging out a little bit here. We're getting to the 12-minute mark right now. LNG still looking pretty solid. We really want to see Croco get this Trinity Force done and have him and Ezreal impose their will on this game with these early Trinity Forces.
And we started that play by talking about, hey, LNG should have priority, or WE should have priority on the bottom side, but instead, because WE opt for that trade, they lose out massively now. Not only here what we're seeing on our screen, but I mean, Sheer was able to at least stay and pick up most of that minion wave, and the fact that LNG are dragon stacking gives them a little bit more wind beneath their sails for trying to stay relevant in this game with what we assumed was a very difficult composition for them to play.
Things quieting down outside of these objectives. It's not something that we're used to with these teams. We've seen LNG play this measured game before. Again, WE just, you know, the sauce might be there with this Silas jungle, but the bite isn't quite there, especially with the way that the first two plays have gone. Not clean, not perfect, not fully the way that WE wants them to.
We got to be careful here, Yami. It is 3:30, and you are making me think about some saucy meatballs, bro. I want like maybe not some IKEA ones. I don't know what the obsession is with Swedish meatballs from IKEA, but definitely like a good marinara.
I think the obsession is the fact that you don't really expect to get high quality food from IKEA, right? Like obviously you do now, knowing that like, oh, the Swedish meatballs exist, but like that's like the most random place to get like good food.
What are we doing? What are we doing, brother?
Place to find a 1xn. Force the shift and
you have
flash.
a ward in that brush. You know they're there as well.
For a re-engage here, we've got the Cyclone here. If Monkey wants it, Croco can use his first to try and prevent this play from happening.
Massive mistake there from LNG. They'll lose a big chunk of their gold lead, and I mean, expensive trades, right? A flash from 1xn. Thankfully, it's Ezreal, right? If there's a champion that I've said that you can lose flash on, it's probably this one, considering you have it on a basic ability. But now they even give over the Wukong Cyclone, so the dragon that comes, or the herald that is here in 30 seconds, are WE gonna feel like they want to fight for this? And for LNG, is this a dragon in a minute's time worthy, right? Because that's sole point for yourself, but do you want to get into a trade where you're having to play against this Silas, where potentially you're getting engaged upon by what is a 1.5, almost 2 item Sivir? These are big questions that I think need to be answered by both sides.
I think if you are on the side of LNG, you have to just go for these dragons. You can't allow WE to get items on these solo laners. You can't allow Sivir to get to the late game mark. We're seeing the Herald getting started up here. A lot of ping is going down for LNG. Missing is the first one on the scene.
Remember, he has a Cyclone, Croco doesn't. And again, no flashing for 1xn. Yow yow!
Knockups there, a Monkey coming through, planning knockups on multiple members. Karis has joined the fray, but look at Sheer from behind. The slicing Maelstrom slicing through Team WE. Cube is able to get over the wall. Karis is forced to flash away, and it's another win for LNG.
They just didn't have the damage there from WE. I thought with the Cyclone it would be enough, but the AP ratios are just not kicking when you have double Hextech Rocket Belt. And I was trying to give some ups to about, but I said 1.5 item Sivir, not 2. If you had the Navori Flicker Blades, there's a little bit of wiggle room there. Just not enough time to really build up, and we didn't see really Karis have much of an impact in this one either. He teleports late to this play. Monkey and Yao Yao try to find this engage, but he doesn't land the Abscond Abduct either. Where does Karis put all his damage into? Q on the missing. Q3's on the missing, so he grabs that kill, but no one's hitting 1xn, and like you had mentioned, Sheer and Bulldog also doing their part in this one. Yeah, the damage just wasn't there for WE in the right spot, so will be no Herald taken, and now Soul Point acquired by LNG.
Well, hold on, this is the Team WE special. They're hovering around And now they need to get out of dodge quickly. Krako moving up here. There's the Cyclone onto Yao Yao, onto Karis. We have stolen the Karma Shield for the speed.
Whoa.
And time to go to sleep, buddy. Monkey is also surrounded. And LNG pick up 2 more.
All right. That's good. This is good looking for LNG's hopes here in this series, because we've had one game where it was even / ahead for WE. That was our game 1. Karis looking.
Sealed is there, but the snapback is not enough to kill Missing.
Oh,
big damage out of Bulldog. He gets his second.
and that's good, because that now equalizes the lane matchups. Turret even acquired by this Zoe. So much being put into trying to find mid sheer.
About is tanking up this turret desperately. You have to use his barrier, and they don't even get a kill.
Now, I want to really quickly come to Sheer's defense, because a lot of folks might see the Slicing Maelstrom and go, what the hell did he just do that for? A while ago, they changed Kennen to move the additional armor and magic resist he gets from his E to his ultimate. So that amount of resistances there saves him in that play.
Somebody reads patch notes. No, that I know it was a long ago change, but that's something that I haven't even seen be relevant in so long. Good call out there. We've got LNG heading back up to the scene of the initial crime at this Herald. 1xN going to be able to pick up this mid turret, continuing to keep pace with that 1,000 gold lead. This Herald is going to go down. It is LNG's world, and Team WE are just living in it for the moment.
Herald, 2 grubs, all 3 dragons. This is a good game from LNG. It's clinical. It's the kind of LNG that we saw all through the regular season. Krako trying to find Cube. He's here with Bulldog. Doesn't even need the second half of the Paddle Star. LNG are winning out on the side lanes, and that is a big win for them here in this
Slicing
game.
Maelstrom. Knockup is there, and they do find a kill. It's on to 1xN.
I mean, fine. Right now, Karis is pushing. That pick maybe gives some breathing room here for WE. It's not going to immediately affect any of these upcoming objectives because of the timing on them, but at least for WE, they'll get a Sivir who's able to hit on this mid wave and get themselves some turret plates. Take a look back at what exactly happened here. I mean, just
Good
Slicing
flash.
Maelstrom.
Got
That
him.
is crazy that E2 landed from Monkey, but here we are. Also, I guess has
By
the
the
rocket
way-
belt, so he has a ton of range. What's up?
By the way, huge shutdown for About, by the way. 841 gold. He's up in gold now. Now, 2 minutes until the Soul could go over to the side of LNG. You're not quite there as Sivir yet, but you are on that 2 items that you were talking about earlier.
He's close to finishing his Berserker Greaves. Hey, look at that. Ends up getting it for himself. Missing. Don't die right now.
Fate
folks.
Sealed.
Come on!
Oh, this is a perfect pick for Team WE. Starting to find their way back in, pick after pick.
All right, it's a minute and a half before the Dragon. I'm not too worried about this situation right now. Does mean that LNG will be missing some of the vision that they would have relied upon earlier. But not a ton being placed by WE in trade. Yao Yao is just getting kind of preliminary awards into the entrance of LNG's jungle, but you see a lot of pings right now on that side of the map. They want to try to clear all of this vision out. Krako just used his sweeper, so this ward right here, not going to get spot. Oh, there we go. Deep Sense ends up letting him see that one. And then the Fey Lights end up securing. They'll even get the Scuttled on the bottom side. So, Yanni, everything on the map right now is in favor of LNG grabbing this Soul. The only thing I can imagine right now is that maybe Karis looks for a play on the side lane, but he doesn't have that Fate Unsealed quite yet. And the only person who doesn't have Flash is Sheer, but he'll have that for this Dragon fight.
How big of a deal is this Soul going to be for LNG, given the team comp we see for Team WE?
Well, and this is me kind of taking grievance with some of our other casters here on the show. I think we tend to get lost in some of the lingo of saying, like, oh, this is a team fighting team, or, hey, dragon stacking is going to be important in this game. Every game, dragon stacking is important, guys. Just, it's how the game has been for the last, like, 6 years. So, I kind of want to see, like, Chemtech Soul is powerful, yes. I think more importantly what it does is just the flat DR is great. Now Monkey just getting chased down. Yeah. All right.
Monkey went in to go steal Karma ultimate. and just died. I am perplexed by that.
If you've been watching WE here in this play-ins, you'll know that just happens sometimes. Monkey just dies.
It's just another Tuesday.
It's just another Tuesday. Technically, it's Wednesday now for both of us.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're
Yeah,
right.
they're gonna get the soul here. WE are gonna like fight with them on mid wave, but
All right, Malcolm's on to Sheer. Sheer getting bursted. Fate Seal is there, but he gets a shield and is able to survive through the slicing Maelstrom, but the bouncing blades will get it done. 1x
Oh,
over the
1x
wall, able to take out a bout. Karis needs to finish this off. He finds one, but he snaps back to death. Kroko exhausted, but that won't stop him. And guess who's going to bed? Send Cube to bed. Double kill for Kroko.
they can't go for Baron quite yet, but I mean, a Chemtech Soul is as good as gone here for WE. A massive fight for them. It starts off with a numbers advantage that goes in their favor, and from there on out, I mean, the Sivir is not given the room to scale here. Infinity Edge almost done for about. Same could be said for Karis, who seems like he's only on his BF sword. That is a Silas ability that you want back. That's usually one that you throw in lane that we'll see that you're like, oh, you're really lucky you didn't land that one. There, LNG, we're in the position to pounce, and we see it happen live, right in front of the dragon spawning. And even with WE finding some engagements, putting all of their damage into Sheer, I think very relevant, considering he's probably the squishiest member out of all of them. Not enough here in this instance. Gives over the boomerang blade so that About could find one kill. But look at this from 1xN. Flash to try to gets the auto on hit from his lethal tempo to get that kill on the Sivir.
Game of inches sometimes, and LNG have made it a game of miles right now. It feels like they're miles ahead. It's only 2,500 gold, but it's this soul power that they have right now. Team WE, as long as they can hang on for 4 more minutes, they can always try to flip the game at an Elder Dragon.
See what LNG can do from here on out. I want to see them close this game cleanly. It's been, I wouldn't say a low kill game, considering we're 24 and it's 20 kills, but I think that all of the mistakes that we have seen have been because of WE and them trying to overextend. Again, they have house money. It's what happens when you go up 2-0 in a series, and they're going to long chase WE out.
Uh-oh. Well, Sheer is going to run down About as he goes down. It's a quick pick for LNG.
I don't think it's actually worth it, though, right? Like, they'll go into mid. Maybe they go for Baron, but WE traded that for more waves on top side. Aurora's going to finish this turret here in a bot tier 2 and can teleport if they really want to. So, as long as they can spend their gold, don't think that WE are in a terrible position, and they might even be willing to engage this.
7,000 HP, big knockup is there. Monkey has the Slicing Maelstrom. Cube shows up. Slicing Maelstrom off on the side. He's going to catch a couple members, but Cube has to kite out. Yao very low. Here comes Karis over the wall. Fate Seal completely whiffs. Misses everyone, and that should do it for the fight. LNG continue to knock down members of WE.
I am continuously
whelmed.
Not even whelmed, just like this Silas does nothing in this game, man. Like, it's such a cool pick. It's supposed to be this amazing counter. You get to take Kennen ultimate, but he has no AP, man. He has Rocket Belt Riftmaker. He has like maybe 200 AP, and so he doesn't do anything with the Maelstrom. Also, like Yao found 3 people with a knockup, and there's no engagement. Monkey doesn't send the send the Slicing Maelstrom. He doesn't put it onto more members. He goes straight on a Bulldog, who's level 15. The target selection is absolutely baffling from the vocal leader of Team WE.
This is an issue that we've seen Team WE have throughout the season. They need to clean that up. I don't know if this is going to be the game to do it. They are down severely. They will not have the Slicing Maelstrom for this next fight. Yao and Monkey, they're moving up, just trying to reclaim some vision. The Baron is still rather healthy. teleport available for Yone if he wants it. At 7,000 HP and dropping, Monkey will steal Karma ultimate. Dodging out on the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Yao goes to find his engage, but here comes Croco with a huge Cyclone with the Slicing Maelstrom on top of it. Karis is trying to get into this fight. He'll finally be able to find one kill. Fate Seal on the backside again does not have its intended effect, and his shield will be evaporated by the rest of LNG. Monkey, the last one standing, and it's damn poetic. LNG pick up an ace, and they'll take the Baron.
Yeah, this game has been and continues to be cooked for Team WE as a massive ultimate there from Croco, who is unkilled this game. 10-0-7 on this Wukong. We wanted to see him go back onto the classics, and it's hitting like smooth jazz here in game number 3. A massive knockup, but guess what? We don't have Silas Hijack. The Slicing Maelstrom from Sheer just completely destroys this team. The Cyclone has prepped it beforehand, and I gotta say, Yanni, Sivir and Yone are doing damage, but the rest of this team is not here to play right now. LNG have a full 5-man squad, and WE are trying to pick up the scraps around them.
We've seen LNG lose when they were very far ahead. That happened in game 2. I don't know if it's going to happen in game 3, but it's certainly a possibility. Elder up in 5 seconds. WE seem hapless for the moment. Don't have great avenues to take fights. Monkey does not have this Seeker's Arm Guard. You know LNG is just using this as a means to an end, and they're trying to end the game right now. Yao forced to use his ultimate. We don't have a Cyclone on Croco.
He's got the second proc of it. He can look for something. He's not going to push more. This is Elder Dragon. This is a very dangerous flip. I talked about the fact that WE do have some things that are going in their favor. 3-item Sivir, Infinity Edge completed for a level 16 Yone. If you lose this Elder as LNG, that could be damn near the game. I think a good thing that WE, the one few good things that we've seen from WE is that they've been very attentive to playing on side lanes. And a monster flank here from not only Karis, but from Monkey right now. No eyes as LNG push down mid lane and are trying to scout any kind of information away from WE.
This is the highest stakes series that these teams have played against each other. It's 2021 regional finals. LNG won 3-1, and that started LNG's winning ways against Team WE. 10K
no way,
Fate
no
Seal
way.
doesn't land again. We are missing critical ultimates. Now Cuban about to completely split off. Sheer comes through with a Slicing Maelstrom, slices through WE, and that is an Elder Dragon for LNG.
All right. Again, I think an okay look there from WE, but both pulling the trigger a little too soon and also just a healthy helping of errors from this team, mechanically speaking, lead to LNG now. Baron, Elder, let's finish out this game, lad. Let's just put these final touches on this one. I mean, death timers are long enough at 20 seconds. Got another minion wave coming. I think this could just be the end here. Double Trinity Force spikes, like, the turrets could be just deleted.
There's the middle inhibitor. LNG are looking for a little bit more. Ezreal skims Yao. He's forced to use his ultimate to try to hold the line. He goes in and gets blasted away by the Dragon's Breath. Cube is up next. Karis has spawned and will immediately have to flash away. The first Nexus turret has fallen. Monkey says we can kill Croco, guys, but
Boom.
He's blasted away too. 4v2, one turret left standing, About and Karis, but there's a Slicing Maelstrom. It's another one from Sheer. He has his game. That is an LNG ace, and they will take game 3.
Croco MVP, just give it to him, brother. He deserves it. I mean, he helps them win that 2v2 or the 3v3 in the bottom lane at the very beginning of the game, and from there it just felt unplayable for a large portion of it. Unfortunately for Monkey, the Silas did not work out. It did not get the value that he wanted. The AP wasn't there, and just generally he fell behind thanks to him trying to break the game early on.
Yeah, and we lose some critical picks as Team WE, right? That was the game that they played around a little bit. They went with the Aurora top, the Silas jungle, but you lost Sivir and you lost Alistar. I mean, those are champions that are tough to realize, hey, going into game 4 and 5, we're not going to have access to them, and our Silas jungle plan didn't work, and those are the casualties.
I am okay with it in the fact that I don't think that WE play around engage supports very well.
Fair.
I'm looking at Yao Yao's champion pool. 4 games of Lulu, 3 games of Braum and Rakan, and then the next 3 are 2 games of Nami, Karma, and Alistar. I'm not a big fan of this. Obviously, we could take a look at this draft. Yes, as you mentioned, in terms of a fearless best of 5, it is a very expensive draft. I think losing Sivir, losing Yone is very big. The fact that Aurora's gone as well means the mid lane pool gets a little bit more pinched alongside that Sylas. But you took away Ezreal Karma coming in for LNG, and you still got Wukong on your side. I think the fact that they're able to win this is obviously keeps them in the series, but a good look here for LNG here in this one.
No doubt about it. I like the creativity that Bulldog displayed picking up that Zoe. It's a, one less mid laner that is heavily affecting the pool, right? We're not too worried about losing Zoe to Fearless. But for LNG, again, the main thing is just trying to win, right? And keep yourself in it. And they did so quite well here. 1xN got that lead. Did not look back.
Now, I know you see it at the bottom of your screen there, right below Yao Yao. We're going into Game 4. I said they have house money. I wonder if WE are going to be looking to drop that ban, the Nico ban, because it's a champion that they don't play, and if you're willing to give it over, the champion has had a lot of flaws. The counterpoint, or maybe the devil's advocate, I would say, is all of her counters are not in the game anymore. Lulu's been taken away, Karma's gone. You could try to play Rakan, but even Nautilus isn't even available. You can't use Alistar anymore to try to headbutt her, so it might just be something that is a little too expensive for WE to purchase.
And it's not a champion that they've played particularly well against when they've seen it, right? Like, they have been very vulnerable to flanks at times, and, if you're willing to give that up, I mean, you're displaying a large amount of confidence in the rest of your team as a whole, but this Game 4, obviously, if you don't win it, now you're going to Game 5. You've lost a lot of momentum. I mean, Game 4 tends to be the game in a best of 5 that it's like, well, if you win Game 4 and you force Game 5, the team usually going into Game 5 is feeling good about themselves and is playing better because of it. It's a big one.
So, I wanted to make sure I had this right. It's been a little bit since we've had a reverse sweep in a best of 5. The last one would have been Grand Finals or Split 3 playoffs of last year. It would have been one of the first round matches, actually, BLG versus JDG, where JDG go up 2-0, and then BLG just take it on from minute 1 in game number 3. So it's been a little bit, we just got into best of 5s. I think is the most exciting part. This is our 6th best of 5, so I'm glad it's starting to deliver here. It's just whether or not LNG can actually get it over the line. This was a fantastic performance from them. All in all, we had a lot of doubts, though, about this draft. We have to be honest. We were saying this doesn't look like a draft that we think you can win. They obviously, for LNG, you had a little bit of momentum from winning Game 3. But
yeah, they tied it together really well with the Kennen and the Wukong. Credit to them for just determining, hey, we can just get away with this and, leverage our poke. And Kennen will give us enough damage along with the Wukong just in case we're not able to land it. Speaking of not landing things, Icarus, thank goodness that the Yone is now fearless away, because we need to get back in the lab, buddy. We were the fates were definitely unsealed in that game.
I'm not gonna blame Icarus for most of this game. I think Monkey was a massive liability.
No doubt,
right?
No doubt. But I mean, you got to at least hit your ultimates, right? We could have maybe seen some turns. You'd mentioned it during the game. There was damage for the Team WE squad. They had the damage.
Not Monkey, though. That Sylas looked mega useless.
Very chained. Still chained.
You know what that means, though? Malphite doesn't need to be banned anymore. Or at least Malphite gets massive priority now because his counter is gone. Again, are we going to continue to see Nico? I think the Galio ban is quite perplexing to me, considering this champion has really fallen out of favor. But, yep, there's that Croco MVP. Perfect scoreline, 11-1 and 11. Very nice to look at. And I don't know, man. I'm glad it's not a 3-0 because I was worried we were about to get a 6-0 day, and that this LNG team that went 12-2 in the regular season just completely bombs out.
It would have been a colossal disappointment to have this one be a 3-0. We'll see if LNG is able to continue their winning ways and force a Game 5, or if Team WE are going to go back to all business and close this one out in 4. We're going to go ahead and go to break, and when we return, the Game 4 draft will be on right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. Team WE fell. LNG this time around, getting it done with a robust early game. They were able to bust down Monkey's first play. And Alk, big questions on Team WE now because it was looking like smooth sailing. But will they make it to Group Ascent, I think, is the biggest question of them all. You and I both say yes.
Oh, I forgot I'm on the yes side of this graphic.
Yeah, I thought you told me you were on the no side of this graphic, bro. All right. Okay, well, hold on. Did your mind change from the time that you initially said yes to now? And why has it changed?
Yeah, so I remember saying, like, no. So we ran this right before the end of the regular season. So I was like, okay, WE looked good. And then they had that slide where they got completely clapped by EDG. And I was like, okay, it happens. EDG's pretty good. And then they lost a tiebreaker to NIP, and I was like, okay, I'm a little less happy about it, but, like, are they really going to make it? And then, obviously, NIP qualify before them. Top Esports take them down and fight. There we go. Thank you. So at the beginning of the play-ins bracket, I was on the no side. I even have a tweet that I posted right before we started play-ins where I said the 4 teams that are going to make it through is Top Esports, Invictus Gaming, NIP, and I gave LNG the last spot. Now, unfortunately, if they lose here today, that will obviously... I just think it was naturally impossible for a team to get 2 best of 5s in IG and not qualify. Now, did I think it was going to be OMG? No, but I thought EDG would have choked it anyway, but they choked so hard they didn't even make it to that qualifier.
Very tough for them, but hey, you're almost at that 100% rate. Honestly, this is quite an impressive run out of you right now. We'll see if it can be generational. If LNG turn it around, you know, you're all in on that. And listen, honestly, I think a lot of people would have also changed their minds from the moment that we talked about this to now. Again, Team WE losing 3 straight series. Again, haven't won since late January. Have a chance to buck that trend, have a chance to end their long losing streak against LNG that spanned 5 years at this point. Thought we were going to do it in Game 3, have an opportunity to do so in Game 4.
Every game from here on out, man, you get one more. Like,
pick a
this
side! Hold on.
Yeah. No, I didn't change this. Our producer did, okay? I still feel like WE shouldn't make it. I think that this team is, gameplay-wise, fairly corrupt. Like, I don't get how we win games. Yeah, at this point, just put it over my camera, man. Like, just, there we go. Thank you.
Be careful what you ask for.
Look, the team on my eyes made it to the Group Ascent, and that's all that matters.
Honestly, that is factual. They did so in fairly impressive fashion. I think a lot of us were, you know, wondering, like, oh, is OMG going to do it? And now we're wondering the same of LNG, right? After going down 2-0, they have now brought it back. A very aggressive look out of Team WE, we'll call it, in Game 3. And they were punished mightily for it. We're heading to Game 4, and we are still seeing this Nico ban.
We're even still seeing the Nocturne ban. It seems like LNG themselves... You talked about side lanes being something that could be there. Sheer spent a lot of his time being in a side lane on this Kennen, right? And if you have Nocturne, you can easily set up dives. Malphite, another champion we noted as we came out of that last game, and that is going to be taken away. No Silas means that he really does rise to the top of the line. Now, in terms of junglers, we're looking at Vi being gone, Wukong, Jarvan, Xin Zhao. So this is where things like Pantheon start to get really good. I wonder if we're going to start to see even this Pantheon, or not Pantheon, the Trundle champion. Monkey has been a little bit more exploratory.
Jace is open.
Jace is open. Does Monkey play it though? We have yet to see him pick this champion.
Oh, regardless if he does or doesn't, Team W is like, we got to pick it anyway. Hey, you could still flex it out, right? You could elect to throw it in mid, maybe even in top. It's way worse there, but they got it.
Now AD carry pool's also getting pinched. MF is probably the strongest AD carry left. You can make an argument for a Corki or even a Aphelios, but Aphelios is banned. You're going to take Sion. So there's an option here, Yanni, where you could go Trundle into Jace, and because you don't have to like tank shred, you can try to use him to like pillar cancel. I think it's a little excessive, but now with Sheer having access to it, it is something you have to think about in terms of just wanting to reduce their ways of answering a big beefy front line.
I do wonder if this Scion lock-in will also make WE think about flexing out that Jace to give Monkey his Trundle. I don't know if that'll be the case, but it is certainly something to think about. With this Jhin lock-in, just trying to really take advantage of the Jace shock blasts, root up some targets, and pick up some kills.
Good range. I want to see strong front line. I think WE should be looking at taking Rel here. You do not want to give a team with Alistar Fearless banned away MF. MF Rel is a dangerous combo, and yes, you can do some good in the lane, but I think it's incredibly difficult to try to play this matchup out. You'll have extra, again, the ability to outreach, you know, get to a target that is a screen away with Jhin and Jace. Very good, but you need to be in standoff situations. That is when that tends to excel. When both teams are meeting at an objective and are unable to start it or unwilling to do so, maybe waiting for someone to find a flank, that's when this Jace and Jhin get a lot of value. Now, we're gonna head into the second phase here, and I need to see frontline here for WE. Otherwise, I think that this combo that they have doesn't pan out.
I think you're right about that. We'll see what the move is going to be here for these second half of bans. We saw LNG take great effect with Misfortune and Rel in their last series against Thundertalk. Was really what broke the game open for them in a tough deadlock, essentially, in that match. More mid laners getting taken away. Again, this Twisted Fate, a big respect ban toward Karus now.
I feel like Akali is the next big up. And we are in 26-2, everybody, so Mel is perfectly fine here. Mel is incredible versus what they're showing, gives them the ability to re-engage or rebuttal some of these projectiles. And something that we've seen with Mel, if you don't know, is that when you do block the projectiles, they're even faster than they would have come out originally. So it is going to be even more tough on 0 ping to dodge Jace Q when it is flying back at you like 25 times faster.
All right, let's see, that last ban's to Leah, so Team WE getting rid of those globals that they've had troubles with. The LNG haven't really taken advantage so far. Again, the Nocturne mostly banned. We haven't seen Pantheon throughout the entire series so far. Maybe that'll change.
There's the Mel, and don't hover. This is fake. Don't do this.
I thought I got locked in for a second.
I hate Syndra here. Do not pick Syndra. We're playing into Leona here, ladies and gentlemen. Bulldog's gonna take it. All right, so what answer does Karus have? You can go for Akali. You can go for Mel, honestly. It's not terrible. I think that WE have no front line. Like, this is a explosive composition. So you need to be winning on side lane. That is something that WE can do very well with this comp. And you need to also be willing to stand in the line of engagement. And there's a Rel on the enemy team. Who's stopping her from going in?
Nobody, honestly, and with this Aatrox pick, that still rings true. He's going to have good flank opportunities here for Cube, but he's going to have to be really on top of these flanks in order to disrupt LNG and force 1xn. And oh my god, we're getting a Kha'Zix. Somebody call Quacks.
Yeah, I'm pinging that brother right now. Quacks, wake up!
I believe he was telling me about Kha'Zix into Jace is pretty good. You get to actually just go in and disrupt them a ton.
Man, it's always funny when we have multiple junglers on the show. We have Rafa whenever a Nidalee comes out. We have Quacks, who, if you don't know, a Diamond/Masters player who is a...
No, give him his respect. He's his Master tier, come on.
He was Diamond for a little bit, okay? Let him hold that one. He's a Kha'Zix OTP, essentially. He plays some other champions, but he's a very big one-trick of this champion. So, I gotta say, Yanni, with no real front line here, I think Kha'Zix can actually invade the Jace very early on. I think you have a winning 2v2 as well as the Syndra and this Kha'Zix. And it's up to, I think, WE to prove me wrong. You gave over the Misfortune Rel. You didn't get a very good matchup in the Scion versus Aatrox. And this is a nerfed Jace. Do I think it is meaningful enough of a nerf to bring him out? Not necessarily. I think he's still one of the best, if not the best jungler on the patch. But we have a very unique counter pick here coming in from Croco.
And this two-man unit of LNG, they're going to be able to play the two-man game so well here because you've got the stun set up and then Kha'Zix can just fly in, get an isolated Q off. If you are not careful, WE, you can get caught in transition. It's a problem they've had all year. Let's see if it comes through here in Game 4.
加油！
全军出击！
加油！加油！
加油！加油！加油！
All right. This is the very first Kha'Zix of 2026 in a major region right now. And if I'm looking at only the LPL, it is probably the first one we've had in at least a year and a half to 2 years. Oh, actually, at the very beginning of Split 1, EDG versus TT, Xiaohao would have played it, and he did lose. It was into a Zyra.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like a difficult one to play through. We'll see if this one's any kinder on the side of LNG. As mentioned, LNG get their bot lane combo that you talked about was going to be so dangerous for Team WE to play into. Again, so many times we've seen these guys break through. I really am looking for 1xN and missing to put the game out of reach later on with their strong combo as long as they don't fall behind too early.
Both junglers pathing down bot, and I mean, something that Monkey is going to have to come to grips with is that Jace is not a champion where you can be funky. You have to hit your timers. You have to be on top of your farm here. And so we're already seeing him being very respectful. No early invades. He did get some early vision from his teammates, so he will have spotted out that Kha'Zix is going towards the bottom side and doing a lot of good work to make sure that he doesn't cross through the river early on here. He didn't touch too much because of Gyos and getting excited about Kha'Zix jungle, but some interesting runes being chosen here. 1xN with the lethal tempo MF. We've got Arcane Comet Scion into Electrocute Aatrox.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're just going for the
That is a
poke.
lot of funk.
It is, and this is Conqueror Jace. Usually we see Electrocute in first strike, so maybe recognizing that he needs a little bit more. He knows these fights are probably going to go a little bit longer, but I just don't think that's true. It's good against Scion, but versus a Kha'Zix, I think you need the burst.
And not
I think
only
he probably
that,
just wants
it
to be
feels
a
like,
yellow tree.
yeah, it feels like you're going to have a hard time trying to stay in these fights because you're getting knocked away by the Syndra and, you know, getting caught up by Arel. It could be a big problem.
Something on the HUD broke, so we're going back to old school here.
Oh, goodness. How do I even read this? This is like reading the ancient texts.
Oh my god, we got the big fat player camps now, too.
Oh, wide
Extra
1xN happy
wide.
in this game.
We'll see. We're yet to see which emotion he's going to be feeling here for this game. But already, Jace, early recall, exactly what I want. Oh, wait, it was because the runes are wrong. Okay, so it's Grasp.
Okay.
It's Grasp Scion. It's First Strike Jace. Okay, so nothing is funky then. It's lethal. It's not lethal tempo on this chat. Okay, I think it was just a holdover from the last game. The HUD must have not updated. Woo!
Okay, all right. No, much less funk, much less exciting. I mean, the Kha'Zix gives us enough funk for
Yes,
one professional
of course.
game, especially in play-ins for a team fighting for their lives. And honestly, big credit to Croco to pull that out. That takes some guts in an elimination game. You know, we're going to be talking about this LNG team as a failed experiment if they're not able to win this series and get into group ascent.
I think it's a perfect time to talk about Croco. Just coming out of the regular season, he has some of the most player of the series in the entire league and some of the most player of the games individually for his team, or just in general, right? He is currently, I think, sitting at 4 match MVPs, which is tied for first, if not one below Knight, and he's at 6 match or game MVPs, which is best in the league. So really incredible stuff, and he has looked like by and far the best jungler and maybe the best player in Group Nirvana.
No doubt about it. I do think that he was invisible at times in that series against Thundertalk. Didn't need to be going crazy. And speaking of going crazy, they're going to go right in on Croco. Monkey's going to follow him up. Nobody's there to help him out. It's first blood going over to Monkey.
good use of the priority, and they don't know. Oh, Missing has the ward, but Monkey also has that vision ward. They are maybe going to get a little saucy onto this Rel, but a great invade. Yao has to take didn't have to take his recall because About went back to lane, so a good invade there from Monkey gets themselves an advantage.
Cheer dropping that ult. You're gonna have the big dubstep drop, but not gonna get much else out of it. Dragon is available. We'll see which one of these teams wants to go for it. Kozik's already getting that serrated Dirk. He's gonna need to try and find some members that are all alone, because getting put behind this early is tough as a champion like Kozik's.
He should be fine right now. It is 300 gold, which you're right is going to be pretty meaningful, but until Monkey actually spends that, that's not going to be in effect. Cube has priority of the top side right now, which means that Monkey is going to be finishing his on the top side and get the third scuttle of the game. It's a pretty massive buff for him.
Ooh, going all in on Monkey here, looking to
Croco,
finish him up, but
no.
Croco's gonna get pulled in by the chains. He can't get to Monkey, the stun is there, but he gets turned around and killed. Unleashed Power will be able to get the kill for Bulldog, but now it's Cube going right after him. He's forced to flash away.
I saw that in the player cam. Croco, just got to shake it off, man. You're 0-2-1 on this Kozik's. We haven't actually seen in a very long time, not just here in this league, but the last time Croco would have played it, summer of 2023 in the LCK. Did end up winning that game, but it's been a while, especially for this champion who hasn't seen very much competitive play recently. He doesn't know Cube is here, but he knows Cube went down into the river, so either just forgetfulness or thinking he has just enough damage. He has serrated Dirk. I can understand why, but very expensive. Even losing his mid laner's flash in that, I think, is still a worthwhile trade for WE.
Maybe he thinks they find a way to go 2 for 1 there instead of 1 for 1. Sometimes you do have to push the pace like that. We're pushing the pace now down to this bottom lane. That bullet time. There's so much to About
getting... Honestly, he's even in the matchup right now because he has a BF sword. The Cole from 1xN is going to do a lot of work. Croco's here.
Croco sliding in, looking for Monkey, not isolated. It's good damage, but it's not enough.
I mean, Monkey honestly can now just walk into his jungle and kill him. Seeing Monkey doesn't have a ton of mana. I was thinking maybe he could abuse the jungle privilege that he has and just regen all of his stats, but he's gonna go back to his side of the map, get closer and closer to his Youmuu's Ghost Blade that he's building towards. Nothing for LNG to do otherwise. Like, Croco has all of his bottom side camps to go for. He hasn't leveraged this bottom lane. If anything, WE have somehow found timers with the bad bottom lane matchup to invade and get that first kill.
Credit to them. Monkey is fearless regardless, right? He will go and he will fight anywhere. WE thinks they have a 1% chance to win a fight. They will certainly take it. Grub's going to get started up here by Team WE. It's free for them as Croco is just unable to scrap at this point in the game.
I think if Croco wasn't 0-2-1 right now, he would have invaded for those grubs. Obviously, that would change the story of the match because Monkey would not have 2 kills at this point. But I think just the fact that he is behind in this game has maybe clipped his wings a little bit. You could have pulled Bulldog over, and yes, he would have missed a wave, which isn't great, but stealing the grubs and getting that kill onto Jace is pretty important. Now, Missing has to be careful.
Yeah, he's up very far. He got rooted. They're going to go all in on him with the Magnet Storm too. Karis is ready and lying in wait over the wall and gets his first.
I mean, Missing, if you're looking at the silver lining, you got the perfect execution out from the enemy mid laner. So Syndra gets to breathe for a little bit, considering she doesn't have flash, but you've now given over a kill to the Sakali, and your team gets 3 grubs and Drake. I think that is a massive win for the enemy team, and you've got to be worried as LNG. What are we doing?
Whoa. Okay, Croco steals it with help from the bullet time, but he's just gonna die.
Respect. That is a good jungler right there. He knows I'm 0-2 already. I'm not gonna be very useful. Just let me steal this dragon and give my team the win. Perfect. Good job, Croco. That is adaptive thinking on the fly is the word I'm gonna use.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
It's literally in the champion.
Yep, we love it. Hey, Maybe Kroko will be able to find his way into the game at some point. If he's able to link up with Bulldog, it could be much better. Cars with some good sidestepping, and that means he is just able to escape the unleashed power.
Bulldog just needs to land one more ability there. Use the ult, scatter the weak, doesn't have it. Now, the gold, still 1,500. A lot of it is going to be in this mid-jungle, and we've talked a lot about Kars and Monkey throughout this series, but you're really going to have to, or at least listening to post-game interviews, the backbone for this team. This is now their second year playing together on this Team WE project, and at least listening it from Kars' perspective and Coach Jinjin, it was really important that this year they lock this down as a 2v2, that this is kind of the bread and butter for them, and as long as they can work together and continue to improve their synergy, that they feel like they can really go far during the 26th season.
It's been nice to see Kars stand on his own more here in 2026 compared to 2025, right? A lot of the time it was Monkey and Vampire linking up to kind of unlock Kars. And if that didn't happen, WE weren't winning games. This time around, he's doing a lot on his own here. And they're going to work together, that tandem, splattering Kroko in his own jungle.
They have no eyes on this Akali, and Kroko just walks into his jungle, thinks it's safe. That's not the case. There's no wards here. Now going for a dive. If you can just stop 1xN from getting this wave, that is good enough. As long as you can hold them down, though, I will take it. Another jungle camp stolen by Monkey. And it looks like WE are maybe just saying that that third game was a mere blemish on their record. They're ready to go to Ascend.
They're getting closer and closer with each passing moment in this game. The pressure is on for LNG. If Kroko can't be the guy, who is going to step up? We talked a lot about 1xN and missing. They have the combo that they want. It's a good team fight combo. As long as you can protect 1xN, you will at least have a chance.
Kind of coming down to him. That was maybe our look for the season, right? It was, all right, LNG got 1xN. Now can he deliver? It has been a question for him, is in these big moments, are you going to be able to do it enough for your team? Monkey will recognize that the shockwave doesn't land, so probably my red buff is gone. Does Aatrox, however, give that same level of respect?
All right, Kroko lying in wait. Let's see if we can actually get the wave in. The problem is Kars and Monkey have an idea that this is happening, and they are on their way up. Uh-oh, Kroko has realized, oh my god, everybody is on these objectives.
Oh no.
He has now been spotted out. He is panicking, desperately trying to escape. He will hop over the wall. Kars looking to follow, the rest of the team looking to link up.
No.
Yao does not manage to find a way, but Kroko is stunned up and Cube gets the kill.
And from fearless leader to potential detriment here, LNG are finding themselves 0-5-1 on Cut Quacks. If you're watching this, just look away. Just turn off the stream. You already know the result. Don't show this. This is the worst time for this to happen. Oh, why? Why, guys? We're trying to build up our players here. Production alongside us are tearing players like Kroko down as WE.
This might be your chance. Okay, we can get one back here. Yao is stuck. Who's getting the kill? It's 1xN.
Good, but that's not gonna fix the deficit we're in. I really wish we had the new HUD for the year, mostly because I just want to see how big the gold deficit is, and because we are a co-stream, I can't just ask my producer or observers to toggle the gold difference, which makes me sad. Hopefully it'll come at a later point. 0-5 though, that is I know it's not the only part of this game, but it is a big part of why WE are so far ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's right now the only part that matters about this game, Alk, is that this pick has fallen flat on its face for the current moment and doesn't bring much utility, right? It's not like, oh, I'm 0-5, but I can stun some people up and maybe set up the rest of my team. No, you're the one who's supposed to be delivering on these kills.
Is Kroko going to be able to steal it again? He's getting close to it. You know the observers, they're starting to jiggle the camera.
2,000, 1,000, he says, I'm going again! Bullet time coming through as well. He will fall, but he is certainly making a positive impact any way he can.
0-6, I don't give a crap, man. I'm getting my 2 kills. I'm getting my 2 dragons here, guys. Don't worry about it. That's true jungle diff right there, guys. Would you rather be a Jace that is 2-1-3 in this game and has killed enemy jungler, or would you rather be 0-6 and but have both of the first dragons here in this game? It seems like we've got the HUD updated for us. We want to have keystones available. But
oh wait, Sheer? Can he kill
Sheer's gonna
Monkey?
get this.
On a sliver, and yeah, Sheer's gonna be able to run him down. Really nice play in the 3v1.
Yeah, what else can we see here? Because Kha'Zix is running out of base. They're going to go for Herald right now. Missing's on the top side, covering his Syndra. About can't do anything here in this lane. Bullet time not available for 1xN, but it doesn't matter. That Bloodthirster is giving him priority. And LNG, by both not only grabbing the 2 dragons, but also killing Monkey for overextending, they actually will be able to not equalize the gold, but keep them relevant with these objectives. And that is what you need to care about, especially in a professional environment in this best of 5.
And good on Kroko for quickly realizing the difference in his role and being able to still put in the effort and know, hey, I'm not doing well, but it's not totally doomed. I can do whatever I can to make my team win this game, contribute any way that I can. Not every player can do that.
I know if Quacks was 0-5 right now, he's
full deafen.
mute in the call,
He is-
full clear, reset. Full clear, reset.
We're right on top of about smart barrier by about there. They'll get it out. And here comes the curtain call. And it looks like things will be okay. All right, so we get a summoner out.
Yeah, he gets the trade. He's going to go for his Raptors. You see Ping's WE. Let's muscle in, go into the bottom side jungle, and try to push this Kha'Zix out. He's going to get his Raptors, which is a good enough trade. No red buff, but a Krugs to steal. Look at 1xN just stepping right on up to this Jhin. And trying to put as much pressure down onto the bottom side. Let Aatrox farm up a little bit, who, you know, was the subject of, I think, a few ideas of ganks from Kroko, but just didn't really pan out both times.
So hard when you don't have a lot of shoving power out of the Scion. Q never really gave an opportunity by overextending or anything like that, and good on him for doing so. We have seen many times many players on the side of WE overextend and cause a lot of problems for themselves as a team, and this game has not been one of those instances.
How crazy is it, by the way, that Monkey, despite being, you know, again, Kroko being 0-6, he's only about like half of a level up on his opponent. It is 1,500 gold, which is a lot, especially as Jace, where your items are significantly cheaper because you don't need to buy Muramana on this build. You just have to go all the cheap lethality items. Opportunity is great. The armor crush that's also on his attacks passives. Kroko!
Bullet time coming through. About is able to escape. Kroko doing as much damage as he can, but it just isn't enough in the tank. Monkey's looking to finish him off on the backside. Here comes the rest of WE. Cube getting knocked
They're
up.
gonna
It
win
doesn't have
this.
this full time anymore. Yao was low and he'll finally go down, but now it's Cube trying to come through and heal up as best he can. He gets knocked up. Chorus finds 1xN and will take him out, but will immediately meet Bulldog. Now he's stealth trying to escape. Shock Blast does a lot of damage. They find
Oh
Chorus,
my
they stun
God.
him up. He's so low and he gets out with a double kill. Bulldog gets one back, but Cube's healing is just too much to bear.
By the way, Kroko lived out of that play. He got out, and they were able to turn it
watch
around. A flash from Bulldog. No curtain call to find him here. Kroko's going to summon the Herald, get the mid plates, and Dragon spawns in a mid. LNG
Oh, I
are
like this. He's
fighting
out of
back,
vision.
where WE cannot get anything here. Oh, and About gets canceled. He still needs to recall. He'll hopefully be able to get out on the map, but Monkey still dead for 10 seconds. WE are not closing out on kills here, Yanni. This is a very, very weird game. We'll take a look at this again. Re-engage. Kroko's trying to sneak on through. Invisibility puts a lot of damage. And he actually hammer swings him out of the Leona ultimate there. Red Smite not enough. Flash dodges the accelerated Shock Blast. And just look at Scion, the space that he buys. The amount of damage up front that Misfortune provides with his Bloodthirster build. Even with Chorus diving in the backline, he just jumps straight into Bulldog. I think Missing really smurfed the end of this fight. Because we get to this part where we're looking at him. He's invisible, he's invisible, he's invisible. Q stun right there onto Chorus. Gets them that kill. Just barely escapes. They're not even able to finish off that onto Bulldog, so.
Very, very close. During that replay, Team WE went and picked up their first dragon of the game. Can't believe I'm saying that. As Croco has done well to steal as much as he can and delay Team WE and allow time for Bulldog and 1XN to get strong.
All right. This is such a weird game. If we see 0-6 Kha'Zix win a game,
I would be. I don't know.
we're
how
on
to
the
react
verge.
at that
Then
point.
we've got a reverse sweep on our hands, baby. We've got a game 5 that we would have. Dragon going over to WE is good. It stops the dragon stacking and any early potential for LNG to lean on a soul like Infernal. Definitely very good now. Bulldog doesn't have flash. I don't think you're allowed to be on this wave, especially with Leona on your side of the map.
Okay, for the moment, he'll be just fine, but yeah, you know, if 0-6 Kha'Zix jungle did win, it would be the most unlikeliest of reverse sweeps, right? Especially after the weirdness that occurred in the third game of the series, and now we're going to get even weirder here as Croco wants to go in on Monkey. He's got good burst damage. Monkey is able to flash out.
Expensive trades. No flash for Monkey. That is a target you can engage upon later on in the game. We'll say, during that, they then crashed at least another plate on top side, so they splitting gold between him and Cube. These grubs, the grubs are actually going to give them the time they need to hit this. That's pretty cute. But with them dying, there's no minions to take away that buff, that fortified buff. So who's side laning now? Because it's better for WE because of the champions they chose in top and mid that they actually get to side lane in this game. Obviously, Aatrox good into either one of these champions. Sion only really good, you know, can neutralize the lanes, but Akali can kind of do some magic on this Syndra. So you need to be very careful about lane assignments, and they still lost that mid tier 1.
Yeah, and speaking of Cars being able to make plays, I mean, for all the talk we've had about Croco being 0-6, Cars is 6-0. He is up 2,000 gold. He is ready to assassinate any target he comes by.
Some of those kills were because of Croco. We remember the top side, we remember the bottom side where he walks into his red buff, right? Like, some of those were because of his enemy jungle giving some donations. But it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, where the kills come from don't really matter. So whether or not you can actualize that gold here. Has the Gunblade and the Shadow Flame, as well as that Seeker's Arm Guard passive ready and available. So level 15 now on this Akali. He's really dangerous if your name's not Sion.
He is absolutely massive right now. Team WE slowing down the pace a bit here in this game. We're 23 minutes in. They're not doing any of their crazy stuff, and I wonder how much of that is Monkey not being on a tank. We have Croco showing up to the bot side, looking for Karas here. Here's this ultimate, not going to land the knockup. Big damage coming through. He's gone golden, and that's going to be a lot of money into one of these guys. It's Sheer picking up 1,000 gold shutdown.
That's massive, because who on WE is going to answer this Sion until 5 items on this Jhin? We're seeing right now WE are moving into top lane. They want to trade tower for tower right now, get your upfront gold, and try to cover for the massive bounty that just went over to LNG. Barely keeps them in the gold lead with 3,000 thanks to earlier prior work they had done. That's a really good find for them. Just equalize the map and now move into this dragon in a minute with no flash on Karas.
You can see Shear's now starting to build in some of that magic resistance to make sure that he is able to handily take Karas. Monkey's up too far.
This, by the way.
Monkey goes down.
Dude.
The bullet time is there, and WE are starting to get picked off.
0-6 Kha'Zix is about to smurf on you guys. You know, the peasants, they thought we wouldn't smurf. LNG come to play. Croco is making it work right now. I guess Kha'Zix mains make do. We have the dragon spawning in 30, and Monkey's timer is the exact one as to when dragon spawns here. Bulldog can teleport, and WE have no real answers to be able to do anything. They can't push on side lane. Akali's moving into this bot lane right now. They're going to try to play through mid. I wonder if Croco tries to burst out Akali. but they didn't get this Fade Light sitting in the river.
Croco is quickly trying to go from Surf to Smurf. Dragon has spawned up. They're going to go take out this Crab. It's going to be 1xN and Missing doing the job. This Dragon has been started. We do have WE trying to work their way in. Bulldog trying to play bouncer for the moment. Monkey is on the way. The team is very split, but they have found the Akali, stuck in the Shroud, trying to get out, and now the rest of Team W are going to try to link up and dump everything they have onto the Scion, but a good scat of the week will stop the damage for now. Missing, still trying to frontline. Dragon, 4,000 HP and dropping. Here comes a curtain call. Shear's going to have to tank all of it up. His shield is doing enough, but Missing gets sniped. Croco's in the back of the pit. Yao Yao goes in. Karis makes his reappearance, but he does trade out. Bulldog
Look
will
at
finally
Cube,
fall,
man.
But it's 1xN with a triple kill. He wants a bout, but he's got nowhere to go. He got fourth shot. Sheer is stuck in a 2v1. Then he's desperate to try and equal. He's low on HP. Cube is so strong. Can you find a way to make this Dragon contestable? The shield is
Here
up.
we go.
900 HP, 800, 500, 400.
He gets it!
Away by Sheer. Somehow, someway, LNG remain in this game.
Look, we said this series was gonna get cooked, but it's all in a soul furnace from the Scion. Sheer, my man, he gets themselves the soul point. And small mistakes I want to point out here. LNG, a lot of focus. Look at the time that is being bought by the Scion on the top side. But watch as Croco, he could have killed Karis here, but he shortchanges his jump into the wall. If that doesn't go over, if he's able to get to the other side of that terrain, I think it's a big difference maker. Maybe prioritizing the honey fruit. Either way, WE have massive control of the battlefield, but Cube wasting his flash might have been the mistake that LNG needed to try to equalize this. 1xN flashing forward, gets the kill, a triple kill, mind you. I know this game has been all about the jungles here, but every time we go back to this misfortune, it almost feels like 1xN is the AD carry here in this game.
We have talked about it so much. That is the tool that LNG uses to break walls down. Team WE have put up a very big wall, but it is meant to be knocked down. 3 minutes and 40 seconds until LNG's soul point. All of a sudden, these stolen dragons from Croco early in the game making their impact known. It's still a 3,000 gold lead for Team WE for the moment.
By the way, how does Karis have a 2,500 gold lead this entire game versus the Syndra and do 3 times less damage than him? Scryer's alteration will spot this out. Croco is trying to look for a flank here.
Okay, Sheer's ultimate didn't land on anybody, so he's just getting free hit for the moment. Karis is on top of these squishies over on LNG. Sheer, very low. Croco on the backside, but he can't blow up a bout. Missing, though, gets in close. That bullet time doesn't hit anybody. And now it's Karis attracting more
Look at
attention
Croco right
of
now.
LNG on the side. Croco with a nice sidestep, just trying to lead him on a wild goose chase. He needs to try to survive, but it's Yao Yao who's gonna lock him up, and Monkey who brings the hammer down.
They can't take Baron though, and that's what matters right now to LNG. You got critical summoner spells out. No flash coming in for Monkey before this dragon spawns in 2.5 minutes, and you were able to stop them from doing the Baron. I know it's a little costly. You had to trade some here. Obviously, Croco losing his flash, but he has a jump. What an intense game. Both junglers sitting at 3 items here after starting off the game 0-6. He's 1-8 right now. It doesn't look awesome, but Croco alone has secured 2 dragons right underneath WE, and that has completely changed the pace of this game. WE could be the team that is on soul point, but they're not thanks to this Kha'Zix.
And it just makes all the difference because it gives LNG more opportunities to try to find an angle that works for them. One of the big problems right now is trying to unlock 1xN and Bulldog. We saw it in that fight. We're not able to do so because Karis, even though he's not getting kills, he's causing a problem. He's forcing 3 members to deal with him, which means the other 4 members of WE can clean up the LNG jungle and top laner and deal with them. 29.5 minutes. Dragon now in 1.5 minutes.
Taking a look at any important items coming on through. Jin's almost on 4 right here. This is so important for him to not only get this wave, but also recall. He's missing his crit cloak and the combined cost, so 1,000 gold is what we're looking for. Can also sell the D-Blade after this minion wave and try to look for it. Endless Hunger completed for Cube, so he's going to have a lot of Omnivamp. He has some tenacity to try to help him here. I wonder how close 1xN is to finishing his LDR, because I mean, a 4th item on this Misfortune could also be a pretty big banger for them. Sheer and Missing are cut off. I wonder if they're going to let them through. I think Cube can fight.
The extra 25% crit's gonna be huge. Big poke onto Bulldog. That's something that we haven't really seen Monkey be able to do, is land a lot of this poke. Horus over on the side walking up to Bulldog. Bulldog will be able to escape for the moment. LNG just trying to get whatever vision they can back without dying. 30 seconds until the dragon is up. We'll see if LNG are going to make a play for it. We'll see if Krako's got the magic in him one more time, because Infernal Soul could be the turning point.
These are the standoffs that WE's comp excel at. Jhin at range. You're walking in a Fog of War versus this Jace. Are LNG even going to walk in? They know that it's almost completely warded out. Krako does have the Umbral Glaive, which was buffed on this patch. But now they're just using Scion to help them move forward. Midwave now moving in priority of LNG. Krako's going to clear another ward.
Big scatter of the weave.
Uh-oh.
We've got Krako and Cube just going at it for the moment. Sheer's trying to front line as best he can. They're just trying to spend a lot of time on Cube. Here's a bullet time, trying to force out Yao Yao. Karus wants in.
Karus is dead.
Karus is going golden. Karus is solo, but Cube on 1xN flashes away. And now it's LNG with the man advantage. Monkey needs to get back in. Cube is healing so much, but he falls under the might of LNG. It's a double kill for 1xN. Krako somehow, some way has put LNG in a position to take the Infernal Soul. They have so much power, Hulk.
And now they can even go for Baron afterwards. I'm laughing because Krako gets that kill onto Karus, and then he evolves in the middle of the team fight. He's literally sitting there emoting on them, putting the 3rd point into his ultimate. We can take a look at this fight. I mean, Scion, who was meant to deal with this in this composition at Aatrox, but right here, Sheer smurfing it. Big damage coming in from 1xN. And I thought he was dead. The Seekers keeps him alive, and look at Krako here. He evolves his ultimate mid-team fight.
He said,
or maybe it's the wings. I think it was the wings. But still, very funny. And aside from that, like, big MVPs for me in this game, Sheer and 1xN. Sheer for playing this Scion to perfection, his role absolutely realized here in this game, and 1xN for bringing the follow-up damage that his team needed. Yao Yao now is alone, and I don't think that 1xN really wants to take this fight. There's a flank. Both solo laners of WE coming up from behind.
This is the big flank. 1xN doesn't have flash. They need to peel Cube off of him, but he's going to get pulled in by the Infernal Chains. Monkey can't get to him, though. Big bullet time. Rips them apart. LNG are doing it. It's a double kill for 1xN. About's been slowed up. He's forced to flash. Missing says, they will not get away from me. Triple kill for 1xN.
They're going to do it. How many triple kills are we going to give to this Misfortune right now?
All of
Infernal Soul, another minion wave here. How much can they get? Because there's no grubs. Maybe Scion has enough HP to just tank it. They're going to force their way through this base. 30 seconds before either Cube or Monkey are alive. And Yanni, who would have thought we're going to game number 5?
Team WE has not beaten LNG since 2021. After a 2-0 lead, we thought it happened in Game 3, and it didn't. We think it could happen in Game 4, but for the moment, LNG, we thought they had it. They're getting pushed
Hold up!
Karus goes in, but he goes out just as quickly. Yao Yao can't get to 1xN, but it's Krako hopping on top of the carry, and LNG cannot finish this game.
What is going on? We were maybe getting ready for game number 5, and that is not going to come true, at least for now. WE will save their base and continue to trudge on forward through the marches of time. 3 members of WE will now move. I wonder if Cube gets a little spicy. No, he's just going to go and hit the wave. There's no reason for my Leo to be picking up these minions.
All right, I thought that might have turned into something. I think Krako may have accidentally canceled his back based off of his player cam there for the moment. Wow, what a game this has turned out to be all a crazy series of events that has occurred to bring LNG all the way back in this game. 1xn's Flash is still going to be down. That's going to be big for this upcoming fight. Missing Flash also being down means that combo is much harder for those two to execute on.
I gotta say, Yanni, at this point, I feel passionate that if either team were to win, at least they delivered an entertaining series. Even if LNG somehow lose this game, I would be massively entertained. Croco, you are dead, brother. You are dead.
Oh,
all right.
No.
That is with Elder, or with Dragon up. Thankfully, no Elder for the next 2.5 minutes, but we need to see WE utilize and capitalize on this mistake.
Well, they're certainly going to try. If you can get this poke, if you can soften up Bulldog especially, it's going to be a big difference. Already seeing some Shock Blasts go down on the missing. Team WE have not started this Baron up yet, but they're going to clear out the vision. And now is the time they're going to start up. Karis over on the side. Bulldog checking him. Very well aware that he is around, just trying to keep him away for the moment. As 1xn and Missing will look to move in. Baron down to about 9,000 HP. 1xn is leading the charge for the moment, stacked up with Sheer. 5,000, 4,000 HP.
It's gone.
And LNG realize that they cannot do a thing about it. It's Baron to WE.
I am surprised that we don't pull the trigger there. I know it's going to be costly if we lose this fight, but if we can take some summoner spells right before this Elder, I feel like LNG can really put their boot down on this game. I mean, you have a 5-item misfortune right now. If you land that with Sheer standing in front, with Missing applying all of his spells with this Rel, and getting that with a bullet time, you could do damage. You could force out a summoner spell from a player like Yao Yao, or even get that barrier away from about. Not going to be the case. WE, they would have needed to recall, and during this time, LNG are going to move into the river. Croco is again trying to find a flank, trying to find anybody who's going to walk into this dot rush, but no one is doing that. WE are going to use their Baron on mid lane and try to siege and move into the bottom side jungle. What is this flank, brother?
Okay, he's found Cube, but remember, Cube's level 19. He's able to break the barrier, and that's just the extra health that you get. Karis, he gets spotted out here, but he'll
Dude,
head
our
back to
observers
the
are
wave.
losing their mind. They're trying to find any kind of angle that Kha'Zix is going to flank.
Yeah.
They don't know he's back here. No eyes from WE to see where this Kha'Zix is.
Now, Sheer used his TP, so he is missing, going to be missing this big shield for the next fight in about 40 seconds. Team WE have to know that something is up here.
They don't know what. Karis is pushing. This is the time. This is where you're going to find an advantage.
We saw Monkey try to go after it. Here's a bullet time. Yeah, first the flash.
There it is!
Bounce the target, but he gets shielded up nicely. But they burst out.
Oh no!
Karis from the backside. 1xn takes a lot of damage. He's got to be protected. Monkey goes down. It's a double kill, but he's coming out of the GA. You can't protect him all day though. Karis and Cube will tighten their grip around this game. Sheer on a sliver and about will not finish him off for the moment.
He's gonna take all 3 blast codes. Well, Yanni, they won the fight! WE actually won the fight in this instance and stopped the Kha'Zix from blowing them up. You mentioned it there at the very tail end of that fight, where Monkey was trying to predict that Kha'Zix was behind them. He throws a Shockblade into the brush, it doesn't land on him. Now that is a costly death. Him now recalling and be able to get back, this could be the end of the game.
10
this is the end of the game.
Croco. The first turret goes down. The second turret's under siege. Missing is dead. Croco's still dead. Team WE, the last time they lost to LNG in a best of 5, it was for regional finals, but this time they win. Go to Group Ascent.
And elation has to be the name of the game there. That was a really tough bout. Middle way of that, we were past like 15 minutes and we're like, are LNG about to come back and send us to game number 5? Wow.
Oh.
Just incredible team fighting. We wanted to see Kara step up, and while the middle portion of that game got a little hectic, that Akali and this Aatrox stood out amongst the best. Did their job, executed not only 1xn, but also this Kha'Zix pick. And WE, man, we're going to see them in playoffs in 2 weeks' time. We're going to also see them in Group Ascend in split number 2. Incredible stuff.
And for LNG, heartbreak. They had that game in their hands. Croco over aggressive after having such a difficult start to this game. but did his job well to go pick up these dragons, gave his life. But near the end, he just thought too highly of his pick and of himself. Gave away the game, perhaps. We'll never know what a game 5 between these teams would have been like. Oh, and it's a damn shame we're not living in that world.
And now we come to the reality that LNG are going to be in Group Nirvana for Split 2. Gonna have to run it back and see if they can have better luck next time in the play-ins. If we take a look back at this draft, I don't think the reason why this game was as far... Now, for the first 15 minutes, Jace was running the map. Jace and Akali, we saw them do really, really well. And then eventually, I think LNG started to get their wits about them, just letting Sheer be this frontline tank. There was that moment where Jhin doesn't have LDR yet or hasn't finished the Infinity Edge, so won't be able to really punch through this guy. I just... The leadership in this game, or the baton of who is going to be the person in front, the person giving us a victory, shifted from Monkey to either of the solo lanes. I would not be surprised if I see either Cube or Karis get an MVP for this game, because that Aatrox, world ender, literally, when we talk about these team fights multiple times.
The way he was able to sustain in those fights was just so difficult for them to deal with. So many times putting 1xN in positions where he had to flash away and was not dealing as much damage as he could. We take a look at, you know, how good of a misfortune game this was. Lots of damage, but some of these bullet times, early interrupts, or only onto one target as opposed to multiple. And that's decision making where you're like, I'm not going to be able to get a full channel off on multiple guys because Cube is going to be the one to push me off, because Karis is going to be the one to push me off. They did their jobs perfectly this game, as you said. Should go to either of them.
I just look back at that game and I'm thinking of all the mistakes that Kroko made, and I'm sure he himself is going to feel the weight of that on his shoulders. He goes into game 3, he goes into that game 4, he picks his Kha'Zix, right, as like this fun last minute counter, and then he dies on a 1v1 trade, which, again, if you get the flip, it goes better. We're probably in a different universe. We start talking about how great this Kha'Zix is, but he failed that. He gets invaded multiple times, and the mid game is okay because he steals the objectives. But then those last two fights, 1v1ing the Akali right before Baron loses you the game. Dying in that trade at the very end and not killing about loses you the game. So, have to go back to the drawing board for Kroko and the entirety of LNG? Like, the decision making just wasn't there.
I just don't know why. Like, everything that Kroko was doing after that disastrous early game was working for the team. And none of those involved him having these deep flanks. They were him going with an extra member of his trying to catch a member of Team WE out of position and get these chunks off, but instead they just throw their entire game plan that's been successful to this point away by doing that. It's so frustrating because this should have been a 5-game series. Team WE should have been punished for their inability to have this lead and play a clean enough mid-game to be able to make it a very clean 3-1. Instead, we're going to have so many questions for LNG. Are they even going to look the same going into Split 2?
Who knows? Let's take a look at our play-ins bracket, though, because this is the final best of 5 that we will have for a little bit of time here, folks. This is the Knights Road. I'm not all that surprised about some of these results. Obviously, the big shocker is that EDG series happening yesterday. And if you looked on paper, a lot of folks, yourself included, think that WE were the favorites coming in. And proven right, but there's a lot of folks who will only see the scoreboard and not know the story. And I think that's the special part that us here on the broadcast and the folks at home watching will get to take part in and revel.
No doubt about it. It's just so... You don't want to root for an 0-6 Kha'Zix as bad as he did in this game. And that's the part that you're going to miss. That's the part that you miss, because nobody's like, man, this guy's 0-6, look at this guy. But it's like, wow, he's 0-6, but he's done so much. That's just a small microcosm of everything that you could get out of this bracket, right? From the 3-2 of Top Esports barely beating out Team WE to LNG 3-0ing and looking questionable in the last 2 games to OMG, as you mentioned, having that upset in the lower bracket and maybe thinking that Rookie would be going into Nirvana against, their match against IG. And, despite the fact that we only had 1 series go 5, this was a very awesome Knights Road and sets up for a fantastic start to the actual playoff bracket in a couple of weeks.
All right, folks, there's a couple things. We'll lift the curtain here for a little bit since you guys have been sticking with us for what has been a 7-game day for us. We're currently in the middle of an interview with Monkey. Once we get out of that, we will look at some of the post-game graphics like player of the game, the gold graph as well, player of the series, and then we are going to tentatively stay online, just watching the feed to see if we'll have our playoffs bracket decided. My gut feeling, having done this for a while, is that the playoff bracket, because it has to go to the teams that are already in, actually we can just take a look at our playoff bracket now. The teams have to choose who their opponents are. So AL as the first seed will have first dibs on our 4 teams that did qualify between NIP, Invictus Gaming, Top Esports, and now Team WE. Then it'll trickle down. Usually that takes a little bit of time for them to get all that information disseminated between teams and having them get that back to the broadcast. So we're going to stay online for a little bit. We're probably going to be just hanging out and watching the bracket fill out. If it doesn't happen in a timely manner, we will just close out the stream and make sure that you guys are following LPL English on Twitter to keep up to date on what the playoff bracket. Also, this is going to be our last broadcast for the next 2 weeks because there's a Lunar New Year break that always happens here in the LPL. Now, usually, because we don't usually run a 3-split year, that break is put into regular season. But because we had a 3-week regular season that ran very early to the start of the year, I think we started on the 14th of January, if I remember correctly.
Something like that.
We will be back on February 24th. Oh, okay. 16th. We started on the 16th. Okay. We'll be back on the 24th. Technically, at least I'm looking at Leaguepedia, the game is supposed to start at 11 p.m. PST on the 23rd. But again, make sure that you're following us on LPL_English to make sure that you're staying up to date. We'll be having more news about playoffs. Producer, do we want to maybe kick it to the Huya feed and just see what's going on? It's still the Monkey interview.
Live interview translation, perhaps?
No. Our producer doesn't speak any, and I don't speak any, so I'm not doing this.
Okay, totally understandable. All right, so let's talk about potential matchups coming up, right? You said AL's got first pick. I'm going to be honest with you. If I'm AL, I don't really have to be afraid of anybody. I guess you're picking Team WE by default, but they do get very chaotic and can drag teams into the mess.
I wonder if AL just take Top Esports. Now, Convention has shown that even when these teams look terrible, whether it's in the bracket or in the regular season, they will just pick the lowest seed possible. So if we were to do that, currently the lowest seed available is Team WE as the second seed coming out of Group Perseverance. I would not be surprised if they do that, also because I'm pretty sure Tarzan would eat Monkey for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that series. So wouldn't be too surprised. We are going to now see hopefully some of our post-game graphics now that we're done with the interview. But if this is the last time we see you guys until February 24th, we want to thank you guys for joining us here on the broadcast. Whether you were here for a single game, a single series, or all 6 of these best of 5s, appreciate you as you guys basically make this entire broadcast run and available for all of us here.
Yep, whether you're a devout watcher, you come in occasionally, we appreciate every single one of you. It does mean a lot that you come in and support us like this. This is a labor of love, and it's a great thing to do, man. This league deserves coverage like this because series like this, again, as you said, if you just take a look at the score, it doesn't tell the story of what you saw here And we'd be missing out on all of these stories, whether or not this series or OMG's upset or anything like that, if there weren't people who wanted this bad enough for us to say, you know what, we will go and deliver it to you. As you get through some of the highlights of a crazy game that LNG should not have been in by any stretch of the imagination.
I will say some of you are not okay in the chat. Some of you have been rather mean or outright bigoted to the people on the show, whether it's casting, crew,
we don't
or
like
production and mods. This is the only bit of accountability or any kind of attention I'm going to give you guys. You guys will be swiftly dealt with. You guys will be sent to the mines. Yeah, you guys need to chill out. This is a fan-made broadcast. These people are working for pennies on the dollar and doing it for essentially the love of the game. So please be humans. Remember that there's another person on the other side of that screen, including the players. I know a lot of people probably are getting on Croco, or at least did once they saw some of those trades. But reminder, that could be you. I guess you guys are, most of you are probably missing the skill to actually be on that stage. But
yeah, you would be doing much worse than this guy. Like, listen,
Agreed.
If you want to say, man, Croco's having a bad game, or I think Croco stinks. Okay, but, you know, we've seen some things. And you can't be doing that, man. Like, no. Come on. We gotta.
We're getting fed some of your chat messages, guys. Look, you guys can have fun. Just make sure you're being appropriate about it. But yeah, this fight was just like, oh, Croco, we can't die here, man. Like, we can't. This is
brutal.
tough. This is literally right in front of the Elder.
And then you see 1XN already missing half of his HP, and he's got to flash away, but then he flashes into a Jhin curtain call because there's just nowhere to go. Sheer can't follow him. Sheer's trying to protect him. I mean, it's just, unfortunately, they were able to surround 1XN, and, you know, credit to 1XN for the series that he played, the skill that he's displayed. It's just a shame that he's just unable to get out of Group Nirvana, really. Obviously, we had the time where Thunder Talk were in Group Ascend, where things didn't go very well for them.
Should have just not griefed the Varus game, right? Like, that game one, he literally did not kill Ahri, and that changed the entire temperature of that game one.
You're
and
very
he's playing
right.
one of the most broken champions in pro play
Champions
right now.
0-6 in playoffs, by the way.
Yeah. Karis, player of the game, we said
win?
it was going to be either of the solo laners. That makes sense. I think
Well
player of
deserved.
the match is still going to be Monkey. He had 2 incredible games that they won, and then even in this one on the Jace, I think he was very, very good, even though he had more monkeyisms that we know of him.
More monkeyisms, I like it.
Hey, look,
I
top
like the
and mid.
shout-outs
I
for
was right.
Sheer, yep. Sheer got a couple shout-outs. Maybe we could have gotten a third vote for him, maybe, but honestly, ethical voting by the committees, recognizing who had the real game for Team WE. Player of the match is going to be Monkey. Can we remove Silas from this graphic,
Yeah,
please?
the Silas game was not. That's a
He was
participation
LNG's
award.
MVP. He was LNG's MVP that game.
Yeah. The other three, I'm okay with. Those are,
KDA of
again-
2. He had a KDA
Wow.
of 2.
Let's
And
just
a
block
player
that one
that
out.
okay, is that the lowest KDA for a player of the match that you will ever see?
Do not ask me this question because I don't know. I'll keep it a stack
that's
with
what
you guys.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna know off the top of my head either. That's why I'm asking. But I mean, typically you tend to see a little bit more robust numbers.
Yeah. We're going to just see some highlights. Again, we're waiting to see if they're going to announce the playoff bracket so we can do it live on air and then do anything. So honestly, Yanni, this is where usually the show ends. So we can kind of just hang out, be a little bit more, treat this a little bit more like an actual co-stream like we're
I
supposed
love
to.
hanging out.
I'm probably going to just sit down because I'm not going to stand to watch more Xin Zhao highlights. And if they put a Silas highlight in here, I'm gonna lose my mind.
What highlight? Like they're like.
All right,
I
we
don't
skipped
know.
immediately to game 4. Good.
Oh man,
All right.
that's ridiculous. But yeah, you know what? Why go over game 3, right? We kind of knew what happened there.
let's talk about Riftbound. I have nothing to say about Riftbound, so...
I'm pissed off. I'm pissed
Okay.
off.
All
I love
right.
Riftbound. I think Riftbound's a fantastic game, right?
Okay.
I didn't get in the lottery, and you know what? It happens. That's okay. I'm not going to be upset that I didn't get in or anything like that. But everybody, I know a ton of people who got in the lottery. I have 2 friends that are each getting a case, and it's like me and my buddy Hoppy, we're just like, well, I'm going to spend 5 hours driving around the entirety of New Jersey, desperately trying to find a box at MSRP so I can attempt to play in weeklies. Otherwise, this deck that I had in set 1 is going to be severely underpowered, and I'm just going to show up and get 0-3'd and burn $15 to $20 every night, and I'm going to get frustrated. I could just play solo queue at that rate. Now, as long as they fix it for set 3, they said they were going to, allocations were going to be fixed, they were going to be able to print more products set 3 and beyond, I'll believe it when I see it.
Have you considered the friends who got boxes or cases? Have you considered posting their address online?
Maybe.
It
I
would
should.
redistribute the wealth of
It really,
Riftbound packs
It really would.
back to the
I
people.
could threaten them with it and then force them to give me half of their case in order to kind of flip the script on them, right? This is a great idea. You know what? I'm in. I can just show them.
Even
We had over 10,000 live viewers. I'll blast it out in Twitch chat. I don't care.
redistribute the wealth and harmlessly sending random strangers to people's homes. That is maybe not what I want LPL English known for. But. Again, I like the idea. I agree. As someone who doesn't really partake in too much Riftbound, it is very funny to see online the discourse. And it is like, I can't get a pack, I can't get cases, I'm an influencer, and here's Riot sending me 6 million cases and promotional material, and I will probably never tweet about this again. I can't get anything. It's just
A bouquet of
that one was
Spirit
at
Forge
least
packs.
funny. That one was at least
That
funny.
one was hilarious.
I'll
No,
take
no,
that one.
was very funny.
That is a good
I-
use of it because it's like it's very jokey.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm
like
kind of
to see
surprised that you're not a Riftbounder. You know, I know that they've allowed the use of the of Chinese cards, so it is a little bit easier to go and pick some of these up using various services, and they're a lot cheaper. And I know you love Magic. I know you're a solid Magic player. I'm a little surprised.
I think the way that I think just the way and order of like processes that work in the game just doesn't compute. I also just think combat is kind of boring / like
Interesting.
like I think I played against a mutual of ours, and they were playing the Mundo deck at the time, and I'm just sitting there like, what do I do against this? Like,
Oh, you lose. I'm sorry.
yeah, I know. So like, and something that I had asked Dave when I was doing promo and coverage at MSI was talking about like, how do you play an aggressive, like a traditionally like low curve aggro deck when you get runes, like it's accelerated, you start at 3 most of the time, or you start at 2. You can't really like try to screw someone on tempo because they are always going to get runes every turn, right? So you'll always get a certain amount. And it is resource, like a resource game at the end of the day, but it just doesn't click for me for some reason. I probably just need more data in my mind of like actually playing different decks and just trying it. But cards are expensive, and I'd rather just play Magic.
Totally understandable. And honestly, this is a conversation that I had with a couple of friends, especially because we were, heavy in set 1. We got a decent amount of Origins packs. We did talk about how this game, obviously still very new, the card pool is very small for the moment. It is going to be now 2 sets, right? That means that there's going to be plenty of decks that 2 years from now don't exist now, and different ways to play, and different cards that are going to either push the envelope or have you approach the game in a different way that are going to work for multiple people. So I do hope that, you know, once we get through a couple more sets that, you know what, maybe you find a deck that works super well for you. You're going out and jamming at locals. You're going to play against somebody. They're going to be like, that's Alk Battery from LPL English. I see team representatives, Alk.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm turning back our volume on our feed. Okay, we need to turn off the gain on Brother's mic right now.
He's deep frying it.
Okay, so you can see on the screens in the back all of the teams by their seeding order, but it seems like we have all of the team captains from each one of these teams. AL with Shanks, Knight, Xiaohu, Gala. Oh, who is in the middle there next to Gala? I couldn't see because it was too fast. Either way, we're doing the draw show here, guys. So let's see who is going to be, who AL is going to choose. They're going to have their choice of the 4 play-ins teams. Oh, it's 369. I'm stupid. I should have known.
Okay, yeah. Look at all
Here's
these
Lull,
laners. Yep.
Rookie and Monkey. And these team captains were chosen at the beginning of the year. This is a project/initiative done by the LPL, democratically voted by the teams on their or players on the teams to choose a team leader to represent them. I assume both in content and also to give the broadcast crew players to kind of like root for or stuff. Okay, why did we give the 4 play-ins teams dry erase boards? Are we gonna taunt them with like, oh, what team do you want? And then be like, okay, Shanks, what team is AL gonna grab first?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, what team do you not want to play against? And they're just gonna like start scribbling. I mean, they're all gonna write down AL, all right?
So let's take this. So we talked about this for AL. Who do we think that BLG is gonna want to grab? Because I feel like they just want to stomp IG again and just take their free win.
Yeah, there
Oh,
is
who is
something
the
to be
MVP?
said.
Okay, wait. Who has the most MVP votes? Or
Are we
how many is the
quizzing
most?
them? Are we playing a game show? We are playing a game show.
Is this like number of MVP votes? Because if it's most in the if this is MVP for games, it's 8 and it's Knight. If this is MVP for series, it's 4 and it's Croco.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one. We do have 5 options. Okay.
I couldn't hear our producer, Yanni. Could you relay that back to me?
Yeah, so it's based off of role. And
Oh, who has the most MVP? Which role has the most MVP? So it's top junk. Oh.
yeah.
I have this on my other monitor, and I'm trying not to look. I'm going to
Don't do it.
assume it is mid lane. And if it's not
I would
mid lane,
also say
it's
mid lane.
80 carry.
Yeah,
it's probably going to be
it
C or
feels
D.
It could actually be jungle. Because Tarzan and Croco would be doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Yeah, Tarzan had 7. Croco has 6
a
individual
lot.
game MVPs. Yeah. I could see jungle.
Guan also had 5.
Guan did have 5, yeah.
So that's 3/5 of the top. So
Maybe it
I
is
think that'll
jungle.
do it.
But if it's MVP by role, then it's mid lane. If it's MVP for
任何打野
series, but if I'm understanding this correctly and it's MVP for game, it's probably jungle.
Yeah, series would definitely be mid lane because I
It
think
is
Angel
jungle,
and Cream
okay.
are up there too. Okay, let's go. 41.
Mid was second though, so I was almost correct.
Yeah, our top laners stink.
I mean, it's true.
I didn't expect you to just go along with it that easily.
Dude,
I mean,
it's
come
top
on.
laner, bro. Like top lane still doesn't matter.
It really doesn't, and I don't think a lot of them played up to.
Gala,
up to a
take it
lot of
off,
their
brother.
standards.
Just show for the camera again.
For those who don't know, some Gala gym pictures were out there floating around on Twitter. Bro is jacked.
Bro is shredded.
Like, however shredded you think a League player could be, he's more.
All right, I'm just pulling up the Google Translate on my phone so I can look at this a little bit quicker.
This is An interesting collection of teams we have here.
Yeah. Okay, so BLG, WE, AL, and Top Esports. What are we doing up here? Let me see.
I don't know. I'm curious.
The first
I'm
stage of the
trying to, like,
regular
think of the
team
question.
intergame. Okay, so which one of these teams has the highest number of kills to match duration?
Oh, isn't it Top Esports?
It's probably Top Esports because they had games
They
that
had the
were like
most
50
deaths.
minutes long. They were like perma 45-minute games, and they were fighting everything. This is TS. This is TS.
Yeah. They had the most deaths, which leads me to believe they also got a lot of kills, given the
Yeah.
fact that they didn't do terribly, especially for the situation that they were in.
The back
I
half
think
of
they
their
stood
split
bot
was
lane.
so good. I was really
Yeah.
impressed that Top Esports got it together because they look like a train wreck. It is not WE.
Oh, thank God. It's definitely not going to be them.
Apparently, Rookie thinks it's WE based on vibes, and just that
just
Xiaohu
vibes.
comment.
Is that 369 saying, guys, it's definitely us? I played the games, I know.
Yeah.
We love a self-aware top laner. Mhm. By the way, you see me nodding my head. I don't understand anything.
I think all of these guys should know it's Top Esports, but they also
Yeah.
probably don't watch. They probably don't watch every game like we do.
Unbelievable. What?
Can
Not
we-
watching every game?
Guys, can we please just do the play? Just pick our playoffs matches, guys.
Let's put the playoff matches in the bag, bro. Like,
Yeah,
come on.
legit.
So to answer your earlier question on who BLG want to play, I was gonna say I actually think that is a pretty interesting dynamic. You, as AL and BLG, you could just elect to go up against Top Esports and IG because you've played against them. You know their tendencies. You don't need to prepare anything fresh. There's more tape on you for these teams like NIP and WE to take advantage. Damn, it ain't even close. That was not close.
I mean, the other answers are close to each other, but yeah, Top Esports had. This is that parentheses that you see there is total amount of kills and then game duration, so it's basically kills per minute essentially. It makes sense that Top Esports says this.
Yeah. All right, how many more questions are we actually going to have?
I'm assuming they're probably going to do anywhere between 3 and 5.
I see we have another board up and ready to go.
I see a circle of suck in the background there.
Oh,
right.
we love the circle of suck.
All right, this next question. Which champion had the highest pick count in the first stage regular season games?
Wasn't it
Xin
Varus?
Sion, Yunara, and I don't know what B is because it's coming up as Czar. So Jarvan? Xin Zhao, Jarvan,
Okay.
Sion, Yunara?
So it's not Varus.
Huh? I'm trying to find what the second one is.
I would think that maybe it would be Xin because he wasn't getting banned nearly as much this time around.
Yeah, most pick champion out of those 4. I definitely do think. Huh? Oh, I knew that. I'm saying B. 'Cause B is Czar. Is coming up as Czar, which. Huh? Azir. Oh, okay.
Oh, Azir. We were seeing a lot of
I think
Azir
it's
in these
Xin
series.
Zhao. I think it's
I
Xin
think
Zhao.
it's still. I think it's still Xin. I'm with you on that. But we were seeing Knight as an example in every series that BLG played Azir. As far as I know,
I don't want to
very
think
close.
about Knight Azir though. I don't want to think about
Yes, exactly. He
Yes.
played it a lot though, which is I think a lot of mid laners started to pick him up a little bit more than normal.
Yeah, so if you don't know, again, this is who was the most picked in the regular season. Xin Zhao, Azir, Sion, or Yunara. I think it's
Play
very
along in
clearly
chat
should
if
be-
you guys have guesses. You know, I want to
Yeah,
see.
actually,
I wanna
I
see-
actually will open Twitch chat. I usually don't have you guys open because you guys, some of you are degenerates, but we'll hang out. We'll hang out here.
I'm gonna go look at the number now. Not gonna give away the answer, but I am curious.
Hello, Shivam. Yes. You in chat. You in chat. You are a degenerate. Some of you in a good way. There are good things as good degenerates.
There is not a bracket already. We're hoping that they will go and do the bracket soon. So
Yeah, I'm really
get a
hoping
move
that they
on
fix
this.
it. Like, just put the, like, as we keep joking, put the bracket in the bag, bro.
I'm
Just
gonna
give me
keep
the
it a stack.
bracket. What's up?
I haven't gone to the gym in a couple of days. I need to go to the gym before I go to work today. I have work in like 6 hours, guys, and
All
I
right.
slept 3 hours.
I can
before
solo
this.
this. I can solo this if you need to go.
But I want to be here for this because I love this. But come on, we can move it along a little bit. They're talking a lot. It's Azir.
It is Azir. Okay.
How many games did he? All right, let's see. Let me go actually.
All right.
49 games played to Yunara's
I know.
46. Sion and Jinzhao both had 41. It's those damn Night Azir games.
I hope not.
What? Hi, Rafa.
No, you're not on the show. You're not on the show. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah. Get that fraud out of here.
He had something he wanted to say. I mean, you can go.
You didn't
would-
make it
you
again.
You got something to say, Rafa. Go post it in chat like everybody else.
Yeah, yeah. You don't get special treatment. See, even Shivam. Shivam just joined this year. Oh, I think he wants to take over for your spot so you can go to the gym.
Oh no, I'm gonna go to the gym after this regardless.
Yeah.
I got the next
Yeah.
3 days off after today. We're good.
Look, Mark, we need the ad revenues. Every point matters. Okay, so we need to. Is this like? Am I trying to figure out who played them? Okay, please fill in the closed loop of the first round of the group competition in order. Okay, is this circle? It's not Circle of Suck, is it? So, AL lost to BLG. I think this is the first. Is this like first round robin or something? I don't know. Anyway, okay. AL lost to BLG, who lost to JDG, who lost to Weibo, who lost to Top Esports, who lost to IG, who lost to AL. I actually think I just
so
one-shot
good.
this. Wait, actually,
Dude,
I'm going to
you're
type this
so
out so I
good.
have this. Okay, BLG
Okay, good.
into
Before
JDG.
while you're doing that, Artemis,
Into
we're
Weibo.
waiting for hopefully the upper 4 teams to pick their opponents. Boogie, it was Azir. Azir did win, was the most played champion in Split 1 by quite a decent margin. Again, it was all those damn Night Azir games, 49 to 46 compared to Yunara. And yeah, Hulk, that was impressive, dude. I mean, you are always around and always on top of this, man. Like, you know, it is very impressive. You really give this league a lot of love, and you give it the love it deserves.
Thank you. Knight doesn't understand the question. He's just like, dog, I just know how to play Syndra and Ryze.
We
Can
lose to
not do this
people?
shit?" Okay, so he's drew BLG who drew JDG. You can't do it twice, big dog.
What? This looks like...
I mean, technically this is true, but also like I'm pretty sure that's why he leaned over to Shanks. He's like, did I get this right? And then Shanks is like, dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on. And so they show it to the host, and she's like, no, bro.
When you copy off somebody's test and you realize they don't know what the hell they're doing either.
I think it'd be really funny if one of the group perseverance teams gets this. Because them brothers wasn't even playing in the same group.
Yeah, you're right. You'd be like, what? You guys don't know this? You guys lived it. Like,
Great. Now they're all just looking at each other and just doing. They're like, oh, did you put this? Oh, I didn't put this. Okay, let me fix mine. God damn it, man.
there's just a conversation between the 6 of them. Well, we beat you, and then you beat us, and then...
You guys don't know all of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes where it's like really funny, where like the hosts or the people on the show help the players because they have no clue what they're doing, especially for like interviews and stuff. They're just standing there like, especially at internationals. Internationals, yeah. All right, let me see if I got this right. AL to BLG to JDG to Weibo to Top. Yeah, okay, Shanks, bro. Don't take my homework,
Shanks.
bulldog.
Shanks is like, what? You didn't know this?
I just want it to be known. I did it before Shanks,
Mm-hmm.
and I appreciate women. But
You did say we were going
No
for more of the co-stream vibe.
I think we're gonna. I think we're about to lose the. We're about to lose the Who You Feed guys.
Oh no, we're disconnecting from the Huya feed somehow. But
Most
yeah,
Chinese players don't speak English, correct?
Yeah,
But
that is
even in
correct.
internationals where there is a ton of translators and stuff, and obviously team reps and stuff, it is they don't know what to do even when there's the same language interviewers coming through. for them.
Listen, you ask them to do an interview, they're gonna be very confused. You ask them to freeze a
Okay.
wave, they got it.
Technically, I did this in the opposite order, but I'm still right. I did this
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
that works.
inverse order that they have it in, but I'm considering that correct. I've gotten
Yeah,
2
I
out of
mean,
3 of these.
You're right. Like, you are factually correct. Hold on. Very proud of you. Putting that noggin to good use. Can you emote a little bit more, Shahu? Like, come on, dude.
He can't. He's not in TikTok game right now. Okay. Okay, can we
Yeah,
please
yeah,
ask them
that's a lot of
what
those,
team
please.
do you want to draw
You
for
wanna
the
play?
for playoffs?
Please, I beg of you. You know, this is the most emotion I think I've ever seen Gala have. Because whenever you see his player cam, he's just...
Yeah. Gala is apparently a very funny person from what I have seen from their comments and their content on JDG. So
Gala was smiling mysteriously and are asking him to explain the circle. How do you explain an incorrect circle? You're just like, yeah, I drew a square, guys. My bad.
this brother's like, I just show up for my games and that's it.
I know 2 things: Smash Lane and Smash Workouts.
Oh, what the dude? What the fuck is this?
Huh?
What is this quote? Okay. Google Translate. What is the most memorable post-game interview quote from the first stage? A is, I think this year's version is the best version of League of Legends ever. B, try to win more smoothly. Don't get my heart rate so high. C, don't be depressed. D, it is don't be depressed. That is a...
That's gotta be.
Who said it? I think it was Gala, or I don't remember who it was, but one of the players after their interview were, it was Juo. I remember it because I translated this. It's Juo. They asked him like, "Hey, what are you gonna tell fans like after your first win?" And he's like, "Don't be depressed." And then it like cut to an edit. It was really funny. I remember seeing it on Yu's channel. If you don't follow her on Twitter.
Honestly, that's me after I lose a couple games of solo queue. I don't know. I had an alright day of solo queue yesterday, actually. Things were fine. I failed to carry a game that I should have carried, though.
Shanks, what the hell is this answer, bro? Why are we picking... This is the best version of League of... How is this the most wild? Big dog.
What do you think about that? How do you think this season is in relation to past years?
This is probably the closest to like older versions of League of Legends that I felt in a long time. There's just a lot of like when Dragon used to give gold, now it's been put into the turret plates.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Um,
Dude, I remember when Dragons gave gold. Oof.
yeah.
We're old. I'm sorry. We are very, very old that we remember that. How long have Dragon Souls been out?
Since 2018, 2017.
Where are these added?
Oh no, dude, Dwo needs to get this, bro, because it's his quote. It's Dwo's quote, and he's on stage right now. If he doesn't get this,
He
I'm
better
gonna be
get it.
mad. With Quest and doing nothing, and Baron doing nothing. I mean, it's not that Baron does nothing. It's just that Baron is so hard to take, you can't rush it.
Yeah.
And quests are, I think, not fully fleshed out, but I think the idea of them is good. In your
Yeah,
heart, what
I
is the
agree with
most
that.
memorable? Okay, well, we need to choose a right answer, and it's don't be depressed.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, hold on. If
Sorry, we're
If
getting
this
a
is an
correction from our
opinion-based-
producer that I think the question is more of what do you think is the most memorable, but I think when we're trying to put the, yeah.
Hey, listen,
What do
post-series
you
fan
mean?
meets are cool.
Yeah,
Those are
meet the
great.
fans. Yeah, let the fan like what.
Why do you not
I don't
like
know if you remember.
post-series
I don't
fan
know if you
meets?
saw
I
it,
want to know.
but after LNG's last series during the regular season, they just started doing karaoke with fans on stage.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We need more of that. Like, that's crazy cool. Yeah, I do think that Baron's issues right now do make the game a little bit harder. Oh,
Thank
sweet.
you, Farside. Always appreciate having people. First time chat. I hope it's a long time viewer. Actually, we're clicking on your profile. Let's see how long you've been following. Following since last
Okay,
year, almost a
about a
full year, almost a
year,
full
coming
calendar
up.
year. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's so awesome. Thank you for finally chatting. You know, stay a while. You know, come and chop it up with everybody in here. We got a lot of cool people that are.
Yeah,
in
we
the,
usually also
in
don't
the chat.
interact with chat very much on the show, so this is definitely a big departure from how the show usually is. But we're just never getting this bracket, man. This is pissing me off.
Yeah, so like, you know, obviously a fan coming up and giving a whole speech about how they're inspired by a player can seem a little cheesy, but like, I quite literally started wanting to be like competitive in League of Legends when I started because Nyjackie was my favorite League player because he played my favorite champion. He played Veigar. This is like a big reason why I actually got into competitive League as a whole. I see Absolute Cinema.
We don't have to speak. We don't have to translate more Chinese, brother. We've got our picks here coming on through. As you can see, this is the seeding order of the tournament. AL finished the regular season in first, BLG in second, Weibo in third, and so AL will have their first choice, BLG will get second choice, Weibo will get third, and then JDG will get whoever is left. They get 1 minute to pick and decide. So everybody on the left side of the screen right now gets to pick. There you go, we have it on our screen. Kind of feels... Now, what do you mean... So they're just going to have the first 4 pick?
I would have
And
really
then the other
liked...
4 just get to sit there and die, I guess.
Yeah, I would have really liked that they get to write down and just be like, this is who we don't want to play. You know,
All right,
because
so
then
here
you're
we go.
like... Let's see. They have first pick. They have elected for first pick, and they'll get choice of side too. This is crazy.
Yeah, you're the first seed. You're gonna have first selection in every single series during the playoffs. I think that is massive. Top esports? Oh, he chose NIP, I think.
Wait, I see Monkey standing up.
Oh,
Okay.
it's WE. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
You know, it's a damn shame that it's Shanks there, because like, imagine if it was both junglers. I kind of go at each other a little bit.
I mean, this is fair. Remember, we talked
Poor
about it.
WE.
Like,
Yeah, poor WE is
when
right.
when you are the lowest seed, they're gonna pick you. I think it was almost unavoidable, and it might just be that they are, you know, they're just gonna pick in order of the seed. So if BLG are gonna choose IG, and you know, roll down the list.
Yeah, you said that if AL went and picked WE, RIP to Monkey. Well, we're gonna have a battle of the King of the Jungle between Tarzan and Monkey, and we've seen that go Tarzan's way multiple times in the past. Might not be much of a change, as BLG are up next for their pick.
I wonder if they just pick NIP, honestly.
Maybe. That's boring. Okay,
NIP.
they picked NIP.
Yep, so they're just choosing in order of the original seeding, which is Group Perseverance second seed, Group Perseverance first seed.
Yeah, I don't think Weibo Gaming has a reason to pick Top Esports over IG. They 2-0'd IG and they split with Top Esports, so it seems like the most logical situation. That feels like the only match that we would have seen any potential changes, right, is because it's going to be Ascend teams going at each other.
Dude, Dwo is talking some smack right now, dog.
He better be.
He
my boy
has
Care,
to.
my boy Care's going to fry you up.
If Care beats Knight, I'm gonna cry, man. That is gonna be a nightmare fuel. We are never being taken seriously again.
I think you're right.
Weibo
Maybe.
IG. All right, so that means JDG Top Esports is our final best of. I think we can just go back to 2-box and then just hit, unless we. All right.
We got the Unk show for Weibo and IG.
It's actually gonna be the Unction. This is gonna be the Unction.
We love the Unction.
Alrighty,
All right.
folks. So this is our playoff bracket. It is a double elim. Get real nice and spicy. These are our seeds going in. Not too unexpected. I won't lie. I'm not gonna lie, but I think probably the most exciting for me is either going to be a JDG Top Esports where we actually get to see them in a best of 5, or it's going to be BLG and NIP. I think this could be very sneakily a very, very good series.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at this bottom bracket. There's bottom part of the upper bracket with Weibo IG and JDG Top Esports, especially this Weibo Gaming IG match again. It's the Unction, but eventually either one of Xiaohu or Rookie is going to be able to find it at some point. It doesn't need to be for an entire year, but maybe just a run. And maybe this could be the start of something good for either of these teams. Remember, this Weibo Gaming team, you know, a bit of a redeem team for a bunch of players that did not have great 2025s. It's not the... It's an easy first step, I think, being able to go up against IG, a team that you've beaten twice.
Now, I am seeing some questions from chat as to why the second seed is on the same side of the bracket. I am also not super sure if that is the case. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be either swapped. I do think it's a little unfair for second seed to immediately potentially have first and second face off in quarterfinals. Or I guess in... Yeah, I guess that would be quarterfinals. So we'll get clarification from LPL. I wonder if they'll even show a bracket on Huya. I assume they might. Let's check. Okay, so this is the bracket. So it is okay. So AL and W and JDG are on the same side of the bracket. So we'll make sure we'll fix that for ourselves here. Sorry for that, folks. We obviously didn't know, but yeah. Again, for everybody, as you see at the bottom of our screens, Lunar New Year break means that we are going to be going on an extended hiatus until February 24th. Please make sure that you're following LPL_English on Twitter so you can get all your updates. We're also going to be posting the bracket there, but apologies for what was a slightly not great bracket there. But we did end up making it in time. And now we can finish out the broadcast. Oh, Yane, I think we lost your mic.
Oh, no, I'm here. I was
Nice.
sipping on some water. Had to mute
Okay.
myself for a second. But
Close out
yeah,
the show, man.
Yep. Thank you all for sticking with us through this little game show into the picks. It was fun. It was nice to be able to chop it up with all of you in the chat. Again, we all very much appreciate you. But as you said, it's time to send it home. For myself, for my co-caster Ulk, for the casters that came before us, Slayer and Quacks, for Kai behind the glass, and for the entire LPL English family, we want to thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you after the break. That's it.